Rolo, and I will protect the Seine River from from these would be women kidnappers and shit. And people were still after that being like, he's not joking, he's being serious. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ. You can tell some people were never children.
Yeah, yeah, that's what it is.
Sounds like you're a
Some people
barbarian
have
and
had
you're
it
just
too
trying
easy.
to.
That's the problem. You
Yeah,
should
you
have
can just
doubled
tell
down.
some people are
Actually,
wild.
you actually should have like tripled down.
I mean, I did a little bit, but it is, it was enough people. There was
Let's bully
enough
Sprout about it
people.
when it gets here.
Oh God. I didn't bring this up for the record. Let the record show that Lactoid brought this up. All right.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that was me.
Oh fuck.
I was confronting you. I was.
Oh, you being a good lefty,
Okay, look,
confronting me for my
Look,
my
I
historic
look.
misogyny.
Yeah, I have to.
I refuse to believe that Sprout is that fucking like clueless. Like, come on.
Why?
I just.
Why
have
is
some
that
hope
difficult to
left.
believe?
I have some hope left. That's the issue.
You've engaged with him a few times, right? Like why would that be surprising to you that he's dense?
There has to be something in there, Scott. I know it exists. Okay, I'm
It's
gonna
okay.
ask Mato when it gets. Maybe he was joking too. Maybe that's the issue. We just didn't see it. Maybe we're the fucked up one.
Right. Ban everything that sounds bad unless it has /s behind it.
True.
Oh my God, this head is too green. I don't feel like fucking with my green screen right now. Just have a cold head.
Okay then. Thanks. Hey guys, how are you?
I don't like the way the Cospia flag looks.
Living.
Indeed.
On stream. I'm going back to the Shire.
Scott, did you change your lighting?
Oh, he's changed his face.
You changed your.
Yeah, I don't have my glasses. I have contacts in.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Okay.
Yeah.
You look kind of like like Mr. Girl for some reason. It's creeping me out, but I got it now.
Well, unlike Mr. Girl, I don't want to apologize for kid fuckers, so that should help out a little bit. Yeah. You need to differentiate between the two of us quickly.
But I was gonna say you looked really good.
Prime God's being like, let me just fucking swerve past that real quick. Anyways,
I was gonna say you look handsome. I rarely see you without your glasses. You like take it off like for a second, but then put them back on. But you look really good.
I appreciate it.
Significantly less nerdy.
I mean,
you have
well, like
what?
I had like a pretty bad prescription. I lost my other glasses in a car accident. And so like I had like my old glasses and they were like scratched up in a bad prescription. And then like worse, I went to sleep when I had my my kids over and like I had my glasses next to me. My daughter like crawls out of her crib and like stole my glasses and took like the rubber ends that like go behind your ears and just like put them somewhere. Like I looked, like I really did. I don't know what it is about toddlers that can just find like a place to hide something important that you will never fucking find it. So yeah, I just had like uncomfortable, scratched, fucked up glasses.
Yeah, hopefully it's not in her intestines right now. Like,
I mean, this was like months ago, so I feel like she's fine.
Oh, okay, fair enough. But yeah, just waiting on everyone else. So audience members, just please be patient while we are waiting on the rest to show up. But they'll be here relatively soon. Until then, we will continue to dick around. So I don't know, guys. What's been going on? Okay.
I have a serious question. Something that's been really bothering me.
Oh boy.
So I'm sure you guys saw the story about the nuclear advisor, whatever the fuck, that got caught stealing baggage.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's wild. He's apparently the fucking weirdo non-binary, person that like the Biden administration was fawning over is like a serial fucking kleptomaniac.
I have not heard of this. What? Please explain this situation. I'm sorry.
It's like a bald Ezra Miller.
Yeah. I'm very surprised I haven't heard of this. It's what Scott said. You know, they got caught stealing a bunch of luggage, basically.
Okay.
What does it say? Okay,
Um,
I just looked it up and it says unpacking female victims' clothes. Victim of what? Just theft? I'm still reading.
Yeah, basically they took luggage that wasn't theirs from the airport, lied about it when they were questioned, and eventually got caught. Yeah, and apparently it's not the first time this has happened.
Okay.
But the theft isn't what I was going to ask about. I have something. I don't know how to say this without sounding like an asshole.
Do it.
Have you seen a picture of this person?
Yeah.
I just
uh-huh,
did.
Like,
yeah.
is it just me or like?
Uh-oh.
Somebody's like non-binary people who like kind of go out of their way to like look somewhere in the middle between like male and female or whatever.
Ah.
Do they end up looking like just like demons? So they look really. It's like they're deeply into the uncanny valley. They're deeply into the uncanny valley. It
You heard
creeps
it
me the
here,
fuck
folks.
out.
Non-binary people are all demons.
I think it's
Look,
the
I'm just
bald
saying, like,
head
what's
that
the-
really puts this one together. But
It's the bald head and the really bright red lipstick. It just creeps me the fuck out. I don't.
oh, I don't have a
I don't
picture
know why
with
they
them
do
with
this.
red lipstick yet. I just have the
That's
bald
all
head.
I'm seeing.
Really?
Right
I-
now.
no
I
pictures.
I literally just typed in into DuckDuckGo stole luggage and that's it. And the first thing that popped up is this.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
'cause
mean, I
it's
think
something that
some people. Oh, now I see the red lipstick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people do it very purposely, I believe.
Yeah, I think some people
they're
want
non-binary people. Like, should that shock anybody? Like, non-binary isn't like you're not trans. You don't have dysphoria. Instead
Well,
of just being like, yeah, I'm androgynous or whatever. Like, non-binary is an admission of being in the cult of fucking wokeness. Like, obviously, they're gonna be a little fucky.
unless you subscribe to the idea that non-binary is trans, and it's part of being trans is the fact that you're not man and you're not woman. Like a trans woman who's a friend of mine said that she's non-binary, and that not non-binary in this sense where you're kind of like, I'm gonna say they're probably deliberately trying to look like fairly in the middle, but non-binary just because you're bound to being in the
Yeah,
middle.
It's
yeah,
not
but
even in
like
the
if
middle. It's not
if
even
you're
like
not right, but like if you're not non-binary because you're like boy modding or something like that, that's one thing, right? Like, or but like if you're like non-binary, like as like an aesthetic choice or as like an identity without an essence, right? As queer theory puts it, like, and you're trying to identify as this liminal space between genders, as if that's even a fucking thing. Like, you're probably a little fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
I think the more premeditated it is, and the more like, yeah, like where you have a vision and then you go out and execute that vision, then that's going towards what you're talking about. But if it's like, oh, I'm stuck in this fucking non-binary space, that's when it's trans. That's when it's, you know.
I don't know. This
As an
person
em-
just
Come on.
screamed fucking narc to me. Like, they're just full blown
God.
fucking. That's what I saw. Like, the moment I saw them, I was like, oh wow, okay. Like,
The reason is
I mean, like-
asking this, right, is like I saw another like article over the weekend that I think is like really old, right? It was like it was a meme actually. It was a picture of like three non-binary people, and it was supposedly like an article that was called you know, why can't my famous non-conforming friends or whatever get laid?
yeah, yeah.
And-
It's
and
like
it, like,
because you're
has
all
a
fucking
picture of
weird
them.
looking.
And it has a picture of them right under, and they look fucking like they look like fucking monsters. Like not even like not even like physically, right? They look like normal people physically, but it's like the way that they're dressing, the fucking makeup, everything. They are going out of their way to look like they belong in a horror movie, right? And I wondered if this is. And oh, by the way, that's a real article, by the way. I looked it up just to make sure, and I read it. It's very interesting, actually.
Yeah, no,
but-
they look like they're animals trying to signify that they're
Yeah.
venomous.
Yeah, it was really fucking weird. So I spent like a couple hours right over the weekend just looking up famous non-binary people, right? And there's like a trend that I noticed where they like it's not even like bold, it's not androgynous. They're like going out of the way. Gosh, so reclusive solitude users in the chat, they're garish, right? Looking at them is actually like painful on your eyes. And I think they're doing this intentionally. And I wonder why that is, because they definitely stand out, right? So if it's like a narcissistic thing, maybe that makes sense. But you can stand out without being ugly, right? And I think these people, the way that they're doing their outfits and their makeup and shit, is like unappealing, just like to everybody. I can't imagine a person who will look at this and think, "Oh shit, that looks
I don't-
really good."
It feels
think
more
it's, like,
histrionic.
really-
It feels more histrionic to me than
I feel it's like way more analogous to like incel though, right? Like that whole like idea of like I deserve to get fucked. You know, like that's I think like what this is more appealing to. You know, and I kind of hate that regardless.
Wait, get
so.
fucked? Or on
Yeah.
the incel side, I understand, but how is that fitting here?
Well, okay, so why can't my non-binary friends get laid, right? You know, or why can't my famous gender non-conforming friends get laid, right? Which is that they're not adhering to like the societal standards of attractiveness. So you're losing like part of the value supposition that it comes from any relationship we engage in. You know, all human interaction is transactional, period, right? This is part of that transaction. You know, if you want to conform, you'll probably get laid better, right? Or, you know, whatever. That's just how it is. You have a higher pool and market that you can like work through. If you're doing something that's a little bit weird, then you have to have value elsewhere that people are going to want to take or ascribe from that
But
relationship.
these are like famous like
yeah.
speakers and shit, right? Like one of these people
Well,
was on,
so I think it's
I've never heard
totally
of them.
different. I think it's totally different. And the reason I say it's totally different is on the incel side, you have mostly people that are like red pilled in some regard. And they feel like for a stable society or for their own selfish reasons that they deserve companionship and like want certain things in society to stop that keep them from being able to get that some like reinstitution of patriarchal norms or something, right? Whereas like with the non-binary people, this just seems like the philosophy at work, right? Like the philosophy is the entire point of it is to destroy the idea of categories, right? To destroy the idea of, you know, it's gender abolitionist at its heart, right? Thinking sex was gender abolitionist, even when talking about like the deviancy of like homosexual behavior, right? Like in the early 80s, like it's always been an identity without an essence because, you know, we'll never have freedom from, you know, the oppressive superstructure of cis heteronormativity until gender is destroyed. So I think in one place it's the philosophy itself, and in the other place it's incels that are, you know, red pilled. So and I don't know that the philosophy of red pill necessarily dictates that. I think they just feel some form of like unfairness with reality.
Yeah, so I think what you guys were saying before, um, like the garishness, like I don't obviously I don't ascribe this to all non-binary people. I know very few non-binary people, but like I've seen this over some who are within the at least in the public eye, right? Where that like the clash between your gender expectations is like what they're going for, right? Like they want that friction when you look at them, because for whatever reason, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess in the end, it doesn't really matter to me because, you know, I'm going to treat them with kindness and respect. But it is like that uncomfortable feeling is the point. Yeah.
Wait, why would you treat all
Yeah, but, like-
people that belong to a group with kindness and respect?
I'm saying, okay,
Yeah,
Scott.
I think
Even Nazis, Prime, even the
Right.
fucking
Even
weirdos
Nazis.
for offending.
Obviously, Prime is going to treat all Nazis with kindness and respect.
I just wanted to say one thing.
They deserve.
It's
They
woke to be a
deserve.
Nazi now, though.
True, Kanye. Yeah, I just wanted to say one
Thanks,
thing though. Rez, I really liked what you were saying
Nazis were always
before.
woke.
How you said like all society is like transactional, and for those of you who don't know what he's talking about, Ayn Rand wrote
Human
this
interaction.
book called
Yeah,
Atlas Shrugged.
not
And
society.
so-
Human interaction is transactional, and the way we engage with it is. Society isn't necessarily transactional because society is a concept that we put forth to go ahead and make it easier for survival. That's the transaction that humans put on society. Society doesn't put transactions on humans.
Sure. So all human actions are transactional. So you can see this was written and this was established by Ayn Rand. For those of you who haven't read this book, it's a very good book. You can get it very cheap. I highly recommend it. Thank you, Rez,
The virtue of selfishness
for
is
bringing
better,
that up.
I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, it's just being realistic. Like that's just how we treat reality, you know. And that's like, I mean, that's it. We're literally just a clump of cells that are just trying to go ahead and be a clump of
Okay.
cells the next day. Like, you know, you're gonna do anything to
Wait,
make that
never-
better.
we can-
for
Never
yourself.
heard. I've never heard a better summarization of objectivism than just being realistic and engaging in reality.
Mm.
Like objective something.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like,
But okay, on that, no, the last thing on that non-binary thing is that like I guess I can conceptualize, you know, the gay identity, all right, lesbian or gay identity. I can conceptualize trans identity, even though I've never experienced, gender dysphoria, like not being right in your own skin. I have trouble conceptualizing um non-binariness, um, and I don't know what to do with it. And again, like it's not going to affect how I treat a person. It's just that like it's
It feels
I
like an ideological position and not like an actual identity.
yeah. But see,
I-
here's the thing: is that the philosophy of queer theory has always been gender abolitionist, right? It is always and it has always been that way from the very beginning, and it's still this way today. The problem is that identities of outliers is something that we can understand because those outliers exist, right? So if someone has like persistent gender dysphoria from a young age, and you know what I mean, there's plenty of people that have gone through, had that transition, and then as they go through transition, they clearly don't have the same secondary sexual characteristics as the sex that they were assigned at birth, right? And so we recognize that as like, okay, that's a thing that I can name and that I can see that doesn't fit neatly into the categories as I understand them, right? Non-binary, right, is an amorphous idea of the abolition of the category itself. It is a political statement that these categories are not true and fast categories, but instead that there is a spectrum, that there is this place this liminal space between two categories, and that doesn't fit with any logical analysis, not a Bayesian inference or a biological one. And so that's the issue, is that you're coming up against an ideology that is telling you that reality is different than it is.
What if somebody like genuinely doesn't feel like either though? Like they just like it brings them dysphoria to identify as either. Like what about them?
Yeah, that's called being a human. Like
What if you
every human being has times that they feel like, every man has a moment where they feel like less of a man. Every
They're
woman
talking
has
about
moments where they feel like
persistency.
less of a woman.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what if like you just don't ascribe any part of value to that part of yourself to begin with? Right? Like if you don't ascribe value and like to gender or something like that, and that's how you get out of your
I think that's cope almost.
non-binariness. Okay,
Yeah, and
I
that's
think
that's
people
fair.
who said that they send no value, they wouldn't care either way if they're male or female. You're coping.
Well, if
I
it
don't
doesn't
believe you.
affect you,
let's
is more
assume
what I
let's
want to
It
say.
assume
doesn't
it's
affect you
true.
because it's what you are, right? I don't
True.
think there's no way to stick your brain into a female body. So like making that claim at all
Mhm.
is kind of silly.
Like
So let's
identifying with
assume
not
that's
being
true.
brown when I'm brown.
Let's assume that that's true, right? The question then becomes twofold. Number one, what is the prevalence rate of individuals that actually feel that way, fully and wholly and persistently, right? Is it like in California and Gen Z where it's like 35% of Gen Z kids? No, right? Like that's bullshit. But let's say, and if it is, and if it's an infinitesimally small category, right? Then this is an outlier. This doesn't say anything about the categories themselves. But if it is, now we have to assume, let's assume it is 35% of people that their entire lives don't feel like a biological male or biological female, right? Which would be an insane anti historical claim. And our species likely would not have propagated and fucked to the point where we exist today if that were true. But if we assume all of those things as true, which is what the queer theorists are kind of putting forward, um, then we're still in a different, like, where does that leave us? It doesn't match the reality that we exist. Like it
I
doesn't
don't
match the reality that
Um,
like we
I don't
propagated.
I don't think that's what they've been putting forward though. I disagree with that. It seems like so I haven't heard this. I mean, I think maybe Doobie has presented something like this. This some sort of claim that Gen Z, like 35% in some poll, say they're non-binary or something. Right? Is that what you're saying? To be
That's
clear,
wild.
right? If that
I
was
don't-
the
LG,
case,
it's like LGBTQ, right? So that would
Yeah,
include
it's
like
not
the
it's not
entire
specifically,
category
like,
of like non-binary, queer, lesbian, gay,
I did see
transgender,
that like the rates of
intersex, asexual.
the rates of non-binary though are like just rapidly increasing. The rates of like gay is kind of like it's increasing, but not nearly to the same extent.
Yeah, because you can't just claim gay and get social brownie points while you're still a dude fucking only girls.
Yeah,
But you
that
can
is
be a
part of the problem.
17-year-old in high school and be like, I'm non-binary. I'm one of the cool kids, right? And you can
Really,
drop that shit whenever you want.
it would be really interesting to see what would be different, like in the amounts of people identifying, if it didn't positively affect your social capital. Like, what if it was
Yeah.
actually you were like way more ashamed, or maybe if you
Well,
identified as non-binary
We
in
can
an
see
area.
this.
We had a
Two
time
decades. Yeah.
We
2
can
decades.
compare currently. like,
10 years ago.
What are the rates? Well, no, we don't have to go back in
Well,
time.
no,
we can
but it
compare,
wasn't. You
we can
can't
compare like
exactly compare
Ohio to
that.
California,
Right.
right? Like, why is it that in California the rates are double, triple, quadruple than they are in more conservative states? Is it
Yeah.
only social stigma that keeps people from being able to express their genders don't exist
So
non-binariness?
this is
No.
what Doopy has been putting forward when we've had this conversation. Right? When we like talk about the say gay bill. If I say anything wrong, Doopy, please correct me. But like basically that
Well, already you said something wrong. It's HB 1557, parental rights and education.
okay,
Not the
thank you.
don't say gay bill. That bill doesn't exist. There you go. Got you.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate you as always.
Always.
But yeah, that like there seems to be like a trendiness to it. And look, I think this is to be expected within that age cohort where people are trying to figure out who they are, right? Like I think the only difference between this identity, non-binary, and others, right, like being grunge or emo, right, is that a non-binary happens to be politically volatile, right?
Mhm.
Like you could see like the rise of all these other identities at certain points in time. Is like weird. Like, why do so many people identify as being emo? What the fuck, right? Yeah, it's just kids trying things out, and I guess that's just to be expected. And it would be otherwise completely unnotable, right? Or if this wasn't like attached to gender ideology or whatever the fuck you want to talk
Well,
to.
it's not just that. It's also the fact that there's like demands for legal protections that goth
Holy
kids
shit.
don't demand. There's no legal protection for grunge kids in the same way that there is for
enough.
non-binary, or that it's being like requested for non-binary people.
Well,
Yeah.
the real problem is that like parents have a kind of a sense of like what is fucking with their kids. And sometimes they're right and sometimes they're wrong. Right. But I think the real key here is that, in adolescence, right? If we're looking at like Eric Erickson's psychosocial model, right? Like we're really looking at like identity versus like role confusion. And so like during this period is you're exactly right. Like they're experimenting with who they are, how they want to identify, how they want to be seen by the world, what is their role in the world, both in relationships and in social circles, etc. And every generation experiments during this phase. And it often causes political backlash, right? Like let's not forget the kids that were playing D&D or the kids that were listening to metal when their parents were freaking out about the satanic panic, right? Um, the problem is that you're dealing with an ideology that has infected academia, infected the American Medical Association, infected the American Psychological Association, that is pharmaceutical companies working with hospitals. And there seems to be a driving push towards things that take this out of the domain of experimentation and into the domain of permanent harm, right? So, social transition, is there a lot of permanent harm that comes from that? I doubt it, right? But when that leads you into an ideology that like gives you brownie points and love bombs you and tells you you're so great, what your identity is actually trans, while you yourself are trying to figure that out. And then you get pushed into this idea of, well, maybe I am, maybe I should take a pause on my puberty for a moment and just take some androgen therapy. And like, that's what everybody is telling me is good, right? Permanent harm. And then what we know is that you start doing these drugs, you're getting this love bombing, and there's this whole circle where the authority figures themselves that used to back against the teenage rebellion are now pushing this ideology. You're talking about something wildly and totally different.
Mm, I think So I hear you on that, and that like there are consequences, and I like people say that the puberty blockers have like zero consequences. I never quite understood how that could be the case, right? Like that you're making a chemical change to your body and you're holding off your puberty, and it doesn't seem like a rubber band that just like snaps back, like that's time
Yeah, no,
lost and
it's just a
growth.
bullshit claim. But
Yeah,
the
yeah,
problem is that like, claims about transgender health and medicine are inherently political claims. And if you exist in, as a doctor, as a researcher, as a psychologist, as a counselor, and you make claims about those things, then you run the risk of your license, your funding, your tenure, etc. That doesn't necessarily mean that you will be fired or that you will get in a bunch of trouble or that you will be denied opportunities. But you certainly run that risk, and everyone in those communities is aware of that risk.
yeah. I just don't know. The I guess the problem here is it reminds me of the problem when it comes to like abortion rhetoric, right? Like I've said this many times before, and I will continue to say this. Like I think it's actually fair to say that a a fetus or wherever
Mhm.
stage it is at that point in time, right, is a human, is a actual baby, and aborting it would be killing it, right? Now I think that's just like an accurate statement of reality, um, but and
Agreed.
it's from a person who's pro-choice, right? This is from a person who's pro-choice, but the problem is that the anti-side, right, is so vile that they're talking to women who are going through this like emotional critical point in time, right? And they'll go to them and say, well, you're a murderer, right? And as a response, right, people say, uh well, then it's not a baby, right? Like it's not a baby, like this is just a medical procedure. But that's like a political response that like diverges from like reality, right? Like I
Mhm.
think both can be true, that hey, you are taking the life of a human, but like you're not a murderer in any useful sense of the term. So yeah. So when relating that to
No, I
like
think I think I think you're
no,
close. I think you're really close. I think the real answer here, right, is that our politics are downstream of our philosophy. And people very rarely want to talk about philosophy because it's boring or it's really difficult to get into. And so the conservative deontologist says, "Well, you just said it was killing a human. Well, then there's no discussion now. It's murder, period." And the consequentialist says, okay, but let's look at a balance of happiness. Let's look at a balance of like of the positive and the outcomes of what is occurring. And the consequentialist looks at this and says, you have a baby that can't feel anything, that is not self-aware, that doesn't even know of its own existence, versus a human that their entire life is put on hold by what is occurring, and we can alleviate all of those problems for this person without actually causing any knowable harm.
I
And so
just
then they
want
give a
to
political prescription afterwards.
I just want to connect the two thoughts that I was having, right? So like coming
Mhm.
to
I'm
from the
sorry.
abortion, right? No problem. Coming from abortion to like these discussions about like trans individuals and that love bombing you talked about, right? That this extreme positive reaction rather than a measured one, I think, springs forth from an environment where trans people are like some people are trying to erase trans people, like the other side is just so bad that the response is okay, then we got to go overboard, and it makes it difficult to have like these nuanced conversations about like, well, are we maybe pushing people too early to have some sort of surgical intervention or chemical intervention, right? Like I think that's like a useful conversation to have. But like when you've just been told that as a trans person you need to be purged, right? Like it makes it tough to hear that. And it makes it tough to engage with that. So yeah, that's how I think those two things relate.
Yeah, I
Have
mean, I
you
see that.
oh, have you heard of this channel? So I saw on David Pakman there was an interview with this guy named Professor Dave Explains. That's his YouTube channel name. Anybody familiar with that guy? I'm gonna say no
No.
since nobody's speaking.
No, no.
What
No,
was he
Anyway,
talking about
he
no.
there?
has sorry, his name is Professor Dave Explains. And he has a really interesting YouTube channel where he explains like all these mostly scientific things, varying from like chemistry to biology and physics and anyway. But
So
he also has a video on transgender, like kind of like doing a breakdown and talking about how people aren't really trying to push kids to do the puberty blockers and to like nobody's cutting off people's boobs when they don't even have boobs yet. I haven't watched the video yet, but it sounded very convincing.
Wait, who
Nobody
said
or-
people were
nobody
cutting off
or-
people's boobs?
Oh shit, Sprouts.
Maybe
Can
not.
I, like,
Nobody did
totally derail
here,
this
but people
conversation
do
real
that in
quickly?
the in
Well,
the
there- no,
context
because
of the.
There is that
Can I
one
totally
Sounds-
derail the
person.
conversation?
it sounds
for,
like
a minute.
it sounds like great.
Extremely
It
important.
sounds
Go
like a
ahead.
great, real
Go on,
quick.
I'll give you a
sounds
chance,
like a
Doobie.
great video for me to react to and call all the bullshit lies he's saying.
You won't be able to,
Sprout.
but go for
Love
it.
it.
Sprout. Do you
What's
think
up,
that
Doobie?
Scott here is a closet rapist?
A closet rapist?
Why,
that the
why are we bringing this
conversation?
up again?
I told you I was gonna ask him about it when he got here. Hold on.
No, I don't
do
think
you
he's a closet
that if
rapist.
the-
I
if
think
the
it's-
world went to shit, right? We're like Mad Max world. Scott would go around raping people.
No, I don't think he's a closet rapist. I don't think he'd go around raping people.
Then why did you think that his tweet to aristocracy or about aristocracy was a self-report?
Because for one, it was extremely objectifying. For two, there's several other reasons. It was a joke. It was probably a joke, and I'm gonna give that
Probably
leniency
a joke.
to
You
it.
think there's a chance that it wasn't a joke?
I don't know. I'm not Fabian, so it's probably a joke. I'm gonna give that leniency to it. I
You
do
there's
think
a
it.
chance it wasn't a joke.
Yes, I think there's a chance it wasn't
Scott,
a joke.
my hope is.
I mean, there's obviously a chance that whenever someone says something that's not actually a joke. So, and then two, I'm gonna give that leniency to it that it was a joke, and even if it was a joke, it went too far in my mind.
Yeah, well,
So, like, I'm not backing down from
aristocracy
this
disagrees
position.
with you.
Okay, that's cool. Aristocracy disagree with me as much as she wants. I think it went too far.
You're such a
Oh
gentleman.
my
Sprout.
god. Oh my god. Well, I'm glad Doobie gave you the opportunity to get your virtue signal brownie points. But
It's
we
not
all know you're
virtue
full of shit.
signaling if you just think it went too far. It's not virtue signaling. I don't know why we're talking about like drama like barely anyone knows about. So
It's not
like-
drama. It was a question. I was kind of curious to hear like the way that your brain works.
I
and
mean,
how
I
it
think it's
doesn't.
definitely fucking interjecting drama into this.
It is a little bit of a
I mean,
drama, but
And
we
I
like
know
that.
that's what Sprouticus wanted, you know. He just probably
that's
didn't
what I
want it brought up
wanted.
on the
I
panel.
stated it days before I even knew I was coming onto this panel, bro.
Yeah, that's what I said. All right,
Yeah.
Kathy Newman.
Okay.
Take a fucking
Uh,
joke and sit down.
Okay. All right.
I think I would have sex slaves if I could, in, like the Mad Max future.
After all of that, Doobie just, yeah, I think I would if I could, if I had the power and authority.
You would.
I
Oh,
probably
sorry.
wouldn't see a reason not to. I feel like the more important thing would be repopulating the planet. So I just like have a ton of what's the guy's name in Mad Max, the big fat guy with the milk,
Oh yeah.
Immortan
Uh,
Joe.
yeah.
I'd be trying to make like the perfect human like race, right? So I just have like a ton of hot women that I'm trying to impregnate all the time.
Why would that involve your
Perfect human
genetics
race,
then?
huh?
You know I didn't involve my genetics. Okay, I got my 23andMe
Alright.
done. I have 0 genetic defects.
I don't know how Mexicans would be involved in
Oh,
the but
I mean, if you want to get rid of the idea of race, right? Like, then what better way to start than with breeding with Mexicans, which is already an amalgamation of European, native, and black,
oh, fair enough. That's a
right?
that's
Like,
a
they're
black.
basically
Hear that, Brandon?
anti-race.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But not enough black to be on all black everything, of course.
Oh,
So
okay.
I think you would acknowledge that. Okay. But anyway, I thought this discussion on transness was actually pretty good and pretty nuanced for what we usually do. So that was fun. All right. Since everyone is here, we had someone drop out the last second, so everyone is here. Let's get into it. Thanks all for stopping by. This is the Revy Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a great group of individuals here. I'm really excited. Guys, if you are enjoying the oh god. Coconut Cake says Doobie is hot as fuck, right? All right, we'll put that out there.
I'm-
Yeah, I won't complain.
Are you
Um,
still a furry if it's a frog, considering frogs have no fur?
Scaly.
mm,
Do frogs have scales?
Yes. Yeah,
Well,
amphibians
yeah,
have
I'm not-
scales too, don't they?
I don't think they have scales.
I don't think so.
I don't
No,
there's
I think
scales.
no, I think that it's technically scales because fish have scales, and like that's
Yeah,
like
but
the
they're not
intermediate.
fish.
It's
Fish
step.
are
not
not
slime.
amphibians.
This is like
It
the in
is
between. This is
mucus.
amphibian.
Yeah. Okay. Well, all right. A bunch of non-biologists tried their
Yeah,
best and
get
failed.
fucked. I googled it. They do not have scales. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm scale free.
Oh my
Smooth skin that the women love.
Oh boy. So anyway, guys, if you're enjoying this content, hit that follow button. If you just followed the channel, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on. So I'm going live. Hit me up on my social media. I got a whole bunch of them. All right. Okay. And consider subs to the channel, getting bits of gifting subs, get ad free viewing, and the emotes and all that good stuff. All right. We will start by introducing our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, right? Thanks for coming back. Right. After what happened last time, right? I mean, you remember
Yeah,
that
it was.
devastating loss that happened during the open panel.
Wait, what happened?
I forgot about. I see. I was so busy kicking ass during the actual
Now we need to know.
panel.
Now we need to know actually what you were thinking
Yeah.
about. That way we can get what was in your mind, because you were shaking your head yes, as if he was talking about something. He was talking about something completely different. Now we need to
I
know
was
what happened in your head.
I was acknowledging the words that were coming into my ears, but I will say, yeah, no, Prime, the person went on and said, yes, prostitutes should be forced to not be able to discriminate, and I didn't have an answer. When someone bites a bullet that hard, sometimes you just lose. I didn't have. Anyway, no, thank you for having me. You can find me on Anti-Communism United, Discord, Twitch, and YouTube.
Be clear.
Oh, I thought you meant about Lactoid's based segregation arguments.
Oh, no, that was. I mean,
Those
that
were
was the
private,
honest.
Aiko. You don't know.
But no, and to be clear, right? I was the one who made the argument, and it wasn't that prostitutes can't discriminate. It's that brothels can, right? There you go. All right, so
I believe we call them sex workers.
indeed, right? But anyway, I won that one. In case you missed that open panel, you should have stuck around for that one. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we have to fly in like hookers from overseas just to service specific. Yeah, all right.
Oh.
Got to go back. I made a better argument than what he's relating. Okay, let's go to Scott. Scott, thanks for coming through once again, friend.
Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find us Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere. Yeah, it's been fun. Breaking news: apparently, the Trust and Safety Council has been disbanded at Twitter. Just figured I'd put that out there. Gonna have to rebuild from the ground up. Figured that was pertinent potentially for tonight. Who knows? That being said, yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be doing charity stream for survivors.org under PAVE, Partners for Action, Voice for Empowerment, to help women, mostly women. Men technically can be a part of it, but women for survivors of domestic violence, intimate partner violence, sex trafficking, etc. You should come hang out. It's going to be fun. Mike Harlow is going to come play some trivia with us. Aristocracy is going to show up for a little while. Brian McWilliams. We might have a few other guests. People come in and out. I'm going to teach you guys how to actually research charities using websites to look at charities, how to read a 990 form, how to actually know where it is that your money is going and track your money to ensure that if you feel like donating to a charity, that it is a charity worth donating to and not just a 501c4 that's like a shell corp for like politicians to get elected or something like that. So yeah, definitely come out tomorrow. It should be fun, giving out prizes and good stuff.
Thanks so much. Next we have Reservoir.
Whatever way you want to say it.
We have Rez, who the first time appearing on this program, I have appeared with him on Gigadatum's channel. That's where we met. I had a really good time there, and so I'm so happy that he accepted an invite. How are you, Rez?
Tired. That's about it. We yelled about Russia and Brittany Griner for 2 hours before I came here. Did not prep for that whole conversation that we had. But I'm doing great. Twitch.tv/Resver. I write a lot of documents and I track drama across various segments of Twitch. And I don't know, I like making PDFs a lot, and it's pretty cool. That's about what I do. So, check it out.
Thank you. we have another brand new individual to the Reverie, but who has stopped by open panels a few times. We have Angel Dreams, or is it just Angel?
Yeah, you can just call me Angel. The Dreams is just because Angel's taken on Twitch, pretty much.
Fair enough. Angel, thanks for stopping by. Please introduce yourself to everyone.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Angel. I make a variety of content, some panels, some game shows. I do prefer like a little bit more of an intellectual sphere than just like straight drama and yelling and whatnot. So that's why I'm happy to be here. And I also just like to chill out and play games. Um, and I don't know, I might get into doing charity streams. We'll see. Might be potentially on the horizon.
Thank you, thank you. All right. Next, we have our friend Aiko, which everyone should be familiar with in our channel, who comes through in open panels all the time, makes really good points, or infuriates me, one or the other.
Those are not mutually exclusive. I can make really good
No.
points that infuriate you.
There you go. A completely mutually exclusive. Sorry, they never line up. Aiko, thanks for being here, friend.
Hey, I just want to say, I was listening to the before panel, what you guys were talking about. When Ayn Rand came up, it sort of reminded me. I'd like to talk to anybody about this, but it'd be a good panel one day too. Is Ayn Rand, specifically her critique of why Jesus is deeply immoral, and I think that would be a fun topic to go into. Ayn Rand versus Jesus.
Okay, I like
Dude,
it.
hold on. Prime guys, I know you've had him on a couple of times and he can be a little long-winded. Wellspring, right? Who shows up. He is an incredibly like aware objectivist. If you can get him to talk about why Jesus is immoral, you will watch your entire panel turn into fucking fire. Just trust me, if you're gonna do something, he will get so passionate to talk shit on Jesus as an objectivist that knows his shit. Talk
Are we
to
talking about
Wellspring. It'll
Jesus
be
the
fun.
guy or Jesus like believing in Jesus is immoral?
Jesus.
All of it.
Okay.
The savior
Yeah.
of mankind.
Scott, I don't know who Wellspring is, but
He's been on an open panel a couple times, but he doesn't usually have a camera. But he's a really smart objectivist and a little bit. He's a
okay.
lot. But
Well, help me connect with them, and then maybe we can do that. Sounds like a lot of fun. All right. Let's go to our next friend, Sprouticus. Back with Sprouticus. How are you feeling, friend?
Feeling a lot better than I was the past couple weeks. It's been a rough time in the life of the Sprouticus. But I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be back here. It's good to be back. Good to see new faces. But interested in the topics. But yeah, looking forward to it. I'm also starting up a few other things. The War Room should be coming back with me and Matty Cakes, and starting to plan to start a podcast called Man Up, where we deal with men's issues and what's really going on in society with men and what we can do to fix it. So
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Yep.
And I'm very glad to have you back. And that you're doing okay. So let's go to our friend Doobie. Last but not least, Dark Lord and Savior Doobie. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty well. And just a couple quick updates, while I'm doing my little opening. That person I said that looks like a demon, that non-binary nuclear advisor person, that was just fired, like 30 minutes ago or something. So that's pretty interesting. But more importantly, Sam Bankman-Fried, the FTX dude, was just arrested in the Bahamas like an hour ago. So good news for the people who
That was
screwed over him.
inevitable.
the world
admitted-
is healing. Sam Bankman-Fried arrested.
Can I say one thing about
The
that
crazy
though?
demons fired.
That guy's been
Trust
going
and
on a
safety
media tour.
disbanded.
That guy's been going on a media tour, like confessing to crimes. Like,
Yeah.
one,
That's what I was
one
gonna.
interview after another.
That's what I was gonna say. I'm gonna give you guys, everybody and your audience, some legal advice here. If you commit fraud, don't talk to the media and don't go admitting it. It's probably not a good idea.
Oh,
Well,
and
if
here's
you're- if
three
you're
other
going
advice
to-
I did.
Better
you're going
advice
to
is
admit it-
don't talk to the media.
Well, if you're
Period.
going to admit it, go ahead and go to somewhere that doesn't have extradition treaties with the United States. Like,
I didn't
Easy
think
enough.
it was necessarily
You're saying go to
inevitable.
Russia?
But
Worked for
I'm
Snowden.
glad. Yeah, yeah, I'm glad that's happening here. All right, let's let's move forward. Okay, first topic. It has long been said that if governments negotiate with hostage takers, then that will only encourage more of it. The U.S. has traded a Russian arms dealer for a basketball player. Is this worth it considering possible future ramifications? Is it reasonable to not negotiate with hostage takers if that will endanger the lives of the currently held hostages? Has the Biden administration made the world more dangerous for Americans by taking this action? Okay, yeah. So the whole thing with Brittany Griner and Victor Boot. By now, we've talked about it before. I I wrote this question because I wanted to like expand on this, and not necessarily just focus in on like this like specific interaction, but like the concept of doing this in general, right? Um, if you think that Victor Boot is as dangerous as the media has been making him out to be, right? If you think that is the case, then um, like, is this should we not have been negotiating at all? Like the moment the Russians tell us this is what they want, we're like, no, no dice, right? That should we be operating on some principle that um, because we want to keep people from being taken in the future, right? In this case, as a political pawn, right? We want to, I will sacrifice the person in the present. So I'll expand on that and on that whole concept. Start with Lactoid.
Yeah, so I thought this might happen, so I did two separate intros on this one. Anyway, so on one hand, freeing a weed smoker and a gun seller convicted on shaky grounds seems like quite the libertarian victory. But on the other hand, it doesn't feel very nice to free somebody willing and able to sell weapons to an organization which intended to use them against Americans, especially when it's for a political face. If Griner had been caught in Thailand or China, she would have faced far more severe punishment, potentially even death. But when someone gets caught for committing a crime, which is also a crime in the US, and then a potentially dangerous man is released for her instead of any other captives, I can see why that can be frustrating. It's good that an American is brought home, but let's not pretend this was a good deal. If it is a good deal, and in the future, if we can make good deals, then I think it does make sense to make those deals going forward. Sometimes you got to negotiate, and settlements, both parties walk away unhappy. That's the point.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, we go to Scott.
Yeah, so I actually struggled trying to find the right position here to understand like where the inherent aggression is or isn't in this calculus. Um, what I and I'm not necessarily married to it, but where I currently sit, and I'm actually willing to change my opinions if, especially if like Lactoid or someone that understands libertarianism presents a good argument, is that I don't think the US has some duty of care to a prisoner so long as they're not within the United States. I'll explain. Um, the United States has taken it upon themselves as a state actor to be the monopoly on the enforcement of violence and imprisonment. That being said, if they want to get rid of somebody outside of the US, I don't actually think that there's any reason that they have to maintain the capture of said person. Um, However, I also do not believe that the United States has the authority to, in any way, shape, or form, prevent the families that are victims of the conspiracy that the Merchant of Death had with terrorist organizations, in supplying them arms for the express purpose of killing those people, to stop them from legally being able to hire assassins to kill him. I think you should be able to go onto Google and say, where can I find a good assassin? And it should be perfectly legal because they abdicated any responsibility that they had to maintaining the justice system by giving him up. And so if I want to hire an assassin and my family was victimized by this person's conspiracy, I should be able to do that. And we should cheer them on for their right to kill this person. It's not murder, it's just justice because he didn't serve his time. Now, I do recognize a bad deal when I see one. right? Like this isn't like a good deal. Like it's not an intelligent move. I don't know what the fuck we presumably gained from this, right? We gained a micro celebrity that nobody fucking knew until this situation, right? And if you say that I'm wrong, bullshit, name a fucking WNBA team without Googling other than the one she's on. And I guarantee you can't fucking do it, right? Even if you love basketball, you probably can't. So we gained a micro celebrity that broke Russian law. We didn't get Paul Whelan. Now, Paul Whelan might actually be a spy or he might just be a piece of shit. I don't fucking know. But like we could have at the very least like negotiated a better deal, I guess. So I don't really know that we gained or lost anything from this. Like it may seem in the future, it may cause foreign states to be more likely to capture people if we have people that they want, that they find are valuable. Then they can just kind of grab someone on trumped up charges in this administration and others, Trump as well, and Obama, right? This isn't like a Democrat thing, have shown that they will trade up like war criminals and like for like random people brought up on trumped up charges. So it just seems stupid to me. But I don't know, maybe, but I'm excited to hear what Reservoir is saying too, because he just did a whole panel on this. So maybe he's privy to some shit I didn't know.
Rez.
I'm going to start with a meme. My first thing I want to say, I agree with Fabian Liberty's first take that the homeless should be able to kill politicians that don't advocate for them. I think that that is based as fuck. Second, I do think it's a good deal because I think that a lot of what we can look at Victor Bout doing going forward is going to be negligible, most likely as a propaganda arm of the Russian government. We have seen him already join with white nationalist groups to function through that. His actual effectivity of smuggling goods, very specifically, comes from his ability to leverage Soviet era technology that he was exporting to the world. And as Russia is currently going ahead and becoming an importer of weapons rather than an exporter of weapons, I think he will be reduced in that capacity if he goes back to that. But ultimately, I think it becomes a propaganda win for both sides, which keeps it honestly like sort of neutral to positive for the US. I think that personally, it speaks to our nation's ethos because I think Brittany Griner is an anti-American, uh, honestly, very, very anti-American, socialist, whatever you want to call her, that goes against everything we stand for. And I am proud of my country for going ahead and standing up for voices that they don't like hearing. I think that there is a moral ethos that we have there that we should be going ahead and trenching ourselves to. But yeah, even like further than that, like I think that when we take the argument of Paul Whelan, we can look at the negotiations over the summer that the Biden administration was doing for Whelan, and the Biden administration putting pressure on Germany to release a spy from there. They are classifying Paul Whelan as a much higher threat than Brittany Griner, for what it's worth. And I think that the better argument could be for this Fogel person who got arrested. But even then, I am in support of any Americans being brought back home.
Angel.
Okay. Yeah, so I think it's clear here that Brittany's weed charge, which is like cannabis residue in her vape pen or whatever it was, is part of the equation that people are just glossing over, that she did nothing at all wrong, whereas Paul Whelan actually was charged with espionage. Also, Trump turned down the prisoner swap that was, I guess, in talks prior when he was the president. And I forget the guy's name. I'm trying to find it. The one that Russia wants, because like we could also negotiate a swap for Whelan, but I believe the guy, his name starts with a V. I think the Russian guy. He's being held in Germany right now, and it's a different prisoner. So
Vinnick.
Vinnick. Okay. Anyway, so he's in Germany, so it's not as easy, obviously, to access him. And I'm sure that could also be negotiated in the future. It's just a separate case, and so as we go through these issues, maybe he will be released or traded. Okay, I think there was something else I was going to mention, but I can't remember what it is, so I'll end there.
Echo.
Yeah, so near as I can tell, there are three issues that always come up with this conversation. One is whether or not the trade was worth it. So that's the Victor Boot conversation, which people have already brought up. The second one is whether or not there are other worthy prisoners that should have gone ahead of Griner, and we could talk about that. But two of the candidates are Paul Whelan that everyone's talked about, and another guy named Fogel, who was a teacher out of Pennsylvania, who was also caught with a much larger amount of marijuana on his way in. The thing about Fogel is he was caught earlier than Griner, so a lot of people think that he should have been released earlier. It was a sort of a similar thing. Well, we can go in later as to how those things compare. And the third is just the general idea of not negotiating, like incentivizing people to just capture more and more people so that they can get their own people back. And China's been doing this kind of stuff historically as well. And we can talk about that. For me, the big differentiation on the Paul Whelan stuff is that trade that's being asked for Vinick, because people are acting as if this was an offer that was on the table for Victor Boot, and it just wasn't on the table from the Russians. They want to trade spy for spy, and that's not something that we could have gotten with this particular trade.
Okay. Let's go to Spartacus.
So we'll go over probably a few things in this. Do I think the trade was good? No, I think the trade was absolutely awful. I'm glad Brittany Griner is back. I'm happy for her family. If I was Brittany Griner's family, I would be ecstatic that she's back in the United States. But at the same point, do I believe this is a good trade? No. We traded a known and convicted, very very powerful arms dealer to Russia, and we got back essentially a basketball player, citizen of the United States. That doesn't sound even to me. And on that point, if what could have made the trade a little bit better, and at this point, I would start to hinge on it being worth it, is that we got Paul Whelan back, but that was obviously a failure. We did not get Paul Whelan back. Paul Whelan is still in jail in Russia over a non-corroborated report that Paul Whelan received a USB drive that contained names of intelligence officials. And who did we trade for these people? We traded Victor Bout. With the claim that Trump turned down a Russia trade. So this is per Trump. I turned down a deal with Russia for a 1-on-1 swap of the so-called Merchant of Death for Paul Whelan. I wouldn't have made the deal for 100 people in exchange for someone that has killed untold numbers of people with his arms deals. So this is obviously Trump held Victor Bout as a very, very dangerous prisoner, and it was not willing to swap him to get back one American citizen or one American veteran back from Russia. And so that was the reasoning why Trump didn't take the trade. I would still say this trade's bad. I would be hinging on saying this trade's bad even if we got back Paul Whelan. But no, this trade has been absolutely awful considering we didn't even get Paul Whelan back.
Okay. And finally, DB.
I think the only way this makes sense is if they gave him cancer or something before they let him go, because otherwise it makes zero sense. I don't think they should have done this. For her, for the other guy, I don't think it makes sense to open up the door to negotiations like that. Even if that means we sacrifice an American, and even if it's true that she did nothing wrong, I don't think it matters at the end of the day. I think long term, this is a negative thing.
Okay. All right. So open to the panel.
Can I say one
Doesn't
thing?
he have stage 4 cancer already? Like, we don't
Does
have
he?
to give it to him. He's got it.
No.
Yeah.
Actually,
I was researching that. I can't find anything on that.
So
Can't find anything on it
I've
either.
heard that he has cancer from a person on the Intercept, but I haven't seen any articles about it. They did it on a video, right? So I've heard it from them, but I don't see any other articles on it. So it's hard for me to tell.
Yeah, if that, I mean, that's true. That could change the calculus. But I mean, what is about the thought here of like, yeah, we can negotiate, but at this point, we negotiated somebody who was an arms dealer who was like selling weapons to U.S. designated terrorist organizations that were going to use them against U.S. Soldiers, for somebody who committed a crime that is also illegal here. That's the thing, right? You can't go through U.S. airport security smuggling drugs or even legal weapons such as firearms. Like if you get, you try to go through security with that, they'll arrest you and put you in jail. So, I mean, my question is Brittany gonna go to is she gonna go to an American jail when she gets back here for quite openly breaking the law? Or
dude,
I mean,
we both
would
know
she-
that's not gonna happen.
No, she's not going to, because she wouldn't have broken the crime technically on American soil, right?
right?
And like that
No, I
gets
know.
us to like the arc. But
She
does
broke
that
it on
just
Russian
mean-
soil, and so she was
Yeah.
sentenced
Do
by
you
a
think-
Russian
do you
court.
think it makes sense to?
Well,
do you
yeah,
think it makes
so-
sense to like charge her civilly for like some kind of fine or something? Not civilly. To
No,
charge
that
her,
would be
like,
that would be a horrible fucking
because-
optics loss. That would destroy the whole
Sure,
point of the
but think
trade.
about this, right? So she fucks up. She does something stupid, and in response, we let go of this fucking merchant of death guy. Like that. Like it's the core of this was her fuck up, right? If she hadn't done this, there would have been no leverage. So I feel
Well,
like there has to be
it's-
some kind of consequence.
To
for that.
Doobie's point, it's not like we
Yeah.
haven't done that before. We traded for a army. Someone who was in the army. He abandoned his post. And after he got home, he got tried by the military court and convicted of abandoning his post. So it's not like we haven't like brought someone back from being wrongfully imprisoned elsewhere and then get tried inside the United States. That it's not like there's no
Yeah,
precedent of that happening.
But he joined I can't remember which terrorist organization he joined, but he left his post to go join the terrorists.
It's pretty bad.
Then got captured, right?
Yeah, and I think
You know what I
that's
mean?
also the issue
I
of,
mean,
like,
that's a
other
little different than like
soldiers who
Brittany
went,
Griner joining to like raise the red flag to fight the revolution against America. You know what I mean? It might be a little different,
And
you
I
know?
think with that guy, there was also
Maybe.
the issue. I think if I remember correctly, there was like the issue of like they actually sent people to look for him, and some of those soldiers died.
Mhm.
Right? It's because they were out looking. For
Yeah, yeah. Thinking that he had been kidnapped when he had like abandoned his
Right.
post.
So I'm just curious, like, is this going to be, for the people who are in favor of this, is this going to like start becoming the new norm where like, yeah, like Americans who like get arrested for like bar fights or like, drunk driving or something, will we start trading international terrorists for them?
Do you think that like we are dismissing on ignorance here? Because we did put the Russian travel advisory after she was captured. It was even after the outbreak of it was before the outbreak of the Ukrainian war that they're doing. So this is like a normal thing for WNBA players to go over to Russia and play. It's many of them admit to this because otherwise they make like $130,000 a year and then they have a whole off season where they can make money. So it's normalized that they're going over there to do this, but so they're probably going to end up losing that revenue source if they follow the advisory, right? So I guess the
that's
question
fine.
is like, are we going to get mad at people for just being dumb and probably not really thinking that hard about it if this is normalized within
I think
them?
I think
And
it's
also-
generally
When
a bad idea.
Shit, you should be
It's-
mad at
Well,
them.
wait, but she was
Generally
breaking
it's
the
generally
law.
a bad idea though to go to Russia. Like if you go to Russia, as an
Especially with
American
drugs.
citizen, it's
Well, yeah,
generally a bad
yes.
idea. It's not. I don't really
Mhm.
see any reason why I would go to Russia. It seems like a bad idea to me. Like there's
You know-
no reason for me to go to Russia.
You know what it
don't-
reminds
but-
me of? You
Okay.
know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like these girls that like have these travel blogs and they're like how you can travel the world as a girl by yourself and then like they'll go to like some fucking like Muslim country and like not wear a hijab and like get kidnapped or disappear or something. And it's like I feel bad, but then I'm also like, but bitch, you were on the border of Pakistan hiking by yourself. Like the fuck did you think was gonna happen? Like
But to
I
add-
feel bad,
Yeah,
but like
I don't
also, what the fuck are you doing?
But
I
to
don't
add
think
on,
that is
to
an
add
apt
on,
comparison
no,
at
no,
all.
Angel.
I see
to
where
add
this
on
is
to that,
going.
Scott,
Oh,
to add
sorry,
on to
sorry,
that,
I wanna- I
Scott,
want
it
to-
obviously didn't make.
I want
it-
to hear from Angel. Angel. you were
Yeah, so
trying
I
to-
don't think that comparison is apt, and I also think that if you were to switch this situation up, and it was like LeBron James that accidentally left his vape cartridge in his suitcase or whatever the fuck, especially prior to the war breaking out, would this not be hugely different? The lucky thing
Well,
for
yeah, 'cause
LeBron
LeBron
is
James is
he never
famous.
actually has to go to Russia. as a women's WNBA basketball player, you have to go to these places to supplement your
False.
income.
False.
Wait, at
So-
130 grand a
so
year, you don't
Brittany-
have to
so-
supplement your income.
You don't
So wait,
have
so
to.
wait.
but you're
Okay,
gonna
obviously you
maximize,
don't
right?
have to. You can
It
stay
doesn't-
home and you cannot get your income properly
doesn't- it-
supplemented.
it
but
doesn't-
what are
it
the
does-
alternatives to actually make anything like what you should be getting when you're award-winning Olympian that should be making a huge income because it's your
Okay,
fucking
let's-
life's work?
Let's make this very clear. It obviously doesn't make enough of a dent for Brittany Griner to care about it, because Brittany Griner has come out in the public and said, "I'm not playing overseas. I will play WNBA inside of America. I'm not playing overseas." So if this really was a money situation, Brittany Griner would then have to no longer play in the WNBA. This obviously isn't a money situation because Brittany Griner is now saying she's declining to play overseas and she will not
Of
play
course
overseas.
you would decline after this happened.
Yeah, I mean that's
This
reasonable.
is like a
Right.
hugely traumatic.
I would hope so.
situation.
But you're stating
Second time,
you're saying it's a money reason, right? So if there was a money reason, then she would decline to play in Russia. She's declined to play overseas at all. And
Yeah,
then
why the
also,
fuck
if it was
would
a
you
money
leave the
situation, she
country
would
ever
drop.
again?
She would drop out of the WNBA because you wouldn't be making enough money. It's obviously not. These people need to go to Russia to make the amount of money that they need to survive. That's not it. And going to Russia is
Angel,
a bad idea.
Angel,
It's a bad
Angel,
idea in
can I
general.
just-
This
Angel,
is
can
literally
I just ask
just
you like
a-
a real quick little question, just a tiny little question. Can you name 2 WNBA teams without?
I
Googling?
don't fucking follow basketball. I don't give a fuck about it.
Yeah, I don't follow
Okay,
sports.
can
at all.
any? Can
I,
anyone
I-
here-
not
I follow
American.
basketball, and I couldn't tell you
NBA
one.
I couldn't tell you 2 NBA
Right.
teams.
That's
as
I
why
well.
don't
does
even
that
know
matter?
fucking
So-
NBA
See,
teams.
it's-
Yeah,
it's-
exactly.
Yeah, like
Her
so. But here's the
celebrityism-
thing: this is literally a teacher getting
Gun
a
to your
summer
head,
job,
you could name a
effectively,
few
right?
fucking NBA teams.
Miami
No, I
Dolphins?
literally
don't
and you're
fucking know.
couldn't.
Canadian.
It's the Indiana
Literally
Heat and
couldn't.
Phoenix Mercury.
Phoenix?
No, wait, it's the
Oh,
Phoenix.
yeah,
It's the
guys.
Phoenix Suns. Or
It's
oh.
Phoenix Mercury.
Oh,
Anyways.
Sprout's
LOL,
trying to
we
guess.
don't even know
Sprout's
what the
trying to
fuck-
guess killed by terrorists like Victor Bout. So, like, here's the thing, though, right? Like,
No, it's 2 WNBA teams.
WNBA.
oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Oh,
Now
okay,
we
cool
know
for
them.
that.
It's brought
Alright.
to light
Hey,
just
now
how
we know.
fucking like
Yeah, now we know.
pathetic the situation of WNBA is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no one watches. It's not entertaining.
This is actually
not the
like
point.
this is a
That's not
large
the
publicity
point.
stunt for the WNBA. This is
Yeah,
that's like the sub
definitely.
conspiracy
I mean-
theory going on here.
That is a good sub conspiracy theory, though.
Fucking-
Yeah, I really look at this. It's just like, yeah, dude. Like, end of the day, the only people this is going to benefit are people that are like, yeah, gonna go ahead and shit on this woman for just holding anti-American views. I think that's a large part of why people dislike this is because Victor is super pro-Russia. Griner kind of hates America, but I guess she hates every other country more now because she's not going to go overseas. But this is really like
I don't even think
Sparkus,
she
this is-
hates America. She just
That's-
didn't want to. Like, it was George Floyd. There was a bunch of shit going down, and it's like to do with obviously anthems being
I
played.
think she's unequivocally stated that she hates America before.
Okay,
So like,
well,
yeah, I'm gonna
she
give
probably
that
loves
one.
it now.
She like, or at least like hates everything a little.
Hearts
more.
and
But this is
minds.
her. But
Hearts-
Sparkus,
one at
this
a
is
time.
her just
One
getting
Russian
a.
prisoner at a time. We will make people love America.
See?
But Sprout,
That's
this
what you
is
gotta
literally
do.
just a teacher getting a summer job, right? And that's like, if you get offered a certain amount of money, everyone has a price. No matter what anyone says, everyone has a price. And I think that
Okay,
being
but
That's
risk
ignorant of that
versus
is the
130
thing.
grand is
Risk
not very
versus
much when
reward.
you put your entire fucking life into this. And just imagine like how much she has to pay for.
Wait,
for her upkeep.
130 grand isn't very much when you put your
That's a
entire life in this.
garbage ass fucking wage
one
for a
second,
professional athlete at the
one second,
Olympian level.
one
3
second, please,
seconds?
one
3
second.
Let her,
Thank
let
you.
her go.
She
Let-
interrupted me.
No. Sorry. I meant to say let you go. I apologize.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right. So you're talking like 130 grand isn't very good for someone who's poured their entire life in this. There's people that go through education, go through 8 years of college, and still don't make 130 grand coming out of college. I highly disagree when someone's like 130 grand isn't enough. No, 130 grand is enough, and there's be a lot of people that would kill to make 130 grand a year. So no, that's bullshit on its face.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people that would commit genocides for $500,000 a year.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, I just
That
don't
are
think
they're
it's
gonna do
analogous.
things. This is literally the WNBA. This is normalized that their players will go to Russia to play on the off season, right? Brittany Griner did a fuck up with the drugs, right? We know that, and then this whole thing came about, right? Do you think that WNBA players are probably going to be less likely to go there to begin with? Yes. So I think that, yeah, there's a change in the equation when this was a normalized behavior that didn't go punished, that likely there were people bringing carts and shit like
Right.
that aside from Griner.
Can I ask you 2 questions real quick? Or I guess one question to the 2 of you, to Angel and Rez. So I don't make 130,000. Okay, but let's say like I took a few months to go to like teach law in China or some American law in China or some dumb shit, and I got busted in China with like marijuana. And in China, like the death penalty's on the table for smuggling drugs. Would you trade Victor Bout for me?
Yes, 100% unequivocally.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
question.
of course.
What if I got in a bar fight? What if I got in a bar fight? Then would you trade Victor Bout for me?
Yeah, I would actually be more likely to do that because you've shown your willingness to go ahead and engage in physical combat, which makes me think more of you.
With the
By the way-
Chinese. That's pretty
Well, because-
okay.
well, no, because like you're what, soy milk. So like that's the thing. It's like it makes you a little bit like stronger. It shows
Yeah.
you the strength of your bones. Did you win the bar fight or did you lose?
He lost epically.
It's classified information. We can't.
All right. Well, okay, dude. You got to win the fight. Like win the fight, it'll be better. But honestly, I'll give you heart. You got that American heart. So yeah, it's still no. Regardless.
So hold on,
it's better fight.
I wanted to address this because you put this for Lactoid previously about like the bar fight. Well, like one, should we be having political calculations as to who we get out or who we don't? Like if it's an American who's unjustly I think it's very important imprisoned, then like maybe not, right? Maybe it's just like, oh, we have an individual and we got to go get him because we're Americans, right? Maybe that's just a value call that we should have. But also like there are Americans like who are unfairly imprisoned around the world like right now, and we don't know their names, right? Because most of them aren't will have
Because they're in
absolutely
FBI
no
black sites.
ooh. Really good
That's
one.
different, Scott. It's different.
It's different. It's totally different, man. But yeah, so you don't know who these people are, and so they have no notoriety. That doesn't mean the State Department isn't actually working on them, right? Like working to get them out. This is a thing that our State Department does. Like you can, when you travel, you can actually register with the State Department and say like this is where I'm going and for how long, right? I've done that before as well, right? In case something happens, they can actually look into it. We have a State Department that does exactly this stuff. I think that there is a clear difference between the normal like injustices that happen with people who are traveling around and this situation. This situation, right, isn't you, Lactoid. I love you, but you're a nobody, right? This isn't nobody Lactoid getting in a bar fight. This is a person with
The
little-
Brittany
a little-
Griner.
with some level
The
of
Brittany
notoriety.
Griner. Wow. Holy
With some
shit.
level of notoriety. And then, but one way or the other, she got media attention, right?
Yeah,
like
right.
maybe if she
The
had
market-
no
Market has
media
determined that her value is 130K
Yeah.
a year. That's
Yeah.
how much of a somebody.
Thank you for
she is.
bringing it
No,
back.
wait.
Yes.
The market also determined that I guess like she is more valuable being a celebrity for prisoner swaps, right? So that's
Well,
a
yeah,
hidden that's a hidden perk, by the way, in her salary. It's not
her, like,
reflected
2 or
in the
3 years.
130K.
Give her
But
2 or
let's
3
let's
years, she'll be
also
worth
let's
more
also
than
be
Brittany
clear
Griner.
here. It is almost guaranteed there was some sort of actuarial analysis about the damage that Victor was going to do to the United States versus Brittany Griner that was done by Department of Defense officials that know math way better than I do, right? There's probably actuarial analysis that we don't understand towards geopolitical means that I think ultimately it kind of sits there. I really think Victor is just going to be a propaganda piece who's likely, he built his entire career, the 8 years that he was being sought after by NATO allies, Eurozone allies, and whatnot. They had one picture of the guy. We got the Intel album probably that we need. We know what he looks like. He is not going to have the efficacy to do what he was doing before as well. Like what is he going to do? He's going to smuggle weapons into Russia. And that's gonna be somewhat difficult for
But
NATO.
that
side.
wasn't what he ever did. His specialty was smuggling weapons
out of Russia. And
Right.
Russia's in
Specifically Soviet era weapons that are now like over 40 years old. And whatever stashes he had when he was caught are now 15 years old, if they exist at all anymore, if anybody else hasn't gotten to them. And also, he's been in there for 15 years. He was due to be released in about 5 or 6 years. So if you object to making this trade now, then you might also object to releasing him at the end of his date in 5 years.
Well,
But
it'd be
that's
10
exactly
years,
what we
right?
would have done. No.
I got
because
25, right?
15% off for good behavior. So he would get. Been 15 in.
Do
In
foreign
another
nationals
6
get
years, he would be
15% off
released.
for good
The
behavior?
differences.
I don't know if that works
Yeah.
with like Interpol terrorists.
I don't think. I don't think
It
applies
might.
to
It
foreign
might.
nationals.
I actually don't
That's-
know.
That's what all the reporting's been. Is that
Okay.
he's due to be released in 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
If he was that dangerous, he'd been Gitmo.
I I think Rez was saying a lot of truth there. And I think that I think his how dangerous he is has been like overblown and in general. But like a danger to Americans. Now I could be proven wrong about this,
Right.
So I'm willing to.
I'm with you. I think they may have exaggerated a little bit how dangerous the quote merchant of death was.
Yeah, that sounds like a media sensation, right?
I
Like-
don't know. I don't know about that because if we look at like what he got caught for, the FARC tap that they did, he was literally willing to supply 30,000 AKs, 1,000 tons of C4, like something like 300 or 400 UAVs, like a lot of actual real
And ground to air,
he-
ground to air
like-
missiles too.
like,
Yeah,
to the
he
point
wasn't-
that he could have an actual standing army that could be
Yeah,
built off of
he
that,
was- he
larger than
wasn't-
some armies of the world.
he was an arms dealer, right? And so
Yeah.
he dealt arms. I'm saying like the risk to the homeland, and the way that they have like kind of conceptualized this in the media. I don't think that I think from the country that is the number one arms dealer, right? Where so much of our arms flows out, right? And ends up in the hands of our enemies, right? This happens regularly. We
What do you
know
mean?
this.
What do you mean?
Because they
ends
left them in
up?
Afghanistan.
We
We give
literally what do you mean the Pentagon literally makes $100 million deals all the time to sell them to our enemies?
Exactly.
That's
exactly.
the Picatinny
right?
deal,
Yeah.
right? Like we just sold like $350 million worth of arms. Now, granted, if you want to talk about certain types of munitions that we sell to Turkey and then they end up in our enemies, like that's a thing, right? Like like Al Nusra and shit. But like in terms of like like, hey guys, we have a rebel group and like they're gonna topple this dictator and we're gonna give them hundreds of millions of dollars worth of munitions. And like we're pretty certain that this rebel group isn't gonna be a terrorist organization. And then 3 years later, it's like, oh fuck. All right. So, our bad. Again, we've only been doing this
I
since
actually-
the 1970s.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
there's a,
that
I
is
think there's a
all material.
difference here actually, because in one you're actually like trying to, at least the intent is to like accomplish some kind of noble purpose. The other one, like he was specifically selling it to like people who
Yeah.
had the
Yeah,
intent to use it on American soldiers.
Charlie Wilson's war, you could make that argument. Like post that, right? Like the intent is to fuck up the region.
No,
The thing
But
is-
that's
no,
not-
wait.
No,
Let's
I think that Lactoid, even what you're saying here, his intent was to fuck up America. Like, I think his intent was to stir, conflict over the world. Yes, when he went into the Colombia deal, he literally said, yes, the Americans are both your and our enemy, or something like that. I'm sorry, as a salesman, you're going to try to go ahead and find some sort of commonality with somebody that you're pitching a sale to, right? To begin with, it's just an added benefit, if nothing else.
But
He-
nobody's
here's-
disputing the shit that he did in the past, or that he was deserved the sentence he got, or any of that. The question is his ability to continue to do that in the future. That's the question. And again, like his contacts are dried up. He was selling outdated munitions to begin with. That stuff is not
You
there.
have to
And
look at
Russia
where he's selling. You have
isn't
to-
off. This stuff's not on offer anymore. If anything, Russia is more desperate to bring that stuff back in if they could.
You have to look
Uh,
at where he was selling this though. He
Yeah.
was selling firearms in Africa and turning what would be a mild civil war into a very, very dangerous civil war, selling them guns and armory and stuff like that, and being able to arm both sides of the war at the same time, and
Yeah,
causing
that's
a
true. But
massive
when
conflict where a massive conflict should have never existed.
the intelligence agencies are doing this risk analysis, they're not, assuming that there's a time machine. They're looking at what he can do in the future, not at what he's done in the past, because he's already been convicted of that. And if there's a risk to letting him go, like if let's say he did have stage 4 cancer, like some of the rumors were, then you wouldn't then say, well, because of the stuff he did in the past, that's the reason why you can't make the trade. No, people make these trades all the time when the day when you've crossed that bridge and the danger is now behind you. That's when you can then make those trades, and that's what that risk analysis is all about. It's about assessing risk in the future, not in the past.
So two things. The first thing is to address, I guess,
It's the same context.
Rez and Scott's point. I think the difference here, like looking at it at a micro level, would be if I sell a gun to somebody who says, "I'm going to shoot like your friend over there. I'm going to do it. Like, sell me the gun." Okay, that's one thing. And then the other thing is like, I'm going to sell a gun to somebody who is like a friend of mine, in an actual alliance with me in like the geopolitical sense, like on a personal level, like Turkey. Yeah. Turkey is part of NATO, right? You're selling it to a friend, and like the friend, and you say like, okay, friend, like don't do something bad with this gun, and they say I'm not going to do it, and then like they go afterwards and they give it to somebody who they think is good. Don't do anything bad with it. I'm not going to do anything bad with it, and then they like that third person removed or something does something wrong with it. I think there's a difference when we're talking about like in terms of punishment, just because of the proximate cause there, right? The proximity between your action and the intent of killing American soldiers compared to some effect down the line. And to that effect down the line, Aiko, I'm curious. I don't know if they can do that. I don't know actually why they couldn't do it now that it's already happened. Why they couldn't release the sort of like actuarial, I guess maybe then it gives an insight into how we think about our prisoner trades in the future. Maybe we don't want to do that, but
maybe so.
I'm skeptical that even I agree with you that his global influence is probably diminished, but in terms of like we suspect that he has some ties to the Russian intelligence, that he has lines of communication, at least perhaps still in some areas of the world. Especially areas that are not U.S. friendly. Perhaps the Russian government kind of sees him as a useful asset in that regards. I don't know, but I'd be willing to bet a lot of money that he is more geostrategically useful than Brittany Griner is.
I think if we're being honest about it, right? Let's just set aside like the let's assume that neither of them have any like meaningful ability to individually affect change, right? Let's just a little thought experiment, right? Brittany Griner isn't going to change anything in the world by being back other than the Pyrrhic victory, right? And the same for Victor Bout, right? If we assume that for a moment, I think Reservoir is kind of right here. Whereas, the Biden administration doesn't really give a fuck what conservatives think about this trade, right? They're going to be mad. They're never going to vote for any of their people anyways. So like, what does it look like to the normie and what does it look to people who vote Democrat? And I think the people who vote Democrat especially, and maybe to many normies, they're happy that the administration secured a deal to get an American citizen back, right? To fight this injustice. And that and like I also don't buy this idea that like her being anti-American matters to the Democrats, because the Democrats fucking love that fucking like silver spoon socialist argumentation shit all the damn time. Like, so I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing for them. And to Russia in the current conflict and situation, right? To be able to sell to their people, even if this guy doesn't do anything, that America is weak and that America gives us back our people, and that we still have the ability to like strong arm America to give us back our people and to like keep in the fight, kind of like patriotically in this Ukrainian conflict. I think it's a perfect victory for them symbolically too. So like I think maybe like stop thinking about it from the domain of like what is good for America and like the parties involved in what it is that they want, right? And I think the parties involved when we're talking about the Biden administration don't really give a fuck what a third of this country believes. Why would they? And I would think it would be the same for Trump, right? When Trump refused the deal, right? Even though there might be like some liberals that are like, dude, we got to get one of our people back. Like Trump, no, he's like appealing to his base, which is like, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Fuck these people. We're not doing that. Like there's an
No,
ideology.
yeah, politically it makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah, I would never argue that it doesn't make political difference or a political. It makes political sense for Biden to do this, right? Obviously, and I think the
strategically,
and I think the
I don't
race and the
think
gender
about actually
component
doing
has something to
anything
do with it. I think the race and the gender component had something to
But
do
I
with
mean,
it.
I
as
think
well.
that
It
I
has
think that we're-
propaganda value.
yeah, the
for
fact that it
both
was a black
sides.
lesbian and they were so excited that it was a black lesbian, you know.
Yes.
But propaganda
yes.
is strategic as well. Like there's value for both sides in what it is that
Mhm.
they're getting back, mostly domestically. In the case of both of them, it's a problem. It's a strategic advantage in terms of domestic politics.
Yeah,
So
and I
say-
think
so-
that it
so
also
say-
serves the longer arm of what is our State Department's policy, which again, you know, for Trump's credit, he was negotiating, right? We're actually going to be negotiating later this week. There are already apparently scheduled talks to continue to try to bring back Paul Whelan, which I fully and wholeheartedly support, right? There are ways that we can do this. And I think the longer arm of the State Department isn't necessarily just within one party. I think it is just our general, I don't know, debt that I think that the state owes to the individual. If a state has to exist, it owes the individual something, that if that individual puts in something for the reciprocals.
So Reservoir, say we capture and try a Russian for war crimes in Ukraine, right?
Yes.
We capture and try a Russian for war crimes in Ukraine. What's going to stop Russia's thought process of, oh, we'll just make up some bullshit charges on a few American citizens and we'll make sure we get them back?
Well, I think that that's the point of like why we have to go ahead and put some more enforcement arms onto our or our not travel advisories that we place on Americans, right? So when we went ahead and put the travel advisory into effect in Russia on October 4th of this year, right? After that point, like, yeah, maybe just be like, hey guys, why don't you get out of here and make it like a little bit less hard? I still think we should bring those people back, but maybe after we go ahead, if we go ahead and put the laws into place where we can try people who are effectively doing a harm to America, you know, like through our geopolitical means. Yeah, I think that we could go ahead and code this into law, but we have to encode that into law to go ahead and actually try them in the first place. Because I think that at the end of the day, I don't think there's anything necessarily illegal about it. I originally was going to ask Lactoid, are U.S. citizens under federal jurisdiction worldwide? Because I honestly don't actually know that. Because some of the
Somewhat.
other
Well, I
things
think
you have.
what the
They actually are somewhat.
Yeah, I really don't know anything about that. Was interested to pick your brain on
Does it
that.
depend on the severity of the crime?
Yeah, it depends on certain crimes. Like,
Yeah,
so
I think, like-
sex trafficking is like the big one where like if you're traveling
Yeah,
to other countries,
pedophilia,
yeah,
yeah.
that shit, like the American government, even if you're not on US soil, they will still come after you. The US government actually is different from a lot of governments in that it's somewhat unique in how much it enforces its law on its citizens outside of its country. Almost no other country does it. You know, even the like pretty strict authoritarian ones don't do it to the extent that we do, right? You get taxed on income that you make in a different country, that you pay taxes to them, and then you have to pay taxes to us as well. It's pretty crazy. But I don't know. I mean, she did break the law there, right? I mean, I feel like people just kind of gloss over that. Like, I don't know.
Hold on. Let's. Okay. If this was the 1940s, right, and I do what I like to do and put my penis on a white woman, right? Like I'd be breaking the law in certain jurisdictions, right? And you can say,
Yeah,
well,
it's an illegitimate
Prime
law.
did break the law. Yeah, Prime did break the law. He had made sweet love to that beautiful white woman. And so, should someone take action? Yeah, but so there's an illegitimate law, so there's that, right? But there's also maybe a legitimate law, which I don't think drugs are, anti-drug laws are, but let's say that is a illegitimate law. Like we can say that the punishment might be illegitimate, right? So if it's like you said in China, where let's say she did the exact same thing, like
A lot of
death
Asian
penalties
countries.
I think,
Yeah,
I think
the
it makes
death
sense
penalty.
to
because of the
put
opium
pressure on them.
war.
I think it makes
Hmm.
sense to like put pressure on them to release somebody like that, like you in that example. but I don't think that you should be doing it in a way that makes you look weak. And I think this makes the United States look weak, like Scott laid out earlier. I think it makes a lot more sense to pressure them to release them if that's what's going to happen. And if they don't, then we accept it as a loss. Right?
How do
Like,
you pressure them? Can you provide an example?
sanctions, very very harsh sanctions. I'm sure there's assets
Or a
in the
single
U.S. that
person?
belong to. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because it's further. Then this is if they're
But
like
we're already
refusing
maxed
to
out
release
on
a U.S.
sanctions.
citizen. They're refusing to release like a U.S. citizen that has been like snatched up on some bullshit charges, or if they arrested you for putting your dick in somebody, right? Say, hey, we think this is unjust. You need to release our citizen back to us. And if they don't, then we can come up with some creative ways to force them to. And if they don't do it, if they dig in their heels and they say, hey, we're not going to do this, well, then shit, you take it as a loss. Prime, you're going to stay in there forever. I'm sorry. Brittany, you're going to stay in there forever. Mr. Whelan, you're never coming home. It is what it is.
But
We add
but-
this to the book of grudges that we have against Russia.
Right, but Doobie, like the problem, and why I keep bringing it up that it's illegal is because it is illegal. And look at the precedent, illegal in America, and look at what kind of precedent that sets, right? Which is our citizens commit crimes in your country that we also consider crimes, and we don't think they should get punishment for it if they do it over there, but
Yeah, it's
not
really
not if they do
Well,
it
no,
over
no,
here
no.
though.
That's not necessarily true. Like we have certain precedents. Like this used to get talked a lot about in terms of diplomatic immunity, which is to say, if you violate a law in somebody's country, the agreement is you will be tried in your home country in those cases for that same crime.
If you're a diplomat.
If you're a diplomat, but that's what I'm saying. But this is the theory that's in operation when you're having these kinds of discussions.
Right, but the country
So
agrees to that ahead of time,
So-
Yeah.
and they get tried in their own country, which is not happening here.
Yeah, but if you were to but it would happen, except for the fact that she's already faced a punishment that goes beyond what she would have gotten in the United States.
But yes,
So
that's
to
probably
like
true.
double dip and say you have to pay that price again doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
What about somebody who, because you know how a lot of countries in the Middle East and Asia and elsewhere, it's like illegal to be gay or like a same-sex union, or not even a union, but just relationship or any activity at all is gay or is illegal, criminal.
Right.
What do you think? Like, if somebody, say, like, let's take Brittany Griner or somebody similar, goes there for like sports or work or whatever, and then get charged with being gay, and then now they're a prisoner, do you think the situation is different, like, and how so? Because
Is it-
like
Well,
the
it's not-
nature of the crime is so
Well, it's different in the sense that that's not illegal here, right?
That's
What
relevant
she
to the
was
cover
doing,
topic.
what she was doing in Russia, was legal there
Mm.
and was legal here, or illegal here,
do
right?
we
You
have
can't do
enough
it.
details on the actual crime? Like, was it just because
She had
She
weed in a
had-
pen.
She had 1 gram of resin within the pen that she was caught on the 18th of February with and detained, and then
Or was
announced
a whole
detainment on
gram?
March
Is it
4th.
legal?
It was
Not
a
whole
gram.
Well,
I
there's
read
all.
something that said residue.
Yeah,
No,
I
no, no,
saw
no, no. It was
lots of
resin.
those
It was
grams.
it was resin. It wasn't so.
Resin.
Gram of
Yeah.
resin.
So
Well,
that
yeah,
that
I'm
goes
just
along
resin.
that goes a long way, and
It's
in
and,
my
name.
and there's modifiers in terms of like international crime, for example. Like if you are internationally smuggling some drugs, that typically has higher penalties than like if I bring a bag of weed to my friend's house down the street.
But keep in mind, she was being charged with trafficking, which
Right.
bringing in 2/3 of 1 gram of resin, which she says was a mistake or an afterthought or whatever. That's not enough. Like, exactly how much distribution are you going to make off of an amount
Which
that
again
small?
makes the punishment completely.
Yeah.
Hey,
unfair.
she needs
And
the
it wasn't
money,
for
right?
Russia.
We all know.
Oh,
Russia
only
is against
130
really
grand.
fun- Dude, it's
By
Russia's
the way,
really
LeBron makes
against
over
fun
40
parties.
million a year.
Okay, well, hold on, wait. Let's have Brittany and
This is
LeBron
subjective
like
value.
like go 1-on-1. Then let's see who wins.
Okay, hold
Who's
on.
worth the 40
Two
million?
things,
Who's
two
not?
things. One, Doobie, Doobie, I think saying that like, well, we're not going to trade an individual person, right? A prisoner who has been out of the game of arms dealing for 15 years. We're not going to trade them. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to levy sanctions against the country for a single person. I asked you that, for a single person, and we're going to, which means that we damage our own ability to trade with them. We're going to sacrifice all that money and the diplomatic interactions that we could be having for that single person rather than trading out a has-been arms dealer. Like I
Okay.
don't see how
Well, I
that
think-
calculus
I think-
well, I
works at
think-
all.
Prime,
Well, I
would you
think
see
you're-
would you see it differently though if you think that would Russia be tempted to do that again? Right. So say
that's
that
the thing.
say
So
that one
you're
person
looking
went
at
over there and we applied like a shit ton of sanctions. Well, like let that person go, or otherwise we are going to just economically fuck you. And then they're like, they experience economic distress. They're like, fine, here's your guy. Do you think they'll be tempted to try that one again? Versus, oh, we got back our guy. Congratulations, everyone. Yada yada yada. Oh no,
Well,
another
hold on.
Russian went to jail. Let me just
it seems to
kidnap
me that
another
they'd be
American
way
citizen and
less
charge us
likely
with
to
bullshit
lock up
charges.
American citizens on bullshit charges. They'd make sure that it was something serious, something they could prove, etc. Right? They wouldn't do for bullshit charges
Under
anymore.
normal circumstances, I would agree. Here's the problem with this: is that because of the invasion, we're already sanctioning him up the yazoo, and any invasions that are left on the table require coordination with basically the rest of the world. Otherwise, they're ineffective. And so you can't really like introduce new sanctions.
Well, I'm using
What
this
you'd have to
theoretically.
do-
I'm using this theoretically, saying
Yes,
outside the Ukraine war.
But in this case, if what you have to offer then is backing off already existing sanctions in exchange for Grindr, that again would make you look weak, I think, because you'd say, "Oh, well, we're sanctioning you until you stop this invasion." Oh, but because you captured one of our people, like that's a trade I wouldn't have made. I wouldn't back off on any of the sanctions with regards to the war in exchange for someone like that, because that would just send the message that all we have to do is arrest a whole bunch of Americans and we can like win this war.
So, the other thing, well, Doobie, if you want to respond to me directly, then you can. I also have something to yell at Lactoid about, and maybe Scott as well. And Scott, you can go afterwards too. Doobie, if you
Yeah,
have something
my
to say.
position is basically what Spartacus laid out, right? That I think this might encourage them to continue this kind of stuff going forward. I think that the better thing to do would be to discourage it. If we can't do sanctions at this particular time, then we find some other reason. If we can't find any way to do it right now, then we just don't. Then we accept that they kidnap this person, charge them with some bullshit. It is what it is, right? Add it to the list of grudges, like I said earlier. I don't think it makes any sense to weaken ourselves on the national stage in the eyes of our enemies and in the eyes of our own people for this person or any other person.
You would also do this for sanctions, right? For bar fight Lactoid. You would levy sanctions
Wait,
against.
no, hold on. So there's a distinction. So if a citizen genuinely broke a law, right? Like, so let's say Lactoid, there's video of him causing a fight, beating the shit out of somebody, stomping their face. Well, then shit. Hey, you went to another country, acted like an idiot, so now you stay in prison. Right? I'm talking like bullshit charges, right? So if they genuinely like just made some shit up, they couldn't prove it, etc. Then that's the issue. Now, I have no issue with them charging Americans with like actual crime.
Okay, I'll have to jump in on that.
Well, that's what happened
later.
here.
But I'll Lactoid. And to Scott, it seems like you guys being preeminent capitalists yourselves, it's weird. It's
ahead.
weird.
I was
that-
about to tie it in afterwards, but go ahead.
It's weird that you guys are like shaming this woman for like making money, for understanding that there's a market. There's a market for her skills, right? You're saying that, well, she's only making $130,000, then she goes to Russia. Like what's the decision making in that? The decision making is making more money. That's what it is, right?
Wasn't that
So-
Spartacus's argument though?
I don't know.
I'm not
but, like,
shaming her. Like, no,
My-
that has nothing to do
my-
with capitalism.
hold on. Oh my
Rezzy, your
God,
blowtorch is louder than Prime.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know what that sound was. But in any case,
Yeah, sorry,
like Lactoid, you're saying, well, yeah, right. She's made $130,000. She can make a lot more in Russia, right? Yes, it is indeed more than most people on this panel make, right? But she can make more. She doesn't make on parity what the male NBA players make, right? And you can say, well, the market doesn't allow for that, but the market does allow for it in Russia. You have like oligarchs who like buy these teams and just like as a status symbol, they like bring in these Americans. The Russian people love to come and watch them, right? So yeah, you can make a shit ton of money doing that. Why wouldn't she do this, right?
What
Like
I don't
it makes
you're
perfect sense.
can you make an argument, because what you're saying is it makes sense because money exists, right? It's I
Yeah,
don't
that's
Well,
understand what the hell you're
why
saying.
is
No,
It has
so
nothing
LeBron
to do with
paid
anything.
over
Like no,
40
like
million and she's not even a quarter of a million? You
because
can't say
she's
it's just
not
because he's
worth
a
a
bit
million.
better.
okay.
Yeah, okay.
Can I add one other
That doesn't
element
make
to
any
this
sense.
argument
Excuse
that
me.
No,
might
the
make
point
it?
the
That's
point
not
of
no,
what
bringing it
I was
up though
saying.
is should people really have to go to Russia?
No, this doesn't make sense. This sounds like people are just saying "ma capitalism" and attaching it and being
Okay.
like, "See why you're wrong." Like there's no argument here.
Isn't it
The
Right.
fucked though
argument,
that you have to go to countries that potentially could do this to you?
this bitch does
That's
not
a
have
diff-
to go to fucking Russia.
Okay,
She makes
let's pretend I didn't
$130,000.
say
No,
have
hold on.
to, and you replace it with like should
Sorry,
Let me.
financially.
No,
sorry,
what?
sorry.
Yeah,
That's
there's an
not my
incentive.
argument.
Listen. There's a
I
financial
hear the
incentive.
argument.
There's a financial incentive to go to Russia because you can make more money, right? There's also drawbacks in the decision you make, which is that you might get arrested for some dumb shit, and then you should be careful when you go to another fucking country with a travel advisory warning that you don't accidentally bring fucking drugs over.
That came
This
afterwards.
dumb
Yeah, the
pothead
travel
That came
advisory
goes
wasn't
with
out
it.
yet.
But
Okay,
yeah,
well, okay. Regardless, it's not like it's a secret
no,
that, like,
it's not.
especially
No,
someone that goes there regularly and
it's
has a bunch
not
of other people, like, hey,
regardless.
there's certain things when you go to another
It's not.
country you got to be careful about.
It's not regardless. No, she made a stupid mistake. That's and back to it. I want to hear
Yeah,
what you have to say. She made a stupid mistake. That's absolutely the case, right? But that's
yeah.
separate from the idea of going to Russia and making money. It's like, well, she makes
But
$130,000.
you're connecting it, and I don't understand. I'm confused.
Can
I'm
I add one
legitimately confused
element?
what your argument is.
It's what's your one element? Then I gotta
Just
go
the one
to.
element, just real quick, because this has come up several times, and I've been wanting to interject this just when we hit that part of the topic, and that is we used to debate this all the time with like the NFL minimum wage. The argument wasn't that you can't live on a certain amount of money; it was that in an athletic career you only have so many prime years of money making uh, to go, and your earning potential drops considerably after that, and so you have to make as much money during your prime athletic years as possible, and that's one of the things that I think incentivizes people to travel.
Okay. I want to say a couple things. Um, so I guess to start out with, this is a hot take or whatever, but the reason LeBron James makes way more than Brittany Griner is the same reason why Brittany Griner makes way more than like a high school basketball team, which makes way more than like elementary school basketball team, which is that ultimately, like in terms of skill level and ability level, they're not even close. Ultimately, these leagues just exist to fill a particular market. It's not like this market is any more valuable. This market's actually tremendously less valuable. So it's less valuable market, and they're simply not as skilled, right? So if the argument is, well, they should just get paid equally, well, you put LeBron James against Brittany Griner as much as you want, as many games as you want, it'll be not even close. And I understand that when you're not as good at your job, and so you can't make as much money at your job, you perhaps might need to supplement your income with other work. And if part of that work is going to risky areas and engaging in like risky activity, then like you accept and consent to that risk in the same way that like if I went to go like coal mining, yeah, I can make a bunch of money, I guess, but there's also like a risk of black lung associated with that. And you could say, well, she never like the travel advisory was afterwards, so she didn't actually have like a reasonable belief to be worried. That's fair, and I actually agree that if she was arrested on trumped up charges, and like then they put the travel advisory afterwards, then I'd like actually be almost in 100% agreement with Rez. The problem is that's actually not what happened here. Again, people are forgetting the fact that she either had or should have had in advance knowledge that drugs are illegal in Russia, and that importing drugs into Russia is a criminal offense for which there is massive penalties. That was the case before the war in Ukraine. That's been the case for decades. You can't do that. She knew that, and then she committed the crime, right?
I want to push
and
back
that was a risk that she accepted.
I want to push back a little bit because I don't want to go as far as Lactoid. It's an unjustifiable prosecution for a victimless crime, whether it occurs in America or occurs in Russia. But what I'm simply
Ultimately
saying is that it's stupid, right, to go to Russia and not be really careful about like what you have packed in your fucking bags. I don't know how many times you go to the airport and there are signs and everything everywhere being like, did you pack your own bag? Right? You want to make sure that you don't bring shit that's illegal to another fucking country. Like, it's stupid. However, I don't want to say that she consented to like the unjustifiable fucked up thing that the Russian government does to its own citizens, just like no one here in America consented to being locked up in a country that has like fucking an overwhelming majority of the world's, I mean, sorry, an overwhelming minority of the world's prisoners because of victimless crimes, right? Like, so I don't want to go quite as far as what
So
you said.
I get I want to address that because I get that element, and ultimately I agree with you. Like, it's an unjustified crime, but I actually do think that when I'm where I'm born, when I'm where I'm at, or like in the same fucking country, in the same legal system, I think that like I have way more of like a argument when it comes to like nullifying certain laws, when it comes to saying like I don't want like it's unjust when this happens to me. But when you're first of all, when you're not financially pressed to, when you're making enough money to survive, and you actively take on the risk, even if like, again, it would be similar to like one person complaining about like being like blown up here compared to like going to like southern Afghanistan, like into the heart of like the Taliban and then getting blown up. It's wrong to get blown up. At the same time, when you like a reporter or something and you fly in a plane to the like that controlled area of Afghanistan and like you get blown up or something, yeah, it's a tragedy, but there is a more of an acceptance of risk there that isn't the case in America.
But
So
Lactoid,
here's
you
what-
said, sorry, Lactoid, you said if it was a trumped up charge, then you could understand it. But it was a trumped up
be.
charge, right? She was not guilty of trafficking. No one in their
She
right
pleaded
mind is going to
guilty.
say well, of course, yes, because she wasn't getting a fair trial.
yeah, a lot of people plead guilty to lots of things.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's
but
not a
the
good-
fact is, two-thirds of a gram is not evidence of trafficking. Like if that was trumped up. If she was charged with possession, that'd be a different story. Then I would say, yeah, that's a legitimate charge. I might disagree with whatever sentence she got. I might not think it's worth a gulag, but I would agree that she violated the law. She did not violate the trafficking law in Russia.
So
She's
I'm
not guilty.
I'm not an expert on Russian law.
So-
I don't know if they differentiate between like like it could be that trafficking could just simply be like the minimum like required
She was
elements are
charged
bringing
and
drugs
pled-
into the
He's-
country.
He's only
She
an
was
expert on
charged and
Canadian
pled-
law. So like
She was charged and pled guilty to smuggling.
and
Which she did.
She did
Okay.
smuggle.
Okay.
That's not smuggling.
That is smuggling.
That's kind of smuggling.
You're telling me if you're
Smuggling,
walking
but it's
down
not
the street,
trafficking.
Here, I'm telling you, like, if you stuck like a little bit of weed up your butt and you
The
went into an
illegal
American
movement of goods
airport,
into or
that
out
would
of
be
a country.
that would be smuggling. Yeah, the
That's smuggling.
American authorities would arrest you for smuggling, not even the Russian ones.
Mm.
So
Uh-huh.
doesn't that seem like a little bit unfair? like I do it in America, I go to prison, but when Brittany Griner does it in Russia, they trade a weapons
years for-
manufacturer.
no, you would never get that. Kind of
A
charge.
weapons reseller.
Weapons
not a
reseller.
manufacturer.
Yeah, my bad.
He
my
was
bad.
selling. He was selling 91 era Soviet weapons.
Yeah,
so yeah.
yeah, your
Gain down a
your
little
game just like went off
Yeah.
the but
Sorry,
okay.
I had the soul of Haas entered me for a moment. Is that better?
It's like the permanent Vosh
Fair.
emphasis
Go
voice.
back. Keep
perfect.
working on that. But okay, Lactoid, and Scott, you were trying to understand why I brought up the point that I did. Because I already acknowledged. So I'm sorry for hitting my mic. I already acknowledged that this was a dumb thing that she did. Right.
Mhm.
That's separate. That's built in. Okay. Don't do that. All right. Don't go to any country and break their laws. Right. When you're in foreign soil, it makes things very difficult for you. Don't do that. Okay, but I'm talking about specifically the capitalist endeavor that she engaged in. Well, the money making endeavor, where she decided that yes, she's not destitute, making $130,000 here, right? Like you said, it wasn't for survival needs, but there was an opportunity to make money in a legitimate business and an industry, being the American to Russia like basketball industry, that has been safe and proven, right? And
That's not what we have an issue
It
with.
just got
but,
proven
like,
not
nobody's
safe.
criticizing
Wait. I don't have an issue with going to make money. I have an issue with you committed a crime. That is also a crime here.
but no, you kept saying, well, she was making $130,000. You kept bringing
That was
up.
in response to somebody in the panel saying, well, she had to go because of how poor she
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, people were saying she had to go, and I'm like,
Yeah,
no,
she didn't
didn't.
have to go,
Okay,
but
to be clear,
it's
but
fine
it
that
doesn't
she
mean
went.
have to
Just
go.
don't
It's
bring
just
drugs.
Unfortunate that they make so little that they
Then
need
pick a
to
different
do
career.
things like that. Yeah, pick a different career.
Go,
right?
go into coding.
But wait 1 second. But like even let's say she were like actually like poor or she had like a massive bill, so she had to go to Russia, right? There's no
Yeah, I'm a
other option.
libertarian. No argument
Then-
there.
No, well, hold on. Then
Fuck your environmental
even
exploitation.
So even then, right? So even then, I don't think it's excusable for her to go to Russia, even though she's been forced to go there for somehow to take some fucking weed with her. Why the
No,
fuck would
that
she
we
do
all know that was
That's
Well,
expensive.
that's what we're
thing that
criticizing
happened.
her for.
She can
Well,
spend that
yeah,
on
we all
food.
agree
We're
on
not
that.
criticizing her for wanting to make money. Like, make
Well,
money.
some of
That's
us were.
No, it's fine that she wants to make money. Just don't bring
Yeah, but
drugs.
you even said that it was because she's not as good at her job, but she's actually tremendous at her job. She's a
No,
gold
that- no,
medalist.
that's why she makes less money, because she's not. Look, this is
She
like the
is,
super
yeah,
hot
you're
take.
comparing
This is a
her
fact of
to
reality.
something that's irrelevant.
She's
Well,
not as good as LeBron James.
What?
She's not
you're
nearly
comparing
as
to
good as
something
LeBron
that's irrelevant,
James.
which is men in basketball.
Yeah,
You're the
it-
one throwing out
Yeah,
random
but so
irrelevant
don't you
shit.
think it would be a good idea to maybe incentivize like better payment
No.
within America so that
Then
women
get better.
$130,000 is good enough payment for me.
It's a
If you
bad
make
idea.
130
No.
grand,
That's bullshit.
What's
not
next? The
trying to
little
make-
leagues?
Your
If you can
payment.
make 5 to 10 times as much in another country, don't bullshit me to say, oh, that's good enough for me. Little old Sprouticus, right? He'd
Yeah,
be happy
you
with
have-
6 figures, right?
You have
Because
no
that
idea what
market's
it's like.
bigger.
Set 7 figures. Like if you
If
could,
you
The,
wanna
the,
get-
Ru- the
if
Russians
you
aren't
get-
doing
if
it.
you wanna-
The Russians aren't doing
Yeah,
it like on a gender parity, like woke ideology. Oh, we got to give her more money because like women's
I wouldn't
equality. That's
mind-
not why
I
the
wouldn't
Russians are
mind if
doing
I
it.
wouldn't mind
Yeah,
if
I
she was going to
know.
play basketball in Europe. I wouldn't mind. I would think there's no issues
let's
playing
look at-
basketball in
You wouldn't
Europe.
mind if
She
she was
went
gonna-
to
So let's-
Russia.
you would,
So
and
let's
you
look
didn't
at-
care before.
let's look at a
You-
real
this
world
was the thing that
example.
was happening, and you didn't give a shit before, right? It's not like you were
Let's-
thinking, oh yeah,
No,
these
I don't think we should have
basketball
gone to Russia.
players
I
are
don't
putting
think
themselves in
WNBA should
danger.
go to Russia. This has
They
never been a
weren't
topic.
putting
You've never
themselves
heard.
in
You've
danger
never heard
for
my
going
points
there.
on this.
they weren't putting themselves in danger going to Russia. That
They
wasn't
were.
a thing.
Is
That-
this
no,
the
that-
correct
no, it
math? Who's
wasn't.
good at
It's
math here?
unbelievable. Like how
338,000 times more? Is that
Russia
correct?
wrongfully detained the Marine in
44
2018.
million
You're telling me they
dollars,
didn't know it was a risk to be
338
wrongfully
If
detained?
I am making, if I am, like you said, like she didn't need to go there, right? Right. If I am making a minimum wage, I'm making a minimum wage, and my housing is secure, right? I'm working 3 jobs, to make ends meet, but everything's secure. I'm not dying. I'm not starving, right? But I have the opportunity to make 7 figures. I have the opportunity to make 7 figures in Russia, right? Like, is it truly the case that I don't need to do that? I'm not using an extreme example, obviously, right? But that I don't need to go over to this foreign country and do through legitimate means make that money. Like this idea of like what you need to do in a capitalist society where your survival is based on like how much money you make and your status and your happiness is all based on this. Like it's pretty spurious to me.
I
would
well,
not
so
go to
I don't
Russia.
I don't.
I would not go
You're
to
not
Russia for
making-
7
you're
figures.
not making,
I
like,
would
a
not go to
solid
Russia for
argument.
8 figures.
Hold on.
LeBron
So
makes
he-
he- I don't like that.
338
Let's
times
do it,
more
let's
than
do it.
her.
Okay,
Back to it.
so so again, I think it's fine if you want to make money. That was never my criticism of her. If you want to say like, what if you don't need? Yeah, I don't think you would need to in that regard either. Like if making 6 to 7 figures would be awesome. Like yeah, you'd want to do that. It wouldn't be like a need, but like to some extent, like in
Let's
terms of like
reverse this.
your
Let's
character.
reverse
Hold on,
this,
sorry.
okay?
Let Twit finish.
Well, but like in terms of like
Sure.
your character thing, like I don't know, perhaps logically, yeah, it's not a need. But if you're making minimum wage, like the poorer you are, like the more sympathetic I am to your situation. Where like if you're actually like trying to make ends meet, like more like an empathy kind of like, oh well, shit, like I logically like I'm still gonna stick with the definitions, but like I feel more for you because yeah, you're actually struggling. What frustrates me is when people who are like making 130K, like well within the top, like what, like 10% of 20%, like yeah, like wealthy people, micro celebrities, right? Who are making this, and that's not even including like perhaps some kind of like deals they can make, like sponsorships, who knows? That we have to think that they need to go because they don't need to go.
Yeah,
and in fact, they're in a position where like I don't even feel like they need to go. I don't even feel like they should. Like more money is always great, yeah, and I guess you could want to go, but like your want compared to somebody living like in the fucking gutter, like a minimum wage, like that person wants to like live a good life. You live a good life. You want to live a better life.
Yeah, and people want to live
I
better
think-
lives.
Can I?
and-
So Prime, because I think maybe this will help some of you guys. So if somebody were like already wealthy, right, we probably wouldn't buy the idea that they were pressured into selling drugs, for example, right? That they were like trying to make ends meet, et cetera, pay the rent, whatever. But if somebody's poor, right, we'd probably buy that excuse sometimes if you're like a weak person, like some of you, right? You'll say, hey, yeah, you're poor, you don't have food, whatever. So maybe it's okay to do a bad thing, right? Selling drugs to your neighbors, poisoning the community because you need to get by, right? So I think that's kind of like the line that's being drawn here, right? So she's not in a position where she needs this, where it excuse her doing something immoral, right, or wrong to get more wealth, right? So I think that's the line that we're kind of hopping over.
But
I
if
guess
you're
my-
putting
I
so
don't
much
care.
into
My other-
your
my-
career,
and-
why wouldn't you try to get the most out of it that you could?
I don't know
Angel-
why you wouldn't.
Angel,
And-
do you
and-
watch?
and
Angel,
finally,
do you watch
the last-
WNBA?
And the
We
last
already
thing I'll
discussed
say,
this.
She doesn't.
the last thing I'll say is this
Exactly.
idea of risk. Let's understand that that the risk was not there. Again, other than like doing the stupid thing about bringing the drugs in.
That was the risk.
No. But like, you got no, because people. Let's understand what people. are
It
saying.
was
Don't go to Russia.
normalized.
People are saying, "Don't go to Russia."
Russia-
Like going
No,
to
it's-
Russia makes no sense. No, Spartacus said that before. Like, why are you going to Russia? I wouldn't go to Russia. That doesn't make sense. People are criticizing her. People are criticizing her for making $130,000 here. And
Russia
then
was
going,
not safe. before
going
this.
there to make money. Russia was perfectly safe. We had a bunch of legitimate other
They
businesses working out of
illegitimately
Russia. That's
detained
like
Paul
McDonald's.
Whelan in 2018. It was not safe
We
prior to
illegitimately
this.
detain people all the time here in the States. We do it all the
Then
goddamn time.
maybe it's not
on a
safe for a
regular
Russian to
fucking
come
basis.
here.
On a regular basis, we do that. Let's not pretend that there was anything different for Russia. I'm saying that like the calculus that was going on here was made perfect sense. Yeah, McDonald's and other brand names sent our businessmen over there to do business, right? Understanding Russia is Russia, but they made the calculus that it's fine. They don't
McDonald's is
send
in
their-
Singapore.
We
You get
also
your hands chopped off if you get caught like
Yeah,
fucking
and they
grabbing a
and-
piece of candy. Like
exactly.
that doesn't make
Does that
Singapore
mean that no one should go to
safe
Singapore
just because McDonald's
Exactly.
is there.
but also
No,
like
yeah,
but,
but-
but,
but
like
you
we
need to-
knew that
no,
Russia
no,
had
no,
the
no,
drug
no, no,
laws.
no, no.
I've been trying to put in this fucking point for like a minute, right? We recognize that there is a reverse, okay? When you look at the United States hockey teams, right? Russians come over here for better financial opportunities all the time. You look at the Capitals team alone. There's Ovechkin, Kuznetsov, Samsonov, and Orlov are all fucking Russians that played hockey over there all the time. And they come over here for better economic opportunity, for more money, right? But it's not a stupid decision because there's like none of those people are any real danger of the United States government locking them in prison to be fucking bargaining chips. But we have seen time and time again that Russia kidnaps political prisoners, and they do this regularly. If someone speaks out too much against Putin, they go to jail. If Pussy Riot wants to fucking talk some shit, they go to jail. In Russia right now, and for like the last decade, if you protest anything at all that the government does not like, they put a plainclothes officer to stand next to you with a sign and says, now you are part of a large protest because it's more than one person. They beat the shit out of you and then they put you in jail for months on end. Russia's never been fucking safe. America has been relatively safe for these people, and it's not an apples to apples comparison.
So the takeaway is to increase more sanctions, or just simply don't go to Russia.
What?
I think a strict travel
Well,
advisory is a good
well,
idea.
here's the-
That's what you gotta. What?
Wait,
Wow.
Fabian, I actually have a question. So let's say hypothetically, right? Elon Musk was to go to Russia, right? Do you think that they would go after Elon Musk? You know, knowing his stature and position in
Probably
the
not.
world and everything like that.
Be stupid.
Right.
for 'em.
So at one point, I do think that it's probably fair to state that WNBA players went over there to play, thought that they were at that same level of this isn't stupid because it
Probably.
hadn't happened beforehand, even in the 10 years
Why
of them
she got
going ahead and cracking
careless
down
and
with
brought
that.
fucking weed with her and was being dumb.
Exactly. Right. So she got careless, probably due to, again, like lax, restrictions by the Russian government on what they would normally do, right? But she is still like making assumptions, and I'm not going to say she made a bad decision.
The Russians in my chat are yelling at me. They're like, "No, Elon is not safe in Russia. Don't." Go
Yeah, okay, whatever. Like, imagine that there is a character that would be Fabian Chatters. So here's the thing, right? Imagine, I assume there's something.
Space industry, they're be in trouble. I'm like,
Okay,
all right, fair enough.
that's all right. So yeah, but like, imagine, what the analogy is. So, but that's the thing is, I think that this is an issue of ignorance, and I don't really think we should start prosecuting ignorance unless we put it on the books.
It is on the books.
I've
You
been
just laid out as
advocating.
ignorance so much as like delusional narcissism.
I don't know if there's a difference between the two.
It's on the books.
There absolutely.
Wait, you said we shouldn't prosecute it if it's not on the books. It's on the books. It's on.
What is it? I honestly, I don't know.
Smuggling drugs. Can't.
Yeah.
It's against.
So,
yeah,
but like,
it's on
and
the
that's
books.
like, again, like so the smuggling drugs is on the books. Okay, cool.
I mean,
So
that's assuming she even fucking did it, right? Like,
what is
97% of
She's
fucking
never
cases-
denied it.
what smuggling drugs, smuggling 2/3 of a gram, what does that get you in a federal sentence?
If you're trying to smuggle it like internationally into the U.S., I don't know.
Say you have,
I don't know.
Yeah. So like, and that's like, I think a comparison we can also go ahead and
really
make.
matter.
Right?
This is a different country with their own sovereignty. They can make up their own fucking laws about it.
Yeah, I've got like
violated their law.
I've got like an uncomfortable like hypothetical, I guess. Like, we treat it differently, but like they treat it very strict, and I disagree with them. But like, let's say you had a country like, I don't know, like Sweden, for example, where the age of consent is 15, and someone from Sweden comes over here and has sex with a 15-year-old, and then we arrest them for child molestation. Like, does Sweden have a leg to stand on demanding that we return their child molester because it's not illegal there, but it's illegal here?
Lactoid. Regardless of whatever the age of consent is in Sweden, I'm pretty sure the Swedish government would be like, "Oh, well, I guess that happened," and they'd fucking like they're not gonna fucking fight. At the
What
UN
if
to get
they
child
did? What if it was a
molester.
black lesbian and like they were very?
This is not a hypothetical. This is Roman Polanski scenario that you're discussing right here. That's what happened.
Oh, okay. I didn't follow that.
Yeah,
So
that was
the-
back in the
so-
70s. But yeah,
So for the first offense of smuggling marijuana underneath to the least amount is not less than 5 years and fine not more than $250,000. $1 million if other than an individual. So for the first offense, you can go to jail for not less than 5 years.
Not less than 5 years.
That's insane.
God damn!
I'm telling you,
That's-
international shit is a whole different level. I'm telling you.
God damn.
So in America, she would have gotten a minimum of 5 years. So when you said before, somebody said, "Well, she would have been out already." That's not true. Like she got off in 5 years because she got caught in Russia instead of here.
Well, yeah, but here's the question: would that actually get prosecuted federally?
If it's a
Like the
minimum?
2/3? No, I'm saying, do you think that so law means
What
nothing
charges
if we
would
don't
probably get
uphold
dropped.
it, right? The
Yeah,
charges would probably not occur, and I
I
think
don't know about that.
I think we'd have to find we would have to find somebody
Ovechkin-
that had a gram that got 5 years.
I
Federal
can show you drug smugglers and drug traffickers that
but
get
I
like
know,
longer
but
than
like
that.
with what just
but,
1
like, if
gram,
Ovechkin-
right? That's like the
Ovechkin-
thing.
If Ovechkin went to go visit his family in Russia, right, and came back with a gram of weed in his bag to like play for a Capitals hockey game, he's probably not getting prosecuted and going to jail for 5 years.
I don't know. If they actually decided to charge, they would have the authority to, and like
unless
they,
of course
they would get it done.
Of course, we really want to get a spy back from Russia.
And this is like I guess this is like also like a
But
broad.
for Ovechkin though.
Well, this
I mean,
is like a broad
you know,
question.
it's for Ovechkin, all right.
This is like a broad question, I guess, on like officer discretion or like prosecutorial discretion on like what they charge and what they don't charge. I mean, the fact of the matter is, in the United States, it's illegal to import drugs. As much as I wish drugs were legal worldwide, it is like a crime to do it in America. And if they had charged her and prosecuted her in America, she'd be still sitting in prison. But because they prosecuted her in Russia, she does what? A couple months?
But okay,
It was
all right,
9
so
years.
We'll
No,
9 years.
Griner.
9 years.
Griner.
Yo,
Oh, Griner, that's what I meant.
My co-host.
That's what it was
wants
supposed to
me
be.
ask Doobie about Isagawa and some Japanese German cannibal thing. Do you know about this, Doobie?
I know.
Is that
I know
wrong?
about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Was that the
It's
guy
fucked up.
who in Japan who met some dude who was into like vor? He wanted to be eaten, so the guy flew out to him, I think and he cut him up and ate him while he was still alive, and they're having a conversation while the guy's on the table. I think he actually fed part of his body to the guy, and the guy was totally into it. And I forget how long he actually stood in. He was actually in prison, but he's out now. He's free. And he ate a dude. So that's fucking interesting.
It's pretty base.
It's
There's
pretty chill.
one thing that's fucked up too. There was a Japanese guy who killed, I think it was 2 Dutch foreign exchange students, like in Europe. I think it was Italy. They caught him, and all they did was deport him to Japan, and he never got charged in
Okay.
Japan.
So
So he
apparently
he killed 2
knows-
women and ate them, and now he's fine. Like he's walking around.
Apparently, he said Isagawa ate a woman that went on a date with him, then was extradited to Japan.
Yeah.
and forced to-
That's the one. And they did a documentary where like they went to his apartment, and he's fucking weird, dude. He's got all like these pictures of women all over his walls, like crazy shit.
Wait,
and he
you're
never
talking
saw a
about
day of
the
jail
guy
time
who
for
ate somebody?
he murdered a woman and ate her. He's never got
I remember that
punished.
being a man for some reason. I guess.
I know,
There was a
I
German
remember
case that
mixing-
happened as well. Yeah.
There was a German case where like the guy
So
cut
if-
off his penis and then like they like ate his penis together. There's lots of
No,
I think
he
there's a
ate his
few
whole
others
body. Like he
that,
ate him. He killed him and ate him. But that was consensual. The Japanese one was not consensual.
There might be more
Yeah.
than two. of
Apparently, he
these
was
things.
extradited, and Japan like got him back, Isagawa back, and they
Wait,
And
were
never
both-
punished
go to
him.
jail.
Were both these cannibals Japanese?
I think one was
No,
German.
no.
I don't know the goddamn story. My co-host was like, "Ask them. One of them will know."
I think
I
there's
know.
multiple-
Isagawa sounds pretty fucking.
I think there's
Japanese.
multiple examples of this, right? So
Yeah.
like, we don't know this. We're just like in the dark here, but like there's multiple examples of people eating other people. All right. So we'll move on to the next topic. But this was a lot of fun. So thanks, guys. Guys, if you're enjoying this content, hit that follow button. If you're new here, hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. Do this all the time. Don't want you to miss out on any of the content. Xbox Short Social and chat for my social media. We got a lot of it. Twitter, Discord, TikTok, and YouTube, where you'll find the VODs. Like, comment, and subscribe. We'd love to have you there. And consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, just $5. Helps us a lot of time. Use your Amazon Prime Prime Gaming on this community to support what we're doing. We can keep gathering these individuals and having these really fun moments. All right, moving forward. Next topic. The Qatar World Cup has been marred by the deaths of the migrant workers used to construct the stadiums. Opponents have said that a country's history of human rights violations should disqualify it from consideration of such events. But should that be the case? Many of these detractors come from Western nations that have their own history and present action of abuse. Should the World Cup or the Olympics be concerned at all about these sorts of problems? Or has Qatar breached some threshold for cruelty? So yeah, the Qataris, they killed a ton of people. They killed a shit ton of people. So far they've admitted to, they had like a Qatari official just recently on camera, and he's like, oh yeah, about 400 or 500. They're not sure. For about 500 migrants died, but a separate estimate was like 6,500 at least, and that's an undercount from what they got of migrant workers who just like straight up died constructing these stadiums over over a 10-year period. So there's that.
I think I read it was in the thousands.
6,500. Yeah.
So, yeah, 6,500.
Okay.
Yeah, I said that.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay,
No problem. So yeah, so a shit ton of people were lost. And people were saying that, well, even before that happened, Qatar should have never gotten it. But like, are we throwing stones in the glass house? Did I say that right? Hopefully I said that right. Can we actually be criticizing these people? Should it matter to these organizations, the World Cup and Olympics, because they like operate like the exact same way, it seems like. So yeah, we'll start with Lectwood.
Yeah. So one just truth of the world is that Western countries are better. Nations founded on Enlightenment principles with a dedication, even if imperfect, to individual rights and limited government are better. And unfortunately, Qatar is not that. Whataboutisms to cruelties done by governments past could be a condemnation of those governments or to the principles that underlie those actions, but not necessarily the governments as a whole and not necessarily the nation as it is now. As it is now, the whataboutism countries, such as Russia, China, and Qatar, are bad. Qatar is an absolute monarchy, which reserves the right to kill you if you're gay. uses slaves and it exports petrodollars to Islamic terrorists. That's just what they do. The fact that we even acknowledge this little fiefdom as anything other than a gas station in a U.S. airbase is embarrassing for the international community as a whole, and especially embarrassing for FIFA. It's pathetic that this is even a recognized country. It's a sorry show all the way around. Maybe if Qatar became a constitutional republic, which didn't do all these bad things, then they'd be fine to join the Western nations in being actual nations, in being civilized, because right now they're not.
See, Lactoid's a shy guy. You know, he doesn't like to really give his opinion. He's a bit of a wallflower, I'd say. So, let's go, Scott. Another wallflower.
Yeah, so Qatar is interesting, right? They have a population of about 3 million. And if we believe the estimates, over a 10-year period, they had 6,500 workplace fatalities. Now, in the United States, we're about 330 million, and we have about 5,000 per year. So in that time, about 50,000 deaths, workplace fatalities, which means that Qatar is working on like 10, 15 times per capita death. Now, of course, we have OSHA. You can hate OSHA for what you want, but Western countries certainly have more workplace regulations. We're more advanced in a lot of ways. We have a lot more rights. And of course, this is going to lead to less problems. Um, so, obviously, this is bad, right? Just like Qatar is bad. It's a social welfare state off of oil money that's a brutal, Wahhabist, Salafist monarchy, right? Wahhabism, for whatever reason, for some it's an insult, for others it's just an accurate depiction of their sect of Islam. But we can say Salafism just fine, without running into issues, I don't think. Um, so that being said, I do think it's a little overblown. um, you know, Qatar won the bid at $480 million, right? They won the bid for the country. It was a business opportunity for them. And I think we have this weird thing where we want to impose our values and force our values on these other countries that are bad, but it seems more like Twitterati virtue signaling than it does seeming to actually change and make the world a better place. And so I think when we look at what is happening in Qatar, where the police have agreed to not arrest people for public displays of affection and to not arrest people for um, symbols like pride flags and things like that, unless, or even public drunkenness, unless they engage in destruction of private property, as well as the fact that the country of Qatar has hadith all over, in and is presenting their religion to people, that this is actually an opportunity for cultural exchange and hopefully to make the situation better and be able to influence via soft power Qatar to be a better nation. I think we like to like blovate about how awesome we are, and we are better. Period. Like we're better than Qatar. It's not a very high fucking bar, right? But I think it's also important that we recognize Kuznets curve. And we recognize that, like, as nations industrialize, the middle class takes a while to grow. It doesn't happen overnight. And I think we should look at this as an opportunity for making that country better in such a way that isn't war, which seemingly hasn't worked out in the Middle East for the last 100 years. This idea that like we should ban FIFA from showing up to these countries, I don't know what that solves. I don't know how that does anything other than make us pat ourselves on the back and going, yes, we're better than Qatar. Congratulations, you're better than Qatar. What have you done? That's how I feel about it.
Thank you, Rez.
Yeah, so when it comes to Qatar, I think that there one point I was going to make was it's 65,000 or 6,500 deaths of within a million migrants over a 10-year period, because most of the people that were being used to construct the stadiums, fields, and everything like that were migrant workers. And the thing that I have a bigger issue with Qatar, that I think we can go ahead and move past even like the cultural issues that obviously exist between Qatar and the modernized West through liberalism, as Lactoid and Fabian have explained. I think that we actually need to address the fact that probably shouldn't be taking migrant workers' passports, which is something that has been a very largely, I think we can all agree about that. If we are going to exist in a world where, if we need people to go to another country to do work, for Qatar to actually be a part of the global economic, whatever you want to call this hodgepodge of shit. 100% you need to at least have that ability for people to be able to leave their countries if need be, if they're there for like work and whatever. So yeah, that's my biggest criticism of them. Otherwise, yeah, I'm open to, you know, a lot of the cultural trade stuff. I'm very interested in that.
If someone takes your passport in another country, you're being trafficked. That moment, you've just been trafficked. Letting you know,
Yeah.
don't let that happen.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So
Yeah. Let's go to Angel.
Okay, I'm just writing this statement right now. These are just some thoughts. FIFA has had a massive corruption history for a while. Not that I'm saying that Qatar shouldn't be held responsible. They absolutely should, but this isn't new. It's not like FIFA is like some glorious, pure organization, and now we've gone to this terrible, evil place, and it's just all fucked up. It's nothing new. Um, it is also strange, and I guess this is potentially also something that we experience when we do things like the Olympics as well. But it's interesting, and I don't really know what to say on it yet, other than I find it an odd thing to do, like to mix, because there's like the developed world and then there's underdeveloped places or places that are still monarchies or whatever, different types of rulerships and whether they be dictatorial or not. But it's interesting when we mix amongst them and then we want to apply our current politics, even something just as little as like don't be racist or don't discriminate or whatever. Us, that's like obvious, don't discriminate for most of us, I believe. But for them, it's like they have no idea what to make of that, especially when it comes to LGBT. It's so foreign to them, including the human rights climate. That in regard to the migrant workers that have died, and what was it here, the Qatar World Cup chief said death is a natural part of life after a migrant worker died while fixing lights for a soccer training base. So they're completely insensitive to it. It's just it's the privilege, or not even privilege, but just like, you know how like you have a powerful figure at the top, they're so desensitized, not even desensitized, they just never come into contact with like such poverty or whatever. And then this is just a random sort of thought that I have in connection to Al Jazeera, which is Al Jazeera seems like it's usually, I don't know if it's left wing, but it's usually pretty like what's the word? Palatable to like a Western audience. How is it that Qatar can put something out that's so palatable to us and then act so horrendously on their home base? I just think that's unusual and worth some thought.
Thank you so much, Aiko.
I go.
Oh, you're muted, friend.
Sorry. Some of these things have been brought up already, but I want to just elaborate them on a little bit. On FIFA's like very well known, like historically large levels of corruption. I just remember in 2006 when Germany became hosts of the World Cup themselves, there wasn't anything scandalous about like who Germany was as a country at that point, but the big scandal was how they got it. Like they just flat out bribed FIFA officials. It was slated to go to a couple of countries in Africa that were going to share it. I think South Africa and maybe Nigeria, something like that. And Germany just like sort of swooped in and bribed the right people, and they got to host it. And it didn't come out till a few years later when it was too late and they couldn't reverse the decision. But it did get found out long before the actual tournament was being hosted. But no one did anything to reverse it at that point. Germany wasn't really punished in any significant way. These sorts of things just keep happening with FIFA, and it's just a very corrupt organization. Honestly, I don't know how to fix it, but this is a confluence of problems, one of which is the fact that FIFA is such a corrupt organization. But at the same time, you've got all of these petrostates, which are themselves corrupt in many, many ways. Starts in 1919 when, after World War I, the Western powers start dividing up the region. And instead of dividing it in ways that Lawrence of Arabia suggested, which was along sort of natural lines and tribal lines, lines and things like that to minimize conflict. What they did was they carved out the areas that they thought had the most oil resources at the time, and they made those independent, and then they made everything else independent states uh, that were countries that they thought at the time didn't have many resources. And so you had this sort of artificially created division of resources, which is why you get these migrant labor situations going on, because the poor countries are now being taken advantage of by the rich countries, and it didn't have to be that way. These are not sort of natural divisions for these countries. And so now these petrostates are like more corrupt than they even otherwise would have had to have been, which I think they were destined to be corrupt anyway because of the nature of those resources. But it's even worse than it has to be, and I think that's key to this kind of discussion.
Okay, thank you so much, Spartacus.
Yeah. So, first off, I don't think that I really don't think America's in a position to where we can really blame FIFA for choosing Qatar as the place to host FIFA. Qatar hosts what's known as the United States Central Command, otherwise known as CENTCOM. That is where the United States has the military command for countries such as Egypt, Iran, Afghanistan, Iraq, Israel, Lebanon, and the like. And so until the United States pulls out CENTCOM from Qatar, then we really have no business telling FIFA they can't go there. So I just see as we're sticking our nose somewhere it doesn't belong, and yes, we're definitely throwing stones in glass houses, because if anyone looks into this too much, they're gonna figure out CENTCOM's there, and they'll be like, okay, so you're willing to call out FIFA, but you're not willing to call out your own government for putting the Central Command in a country that you said FIFA can't go to.
Okay. And DB.
Um, yeah, basically what I don't know. I think that I'm kind of torn on this one, to be honest with you. See, because I do think it's wrong for them to basically be enslaving these people, right? Like clearly. But I don't know how that changes if we don't interact with them. I think that the cultural exchange that happens when you have like Western people, Western country nations, Western businesses, even interacting with these other countries that have very, very like cultures that are like outlandish to us, right? Angel said earlier, like they don't interact with poverty. I don't think he said they don't interact with poverty. I think they just genuinely see these people as less than them, so they don't give a fuck, right? Because they in their culture, that's just the way it is, right? They're like the upper class, and they're like the lower class, and these people are basically like slaves, and they just don't care. So um I don't know how you fix that problem if you even care about fixing it, right? If you even care about like fixing fucked up cultures around the world without interacting with it. So I think maybe long term, uh, it's better for the planet, right? If you want a planet to exist in the future without these kind of cultures, to just suck it up, interact with them, and then use the opportunity to sell your culture. That might be better over.
Opens to the panel.
Also, one more thing I wanted to point out that they did, just further evidence of this nation's crimes. They fucking broke a contract with Budweiser just days before the actual World Cup, in which they had agreed to sell beer during it, and then they went back on that. So we know they're not trustworthy either.
Indeed.
Hey,
So-
Angel,
so I kinda
can you
wanna-
forward that link to where you said that someone called the United States horrendous in Al Jazeera, because I'm not finding it.
I didn't say that.
So
You
so
said the United States was doing horrendous things at home and something along those lines.
Oh, no, the thing that I was referencing from an article was the guy that said death was a natural part of life.
Okay.
So I kind of look at this the same way, and I know this is going to be a little bit of an aside, but I promise it'll make sense if you let me get through it. Right? Mark Victors and Blake Masters in the Arizona election, where a lot of Libertarian Party people were upset that Mark Victors endorsed Blake Masters, right? Because Blake Masters talked, a pretty good game about like a lot of libertarian philosophy. He was running, with Murray, like talking about reading Murray Rothbard and being inspired by Ayn Rand and all these things, right? And what I kind of thought about it is like, yeah, the Libertarian Party has very little effect on elections, right? like 60% of people that vote libertarian will refuse to vote Republican or Democrat. And then they kind of split between Democrat and Republican. So they don't really spoil elections. They don't do much in terms of elections in the United States. And so I do think sometimes it's good, if we know we're going to lose anyways, to endorse a candidate. But I think we should get something if we endorse a candidate, right? Like, what I think the mistake there was is we should have gone to Blake Masters. We should have said, hey, I'll endorse you, but I want you to publicly say that you won't do this thing so that we can chastise you and shame you if you do it once elected. And I think it's kind of the same thing with countries and like these like kind of like negotiations, right? Is that we should try and get little concessions from them as a means of using as a means of using like negotiations, right? Like, yeah, we'll support this, but like, if we're gonna allow this and we're gonna be there and we're gonna have our team show up, like we demand that you let us, I don't know, have a pride armband, right? Or we demand that you do not arrest anybody for public intoxication or whatever it is, right? Get that little bit of chip and make them make a public statement promising that they won't do these things on the record, and then shame the other loving shit out of them if they go back on it, and just every time they try and speak, go, fuck you, you're a liar. You promised this and you didn't do it. Fuck you.
They
you're a liar."
already lied with the Budweiser shit, but I agree.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Right, but like what
Right,
I
and
think a
so-
good idea would be like you have like a runner-up kind of candidate where the first party like breaks their contracts, then we move everything to a different country.
Right. It's just like I don't understand this idea from so
Can't-
many Westerners,
never
right?
work.
That are like,
Logistically
Push it
impossible.
back.
It
we're
won't.
like we're based. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna we need to pull out. We need to not involve these countries, right? And it's like, sure, if FIFA wants to choose to do it in another country, that's perfectly fine. But like Qatar's gonna exist, right? Like Qatar exists. Like it doesn't disappear just because we boycott them, right? And maybe the boycott can make some changes, but like how do we actually affect change and make the world a better place
Well,
for those people?
We did this
And I
in South
think that's the
Africa,
best
right?
strategy.
it was more than boycotted. Like they were blockaded by the surrounding Gulf countries for like a few years. And that didn't work on them. So they had like a list of demands and didn't give into any of that. And in fact, they dropped the boycott just before the the World Cup, so they can get some of that World Cup money, the travel money. So yeah, that doesn't work.
Right. I mean, I think what changes cultures is cultural exchange and free trade, and I think that's one of the major successes of the Trump administration, for example, was Jared Kushner realizing that all of these dumb political people that were trying to have these religious treaties were never going to fucking fix anything. That what we needed to do was open up trade, and we needed cultural exchange. And I think that was actually probably one of the few foreign policy successes that I'll always say was a good idea from the Trump administration.
Yeah, which one did Trump get the UAE to trade with? Because he got the UAE to sign a peace and trade deal with a different country.
There was like seven different ones. Some of them were in the Middle East. One of them was it Serbia and
Saudi Arabia,
Was it-
Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman,
Yeah.
and Jordan.
right, and like the opening up of trade, the opening up of like cultural. I think that this is kind of the way that we can hopefully influence things towards a better degree.
I want to push back on you on this, right?
Mhm.
uh, so that's the lie that I would normally agree with everything you said there, Scott, and that we want to trade with these people, have some sort of cultural contact, that exchange of ideas. But China seems to be proving that just doesn't happen, right?
Well, that's why I said I
that-
added the caveat. I added the caveat that if we're going to do that every time, we should demand that they push a little bit. Every time that we're like, look, you guys do this, you have to give us this, and you push that a little bit further.
What and like, could you give us an example in the sense of China? Then, like, what would that look like?
Okay, so well, first of all, what we would have done is we would have gotten rid of Dexter White instead of having communists as the Secretary of Treasury in America that was supporting communists in China. So we would have to go all the way back there. But if we're starting now, right, even though we've had communists running the State Department, in the beginning of that, if we're starting now, right, and we want to fix that situation, right, demand that like if like we're not going to allow foreign investment in terms of like corporations without having tariffs, and we'll reduce those tariffs the moment that the CCCP stops giving out 1,000 or 100-year rental properties and instead actually allows people to legitimately buy property. Say like, look, we're going to have tariffs until companies own the property, as opposed to, it would be a symbolic Pyrrhic victory. It wouldn't actually change anything, right? But a lot of times in China, especially in Beijing, you don't actually own property, you rent property for 100 years. That could be like one little thing in a negotiation, like these little negotiations to try and force the culture towards private property and individual rights, like we have,
Okay,
like we're
so you
working
would
towards in the West.
okay, so then you would require government action. So what I was going to say is that we see with the normalization of trade relations is that corporations bend to China. And our
Mhm.
governments seem to bend them to a certain extent as well. That like in the search for profits, um, uh, they like these companies have no loyalty to any like egalitarian values, and
Mm.
so as soon as they can,
Yeah, I
they'll
mean,
toss that all
China's been
out.
fighting a trade war for like 60 years, and like
Mm.
only one president ever attempted to fight back. And I don't want to fucking sing Trump's praises again because there's a lot of reasons I don't like him, but he's one of the few presidents to even attempt to recognize that we're in a trade war with China. We just haven't been fighting.
I think this is also a concern because all the authoritarian countries, for which there are many that we've been able to have tremendous influence on and shift towards a Western mindset. So, like, Spain,
Japan.
Taiwan. Well, I'm saying Spain, Taiwan, and like maybe just South Korea, right? Are examples of countries where they're not like particularly resource rich areas that have a tremendous amount of like self-earning potential in the same way Qatar does. So they sort of have to be a little bit like the international community's bitch in the form of like, maybe Turkey and Spain would be like NATO's bitch. Germany, we just had to straight up fucking invade them. Same thing with Japan. I'm concerned about like some of the Middle Eastern fiefdoms, our ability to actually change them, because we can hold the carrot and we can say, hey, we're not going to give you this investment, and what are they going to say? Well, on per capita, we're way wealthier than you. Like, what are you trying to do? Like, come dangle this carrot, right? Like, fuck you.
We could invest in nuclear, and then they would have no fucking economy.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Like until we
exactly
until we put them out of business, like I'm concerned
Right.
with our ability to actually influence them in any meaningful way. And that's why I think that like and the hardest thing is to I want to take a strong arm with them. They are a counterweight to Iran. That's the biggest problem. But at the same time, like there's no reason. I think it's like a reasonable rule for FIFA to be like, if your country has slaves, you don't get to like participate. I think that's like a pretty base like.
Yeah.
Don't have slaves. I think that should be pretty
So
universal.
what Fabian said there at the
thanks-
end is
thanks, Matt.
is exactly where I was hoping to take this, because we are talking about petrostates here, and like I talked about, like the world that was created by 1919, we essentially anchored the world economy to these resources. And if you look at the petrostates in the world, like they're largely perceived as being enemies of the West or enemies of the United States, right? You've got Venezuela, Russia, Iran, Saudi Arabia. I mean, these are, that list of where most of the world's oil resources are. These are also places that don't have much else outside of that. So if we can restructure our economy so that we're no longer dependent on fossil fuels, a lot of these problems get mitigated. And maybe it's not the sporting world that makes this all so terrible. Maybe it's the structure of our global economy that's making it so terrible. And sports is just like another manifestation of that.
This is why we should all support Tesla, right? Get off of oil, Elon Musk.
Yeah,
So
I mean, sure, in EVs in general.
Buy a
sure.
Tesla, burn coal to charge your Tesla.
well, this is why I didn't want to focus on Qatar specifically, and like try to broaden the conversation, and like look at the principle of the matter. Because like let's understand how Qatar got the World Cup. They straight up bribed the officials, right? Like
Yeah.
just they just
It was like an open bribe, right? Like it's a bid.
Isn't
It's
that
It's
isn't
a
how the
no.
Super
issue every
Bowl-
year.
Isn't how the
every,
Super
like-
Bowl gets won though?
It-
You bribe the
it-
officials to get the Super Bowl in your state.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not just the bid.
No, it actively,
no,
no,
this
they
is-
actively like went and hit the members, right? And there was like a raid, like a FBI raid on their headquarters afterwards. It was like a huge thing that happened a few years ago.
Just like
No,
Germany
this is
2006.
straight up fucking yeah, exactly. That's why I thought you were talking about Qatar when you first started
Oh, no.
talking, because that's exactly what they did.
It
Yeah.
happens over and over.
But anyway, so anyway, I was trying to expand this past Qatar and saying that if there was a specific country that was doing it, right? Like name the country that is not an enemy of the United States, but engaged in some sort of human rights abuse.
What if it's
Um,
an unstated? What if it's an unstated rule? What if FIFA's like, yeah, we got to get some bribes if we're gonna go to your country?
South
Like,
Korea.
What if that's an unstated rule by FIFA? Like, if you don't bribe us, we're not going to your country.
South Korea.
It
We all
basically
love
is.
South Korea, but anybody that's ever been in the United States military knows plenty about either stories or what have you about the Juicy Girls in South Korea, right? What happens? The entire government turns a blind eye as women are brought from all over Southeast Asia, brought in there. They take their fucking documentation away. And then even though prostitution is legal and porn is illegal, right? What we know is that if
The
these
opposite of
girls,
here.
right, these girls know that they'll be deported and be financially fucked up in a terrible situation unless they go into these fucking soju bars and sit in the laps of fucking American soldiers and try and swindle them out of like some money by like putting shit on their check that's not supposed to be on their check, right? Like this happens in South Korea and the government turns a blind eye to it.
And who's doing that? Like who's
We
setting
can
that
stop
up?
that. I mean, they're in our pocket. Why aren't we stopping that right now? What the fuck?
Because we have bigger issues to fight in our
Because we don't have a news media that latched onto this specific country to talk shit on it right now, right? Like what's going on is that like we have a bunch of fucking ADHD headline reading fucking American citizens that follow whatever crafted fucking story is considered to be important at the time. And right now we're talking about Qatar. Why? Because there's a bunch of fucking eyes on the World Cup. That's why.
It's kind of interesting because I googled Qatar and the U.S. relations, and the first thing that came up is like how the U.S. is basically commending Qatar on advancing peace and security in the Middle East, talking about opening up flights between Tel Aviv and Doha.
Yes, because we are strong allies with Qatar. We have, like I said, we have CENTCOM there. We have the United States Central Command inside of
I'm
Qatar.
not.
They
I'm
let
not
us park our
disagreeing.
planes there.
It's just
It's more than just park our
interesting.
planes. They let us direct the rest of the Middle Eastern troops that we have there from Qatar.
It's pretty based.
Yeah.
But like at the same time, like
When
what
we
if it just became like the 51st state? Then we could do it from there as well, right?
I was gonna ask if you're gonna ask them.
I mean, that's kind of the idea, right? We're only friends with them because like we need them.
What, make
we
the rest of the world make the United States the one world government.
I mean, ultimately that's the
Says
plan.
the United States recognizes Qatar's progress
No.
on expanding labor
my
rights,
plan.
implementing labor laws, and combating human trafficking. Has reopened it. This is a typo, maybe. Has reopened its humanitarian care shelter for victims of human trafficking and a move to abolish exit permits for workers.
Okay, are
So
we
I
just
mean, it
reading
looks like
articles
there's
now?
being. No, I'm not just
Qatar's-
reading
Qa-
articles.
Qatar's
My
Qatar's done
point
some-
is that it looks like that we as in the States are, whether it's hard or soft pressure, I can't really tell, but it seems like there is a push for better human rights.
Right.
situation.
There's some like improvements, and like even in Saudi Arabia, like there are some improvements. But like when you look at the scale of these improvements, it's kind of sad. Like for example, like Saudi Arabia, they just started letting women drive. Oh, look at us! Look how great we are.
Well, that was
Let-
at least
let's
what,
take it-
5 years ago, 10 years ago now.
Well, sure, right? But that's like the most recent like big like thing that they
Yeah,
that they changed, right? And if that's
Afghanistan
where we're
girls
at,
used to be able to go to school.
right? But if that's where we're
Gay
at,
marriage, gay marriage
Yeah.
is still illegal in Japan.
and South Korea, actually, I was just reading an article about South Korea and their gay community. It's pretty much the same thing.
wow.
But
Like in most
Uh,
like districts or whatever, it's fine. But, like,
but
federally,
this is like, can you leave the
it's
house?
weird in Japan.
Well,
but,
I'm pretty sure like don't women still need like permission from their male guardian to like leave the country or something along these lines? I'm pretty sure that's
Yeah,
still the
but like
case.
this is still like just a good, right? Like, so there's some amount of good that's actually
There's
happening.
some,
Like, if
yeah.
we're saying, but if we're saying it's pathetic, like, I mean, women being able to have any amount of rights in countries that often view them as property or something like that is immediately giving them character, personality. That is a huge step. I think that's even like behind like the Iranian protests that we've been looking at, is a lot of that, self determination starting to creep into a lot of Middle Eastern countries, through again efforts of soft power as well as just in general that kind of overflowing from country to country.
Yeah, I
How
mean,
long
you
do you
have
think
to
it would
look at you have
take?
to look at you have to look at fundamentalist Islam and see how much further they have to go from like
I
Christianity.
mean, look, it's an absolute
know what I mean?
monarchy.
Like,
It's an absolute monarchy.
Yeah.
These people are ruled by like the government. We had like how many fucking hundreds of years? Like,
you know what I mean? Like,
Well,
I'm just
it's
saying,
it's a theocracy. I think most of these
Western.
governments can
Well,
be
no,
considered
Qatar
theocracies
is
over
a
monarchies.
Qatar is just a
right?
straight up absolute monarchy. Same with Saudi
Okay.
Arabia. It's like on like a linear like a family basis.
Things I don't know.
Iran
Yeah,
is a
but
theocracy.
Qatar is weird though because it's so resource rich that it's like a welfare state, right? Like most of the individuals within Qatar are like living reasonably well lives because of the fact that they're basically bought off to not have issues with the
Well,
form of governance that
the
they have
citizens,
because yeah, the citizens, yes, not the migrant
which
workers.
are a
But
minority, by the way. There's only about 313,000 citizens
Yeah,
compared to
there's
like
like
over like almost 2 million immigrant work. Like there's it's like
yeah,
nothing.
it's crazy. It's
yes,
crazy. But yeah, a thing on that Saudi Arabia example is that yeah, they let women drive right after there was like these protests, like these women who started like breaking the law. And to Scott's point, like that made international news. These the women who would like start driving, so they allow the women to start driving, right? They give them that ability, but
and then
those
traffic
women.
accidents went up 3 times.
How funny. But those women that did the protest, they arrested them and tortured them. One of them, I think she's still in there, right? Like
Mhm.
getting regular beatings, either threatened with rape or actual rape, probably actual rape. And just like I think actual like cattle prods or something like that. Like it's terrible what they put that woman through. So yeah, progress, whatever. Um,
Right, but
but
you're dealing with a culture whose religion, dictates law, right? Like, there's not a lot of law dictated from Christianity other than like, the acceptance of the king. Like, render unto Caesar what is Caesar, render unto God what is God's, right? And meanwhile, when you're looking at like fundamentalist revolutions of Islam, right, like going back to the kind of the Sunnah and the Quran, and then whatever fucking imam choosing whatever hadith supports their own personal power. Like, you're dealing with a religion that specifically states that a woman is not to be trusted in court, and that her word is worth half of that of a man, and that she needs another woman to corroborate her story because we know that like women can't be trusted, right?
I
Like,
think it's one
so like
fourth.
I'm pretty sure it's one half, but like other hadith might like interpret the number differently. But like, you see what I'm saying? Like they have a
There
lot
is
long,
laws
they
in
have a lot further
Christianity
to go.
though, right?
Okay.
There is laws in Christianity. So like you're talking about how like Islam has laws. I would say they have a lot more laws and a lot stricter laws. But there's
That's what
still
I said.
laws that come from Christianity though. It's not just give to Caesar what is Caesar's.
Yeah, it's 2.
There's a
Yeah,
lot
I'm talking.
more in
Yeah,
the Bible
I
that we
didn't.
use to utilize in Western culture as law.
Yeah, no, yeah, but that's not against what I'm saying, right? Like, I recognize that there are like things that have a foundation in Christianity, obviously, right? What I'm saying is that like, Christianity, for example, doesn't have any rules on like how we treat the goy, or like how like the people of the book versus like our people, right? Like, it's a very different religion in that regard.
I'm wondering what are we actually talking about here? Are we more trying to focus on the World Cup, or are we trying to focus on like Middle Eastern relations? I just want to know where to
yeah,
land on
so
this.
I wanted to expand it
Anything.
and maybe focus on like the idea of these super national events, right? Being the Olympics, being the World Cup, and well, one, should they operate in the way they operate, right? And um is the way they're operating wrong? And then I guess we can expand this question again to say, uh, should there be a response from our respective nations, right? From the U.S., from Canada, should if they do something corrupt, and this was straight up corruption. What happened with Qatari, right? Should there be a response in that, like, well, we're not going to show up to these games? And again, it doesn't. We don't have to focus on the just example of Qatari, but just like
Looking
the
at
principle of the matter.
looking at FIFA though, looking at the Olympics, like this is like the Super Bowl worldwide. Pretty much every country. This is every country's Super Bowl besides the United States because we told everybody else to go fuck themselves and create our own little Super Bowl. So it it's like asking Americans not to care about Super Bowl. Even if people who don't watch the NFL still watch the Super Bowl. So I think you're asking too much for what's actually going to be delivered. Asking people to not go to FIFA games, asking people to like stop enjoying soccer, stop watching soccer. It's not going to happen. You're
I
asking
didn't
for
say
the
that.
impossible.
I didn't say that.
Well, we
So I
can
meant
impose
make-
penalties that aren't that, right? Like we don't have to
Yeah.
like, cancel the whole thing. We can say like, okay, like we're gonna like issue you like after this, we're gonna issue you fines for breaking your contract with Budweiser. We can't have you
Yeah.
like just like taking the money and then running on like the main sponsor for your event 2 days before it happens. We can't have that going forward. Like it's gonna be very difficult now for like future sponsors like in these kind of countries. I'm not gonna fucking put up money for that shit. Like make that the rule. Also, no slaves. Like going forward.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm glad we got to
But
that
like
part.
the second, the second most
Yeah.
important thing here, the no slaves thing, right? If you keep
Budweiser
slaves,
most important.
yeah, we issue you fines for that or some shit. Like, and then like afterwards we say, okay, you have these fines, pay these fines, and then you can re-enter FIFA, right? This is what you
I
did
know.
wrong, and then we
Are you
we
speaking
telegraph
from the
that.
perspective of FIFA, or who are when you say we?
Yeah,
who do you
I'm
mean?
Yeah, yeah. So like, I mean, FIFA. I don't. What I want FIFA to do, and can the U.S. like make FIFA do this? Maybe. I mean, with the contract thing, I would make like if I could have the U.S. force FIFA to
But
try to
are-
enforce that, I would.
Yeah, I mean, like
No,
obviously,
I mean,
in the
the
United
thing-
States,
Blacktoid, 1 second. Blacktoid, are you really are you obligated to have a sponsor like who says that they sell beer? Are you really obligated to sell their to like advertise their shit when you realize it's just sparkling water?
No. So they did sell the sparkling water shit, okay? And that was the only thing they could sell because 2 days before they were going to sell the real shit. But then Qatar was like, no, without any like warning, they just pulled the fucking agreement. And then immediately afterwards,
I was making
Budweiser.
fun of Bud Light. By the
Oh
way.
no, I know. Well, like the actual beer. Well, it's Budweiser, so
It's sparkling water.
It's the same thing.
That's American.
it's different.
funny.
No, Bud Light Lime, by the way, is really good. I don't know how, but
I mean, but the power that comes from there is going to come from like individual companies to begin with, right? Like it's not like something that's unilaterally nation by nation. It's the companies themselves that are going to make those demands that they're like, oh yeah, you have to sell our products or they won't support FIFA going forward, which is, I don't know. I mean, that is ultimately just Western values being
but they already took the
imposed.
money. They already
The
took the
United
money.
Yeah, but
The
going
United
forward, they're
States-
going to do FIFA again next year.
Yeah, but they got to pay
Right,
back
but-
You know.
Budweiser.
So the
Yeah.
United States United States is a party to all contracts that involved Americans, right? By having a monopoly on the enforcement of said contracts, right? So I mean, you don't have to, let's say, sanction Qatar, right? Like the United States, for example, could sanction FIFA, could sanction other things. They could say, look, we're like in terms of our taxes and the people on our team and like what we're going to do in our merchandise that you want to sell, any FIFA merchandise you want to sell in the United States, we sanction you until you meet these demands. Now, if you go too far, you're going to turn the entire international community of fucking, football gangs against us, right? But if you're very careful about it, right, as someone that is as the United States is holding in trust the responsibility as the arbiter of these contracts in regards to the individual rights of American citizens, right? Because so long as they maintain the power of a monopoly on the enforcement of those contracts, and that has not been given back to the people in voluntary exchange, then they hold that in trust. And so they could conceivably make demands on behalf of those American citizens in the contracts that are involved and the tourists that are involved and make small demands. And they could do it against FIFA. They don't have to do it against Qatar.
Okay, so I don't think any of you will find it a surprise that I don't give a shit about Budweiser. I don't give a shit about them being fucked over. I thought it was pretty hilarious that it happened.
You only care about the
but
slaves.
Prime only
but, like,
Prime only drinks gin. Okay, it's
oh,
just gin. That's it.
exactly.
No beer.
So I wanted to focus on the slaves. It's the weakness of mine. And like okay, so China. And I forget the actual timeline here, so someone could like yell at me in the comments about like how I'm getting this wrong, right? But China hosted the Olympics. But China has also like detained its Muslim minority group, right? Engaged in cultural genocide there. China has also detained the Falun
They're
Gong
commies, socialists. We
religion.
get it.
Okay, that's fine. The Falun Gong participants and like stolen their organs, right?
Yeah.
Like they've done that. So should that have a response on the sports level? Should we have said you do not deserve these Olympics? Like the international community comes together and puts pressure on the Olympic Committee and say, fuck off, like this can't happen here, or we're not participating at the very least, if not like shutting the Olympic Committee down, saying that we are withdrawing our teams because China is the international pariah.
I think,
100%.
I think it should. But the only time I've really seen anything to this extent of what you're talking about was Nazi Germany. That's really the only time you've seen anything to that extent. And even then, like they hosted it prior. So
To
like,
which extent
it's
are you referring?
what the Olympics
Do you mean the Uyghur thing or the Falun Gong thing, or which part?
talk about Nazi Germany.
No, I'm asking what you're comparing Nazi Germany to.
The Uyghurs,
Okay.
I'm saying the only time there's
the
ever been
concentration
something-
camps.
I'm saying the only time there's ever been something like that that's been sports wise has been Nazi Germany to that extent.
Yeah, and in fact, I'll even say that like with Qatar, I do somewhat buy the argument that like they're small enough that we could like maybe kind of like influence them and bully them and kind of like make them see the light of and the error of
We
their
can't
ways at
bully
some
them
point.
as long as we're buying their as long as we're buying our oil there.
I agree.
There's no bullying happening.
So it's more difficult because of those things, but at the same time, I think that we can influence them to a greater degree than we can China. Like I said before, like I think China's like at this point, like investing in them isn't like bringing them closer to us. We're just merely like paying for the bullets that they're going to use against us one day. And I mean, we should do no business with China at this point at all. Like we should try to divest as much as possible, move over to like better countries that aren't totalitarian hellholes.
I mean, we can already see it with like Nike. Nike's starting to use Nike's now. It's Vietnamese. It's now Korean.
Good.
Now.
They're not doing that for human rights reasons. Right?
They're not.
doing it because it's
But it's
Not doing it
good.
for human rights
Yeah.
reasons. But it's better for America that they're not interacting with China. They're interacting with the Vietnamese and Koreans.
Fair enough.
The market knows
Yeah,
all.
I mean, China.
Maybe.
China, I think, is a special case because it is overwhelmingly authoritarian and has done horrible things to such a degree where I think you could probably like it's a little bit more imperative that you divest from those situations. I also want to point out, real quick, when we talk about China, we often talk about the Uyghurs being kidnapped and put into, re-education camps, as socialists are wont to do. But what we don't talk about is the fact that there are tons and tons and tons of people that are actual slaves in Africa, owned by Chinese firms supported by the CCP, where women are working in conditions where they're really excited if a guard rapes them, because if a guard rapes them, they know that that guard will probably protect them from being gang raped by all of the other slaves in the mines, and that their life expectancy goes up, and that they might actually be able to live to one day escape those situations. And they're giddy to be raped by those guards. Like
Wait.
that's the level of conditions of like some of the cobalt mines and things like that. You want sources for that? I'll get you some stuff.
Yeah. I just haven't heard that. I'd really like to learn more about that.
Precious
Please,
metal
continue.
stuff in Africa, mercury poisoning of villages from the runoff, and like people dying from extreme levels of silicosis, like way larger than like concrete workers get and stuff. Like there's a lot of brutal shit that's China's involved in, worse than the Uyghurs.
Oh, thank you so much. Seriously, I really want to hear about that. If you could provide me that source. Doobie, you raised your hand, and I was gonna call on you any which way. But if you have something to say, say it first.
No, I was just gonna ask, like, if you guys would be opposed to the U.S. government like imposing some kind of like sanctions, not sanctions, penalties on companies that do business with Qatar, Saudi Arabia, China,
Again,
whatever.
we would have to post sanctions on ourselves. We have CENTCOM there.
Yeah, I
We
understand that.
buy oil from there consistently. Like, if you look too far into Qatar, you'll figure out the United States does a lot of shit there.
Yeah, I understand.
So
I understand. What I'm asking you is, if we decide as a country that another nation is doing something terrible, right? Whether it's like China with the Uyghurs or Qatar or Saudi Arabia for whatever the fuck, would you be opposed to the U.S. government saying, "Hey, we've designated this country specifically as a bad country where bad things are happening. So if you do business with that country, we are going to find the fuck out of your business. We're going to shut your business down."
For China, I'd be in favor of that rule.
it would have to be pretty bad.
It seems to me that
like
there's a
I feel like-
prioritization that needs to happen. You need to, because obviously, like, if you start looking for flaws in every country, like, not, everyone's going to make the cut. Like, everyone's going to have to be like under that rule. So what you have to do is you have to find a number, like a certain percentage of the world, like we can afford to do that with, and prioritize the worst actors. And to a degree, we do that now. Like, Iran is definitely on the list. The world sanctions Iran, and Russia's on that list currently because of what's happening now. There's only so many more. I shouldn't say number of countries so much as like points of GDP or whatever that we can do that
times
to.
before you get a civil war of the world.
Well, at some point it won't
but
work,
yeah.
right? Because you need to get a tipping point's worth of the world, like, on side against whoever these actors are. And so whether Qatar makes that cut or not, I don't know, because there's a lot of really bad actors in the world, and a lot of them have a tremendous amount of power. And so with regards to doing this with Qatar, you're talking about adding a lot of points of GDP relative to whatever civil rights gains you might be getting from it. And
So
sadly, that's the realpolitik that goes
So-
into those calculations.
So you don't actually need to sanction anything. All you need to do, right, is advocate, whether it be slow, whether it be fast, I don't give a fuck, right? All you need to advocate for is removal of literally every protection that America affords any company, any individual, or any contract that deals in such a way where it is non-voluntary and not respecting of private property. So anything that has slavery, anything like we can yell about wages, we can yell about what country you do business with, anything like that, right? So when Apple, for example, part of their products are using, conflict resources, we simply say, look, you're using conflict resources, you can do that, whatever. We're not going to sanction you. We're not going to tax you. We're just going to remove literally every international protection you have. And the America, as far as we considered, the moment you step out of this border, you're just a person. We don't give a fuck about you. And just remove all of those protections. You only gain those protections if you're
but
using.
You're talking about like if they don't respect private property, then we do this. Like, we already have private property forfeiture through eminent domain. No, the United States does this all the time. They use eminent domain to give
Irrelevant.
private property. It's not
Irrelevant.
irrelevant because the United States itself
Irrelevant.
doesn't respect private property in that way.
I don't give a fuck about hypocrisy. I'm against the state. I'm a libertarian, right? Like, I'm talking about how do we push the needle in the correct direction, right? I'm not going to sit here and fucking back the blue. Like, it's irrelevant because I'm against both of those things.
China's also just different in terms of the threat they pose, right? Like, funding them is we're setting ourselves up. We gotta stop doing it.
Yeah, and there is a big difference between these petrostates, like I talked about before, and China. In that,
Yes.
like, when we get off of fossil fuels, which will happen, like, those threats will go away, but China will remain as a threat. So absolutely believe that prioritizing them makes sense.
Yeah. And and Trump got a lot of shit for it, but I mean, another kind of like along Doobie's lines, like tariffs on Chinese goods is one way to do this, right? You raise the price for getting shit from China, and everywhere else starts becoming a lot more attractive for putting your money. There's a reason why U.S. firms
Tariffs.
aren't doing business in Russia right now.
But will
Tariffs
that
bad.
really hurt
On
our
China, on
About
China.
consumption of manufactured goods?
What
Well,
was
no,
it?
I don't think
buy
we should.
so
I
much
don't think
shit
we
from
should
them?
add further aggression, right? Like we should just remove protections. Like don't tariff things, just remove protections. The problem with tariffs, right, is that it hurts everybody.
Yeah.
It hurts us as much as it hurts China. And even worse, what it does is it means that large corporations with a lot of capital that have their investments diversified and are in multiple different domains are less hurt by specific tariffs. When we talk about steel tariffs, right? Like you have these giant companies like Amazon, right? A steel tariff hurts them a little bit, but they can absorb the cost and because they're diversified, the economy balances out, they do okay. But like a small construction company that depends primarily upon, let's say, steel for whatever it is that they're doing, collapses under
Right.
this.
And I don't. But here's the
Right?
here's the issue. Like, and
I would rather remove protection for American companies doing those things.
Okay, that's one way to do it, right? And I agree that like any kind of like financial thing here should be like equitable in the sense of you know the idea is just like kind of scale this up to make it like continuously more expensive to do business in China and less expensive to do it elsewhere. And you would want that like to not be focused on one field too much. But I mean, I'm not convinced that that would stymie their growth and stymie the threat that they pose to the extent that I'm concerned about. I think you would we have to start figuring out how to starve them out.
If America made a public statement that said, "Hey, Apple, because you are engaged in a product chain that uses conflict resources, if one of your tankers gets hit by pirates, we don't care." I don't know, man. I feel like that changes the game.
But isn't that also like with steel, right? If you're importing steel from China, like that'd be like a kind of a conflict resource in that extent. So you're just like paying the cost. You're paying the cost that comes with supporting that industry, supporting China.
Yeah, but the problem with tariffs, right, is again, it hurts our economy and it hurts their economy, and it's kind of a game of like who breaks first, right? Whereas if you remove protections, what you actually do is you create an incentive structure to move to other places that doesn't inherently hurt our economy in the same way that tariffs do. On top of that,
it doesn't. Are you sure?
I mean, it depends on how captured the market is, but in a certain thing, right? So like when it comes to like conflict resources, we're no matter what we do, we're gonna have to bite a bullet for a while because we use so many electronic goods, and China has close to a monopoly on many of those resources. But I mean, like there are companies that are fighting, back against that. Like Motorola, for example, has really upped their business in trying to find cobalt in Colorado.
Look
right?
how Motorola's doing
all
right
of a
now.
sudden, right? But if the situation is changed, right? Where we're no longer protecting companies that are doing investment in one area, but we're still continuing to protect that. All of a sudden, it changes the balance a little bit.
How much is that influenced by the Defense Production Act being invoked this year?
Wait, what?
The defense.
It's been invoked.
Biden-
It's been invoked a couple times. It's been invoked for the baby formula. It's been invoked for vaccines. Like
it's been invoked
what specific action you talk about?
Yeah, what are you talking
about? Production Act being invoked.
He invoked the Defense Production Act this year for the production of lithium and cobalt within the United States, and then also separate from that, the Inflation Reduction Act also said that you can't get the EV subsidies unless more than 50% of your mineral resources that go into the cars and the batteries for the cars come from within the United States. Both of those were oriented towards.
I mean, I'm a libertarian. Obviously, I'm going to be against subsidies and and things like that. Like, I don't feel like that's the way to do it.
I assumed you're against it. I just wanted to know if you thought like that influenced Motorola's decision to do that.
Motorola's been working on this for like a decade.
Are you against tariffs like on a strict like principle?
Yeah, they might have bought some fucking politicians to make that happen. I don't fucking know.
Sure,
you know what I mean? Like
maybe
that might be why they did it. Who fucking knows?
So finish up this.
I just want to ask.
I do want to expand this to everyone else.
Are you against tariffs like on a principle basis? Because like,
tariffs are an act of aggression.
Sure. I to maybe to like a lesser extent in some ways.
But like
then
removing protections, we could do that with Qatar. Right?
Okay, but like here's my question, right? Ultimately, I'm gonna do like,
Got it.
but what about Hitler, right? This is what I'm gonna give you a what about Hitler question. 1940, we find out that they're starting the Holocaust or whatever the fuck. Should we can we tariff or straight up ban like the trade with them, or do we have to just like remove protections and hope that does it?
I mean, like, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what removing protections would do in that situation.
Right. That's my
I'm
concern.
against things upon principle. I'm not a fucking consequentialist that makes moral predictions based off of whether or not I can predict the future.
Because
so for all I know, that course of action might have stopped World War II from happening. I don't fucking know.
Okay. What if
I don't do wrong things because I think they'll lead to better outcome.
That's why I asked. Like, is the tariff thing like a principle thing? So
yeah, it's a principle because it's an act of aggression.
Okay. I
look at 2014 tariffs against Russia. It overwhelmingly disproportionately hurt Ukraine. It hurt Ukraine's economy way more than it hurt.
Aren't the sanctions on Russia like helping? Like, is it hurting Russia?
I said 2014.
Right now though, like all this tariffs and sanctions and bans on goods being imported and all that shit, like on Russia. Right
it hurt it like in 2000. It hurt them both. But the country that was more affected negatively was Ukraine.
So
I'm saying right now,
I gotta expand this conversation because not everyone can jump in on the tariffs discussion. Look at Rez. He's dying a little bit in his eyes every time you mention it.
He agrees with me on China, by the way. I can see it in his eyes.
I'm gonna be honest. I am way out of my depth on a lot of that. So next time,
all you have to do is say it with confidence and go, China. Okay, they're ripping us off. I looked at some of these numbers and I said, wow, steel is really expensive.
Okay.
China.
But can I ask, just before you get off tariffs real quick, just one quick question. Fabian, as I understand this whole aggression thing, is it's aggression if you're moving first, but if you're reacting to aggression, then it's not aggression, right? It's just self-defense. So if somebody shoots you, that's aggression, but if you shoot them back, that's not aggression.
Right. So, but you have to follow the gentleness principle when dealing with an aggressor, right? Like you have to use minimal force necessary to end the aggression. So, like, for example, trespassing is a form of aggression, right? But if an old lady with dementia is on the sidewalk and accidentally wanders into my yard, like I can't just like pull out my piece and start blasting at a bitch for trespassing, right? Like I have to use minimal force necessary, right, in order to stop the aggression.
So if
otherwise I'm
using
kind of becoming an aggressor.
So if a country is using tariffs against us, it's not rational to use tariffs back.
I think it is rational to use tariffs back, but I mean, but then it becomes an analysis of like what will work to stop the problem.
Okay.
Okay. So, fuck. Now I forgot what I was gonna ask, but I'm gonna try to feel it out here. But it's fine. You guys were saying interesting things. Doobie, you still there? Yeah. So sorry, what'd you say?
Said what's up?
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. So you asked the question, and you were about basically using American power. Like now, you're a person who I know is not shy at all about using American might to get what they want. Like when it comes to these human rights violations, how far would you escalate things if you cared? I'm not exactly sure you do. So you'll have to let me know. But if you do, how far would you escalate the use of American state power to resolve these issues?
With Qatar and like with depends on the issue, right? So I'll relate it to something else. Back in the slavery days, the old slavery days, not the ones right now, the old one. The British Navy actually went around and took out slave ships and freed the slaves on them. Caused a lot of shit for the countries these ships were coming from. I think in a couple of these countries, they incited like civil wars because they refused to do trade with these countries if they had slaves, right? So I feel like I go pretty fucking far. I think that was a good thing for them to do. They have the power to do it. the most powerful navy on the planet, one of the largest empires that's ever existed. They have the ability to do something good in the world. You should do it. So yeah, I think I'd go at least that far.
I would say the same thing except Halliburton. Right? Like nobody gets to use my tax dollars to like try and start fucking wars with other fucking countries because we believe that they're like abusing their own people. But if those other people want to get like a bank loan for their freedom and they want to fucking like they want to say, hey, we want to be liberated, and they're being punished and some like mercenary force wants to come in and liberate some people based off of a bank loan, then fucking liberate them. Go in.
What sort of credit score do they need for that?
Higher than Greece. Nobody's got anyone for that one? All right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Sorry,
Prime, what do
I'm
you
dealing.
Prime?
Yep.
Okay.
I am just dealing with
It's
stuff. Oh,
yeah. Last
He's
time this
dealing with
happened too,
chat.
the fact that I have a leg or a knee showing means I'm sexualizing myself.
He's
and
dealing
I'm-
with chat.
We might be
Yeah,
dealing with
sorry.
some people from Middle Eastern countries who.
This
Right. Got
motherfucker's name is like a play on like God hates F slurs,
Oh, yeah.
and then he called me an
Nice.
HOR,
Yeah, this
and it's
first.
still not deleted. And okay, did we get it
Yeah,
yet? No, it's
he's
still
like
there.
used to sing
Actually,
his women.
it's actually
his
the-
women that are like outside and not
Goff
in his race, right?
hates
Like, not in
fugs.
fucking
You
current.
did it to the wrong person. You did it to Trans Live Wire instead of
Yeah. The problem
It's
is
Goff
the
hates
problem
all-
is that it's
Oh.
the problem is you're not properly diagnosing the problem. It's not that you have a knee showing. It's that if you have a camera angle above 120 degrees, automatic.
Well,
automatic
and the
problem.
fact that I'm the only
for
woman,
certain
therefore
countries.
I'm fully sexualizing myself. And by the way, I'm not always on debate panels. So sometimes when I'm like using my body on stream, like when I was making a gingerbread house or whatever, I'm not going to change my whole fucking setup just because I'm on a conversation.
sorry, I
don't-
didn't even know what thing you were.
It's a knee.
about.
What are we in 1810? The fuck.
I'm sexualizing
Mm.
myself, and then I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry later that men are sexualizing
Yeah,
me. That's
you-
the whole.
We're practicing.
You're not in
good-
a pilgrim outfit. Fuck.
We're practicing good Qatari customs right now.
Right. You got it.
He still isn't banned.
We have a
Sorry,
guitar.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. Sorry, I don't know. what you guys are
GOF
talking
hates FUGs.
Okay. let's
Thank you.
just-
That's the username.
FUGs. I don't know. Okay.
GOF hates FUGs is the username.
Okay.
I will reply to his comment.
Okay. All
Don't
right.
you guys have
so,
mods?
I was gonna say.
No, we don't. No, we don't actually.
Wait, really?
We don't.
Nice.
But any which way, yeah. So, thank you for that.
All right, we're good.
So Doobie, getting back to
Yeah.
it, you were talking about British slave ships.
No. The British Navy taking out slave ships.
Oh yeah,
Actually,
sorry,
Middle
the other
Eastern
way.
slave
Yeah,
ships,
sorry. Yeah,
usually.
releasing. Yeah.
Yeah.
mhm.
Barbary
Um,
wars and all that.
So yeah, so you're saying that um, you want the U.S. to be using that level of aggression? Do you think that would be a good
Yeah.
idea?
I think if you have the power to do it, and we have way more power than Qatar, and if the countries surrounding Qatar, their allies want to say some shit about it, that's fine. We have more power than them too, right? And if they were willing to like escalate and say, hey, we're not going to let go of these slaves, well then hey, shit, it gets escalated, and they get a new government in a few years.
Yeah, the problem is that the power that you have, that quote unquote we have, is the stolen resources from me. And so,
Yes.
I don't appreciate the stolen resources from me going to like fight other people's wars while you continuously steal more of my resources. If you got all this extra cash laying around, then stop stealing so much
Well, no-
goddamn cash. from me.
No, but here, one of the ideas here is like when you buy the good, like you're, like if you do you agree that like giving weapons to communists should probably not be allowed, right? And when you buy goods from like these countries, you're giving them the resources they need to build weapons against us. So like you're doing
mean
it.
by giving weapons to communists?
If I drop $20 on the street and China picks it up when I'm in China, I'm giving weapons to communists. Like
Yes, doing yes
because I
unironically.
lost a $20 bill.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean you're
Do I need
unintentionally
to
did
go
it. but-
under no pretext in this fucking chat? Like, I don't care. Like, what do you mean giving weapons to communists? Like, be more specific.
our dealings with China are putting them in a position to threaten us with weapons.
Okay. Again, what you're saying is just cut off all business because it empowers them in some regard.
Over time, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's a very good analysis of what's right or wrong.
Yeah,
we
no, this is
still
a consequentialist thing,
Like
right?
you know, like right, like I don't like I have plenty of fucking problems with the Chinese state. I fucking hate communists, right? But also I don't want a bunch of Chinese people to starve. Like, you know what I mean? Like what I'm worried about is what is aggression, right? And how do we limit aggression, not engage in more aggression against other business partners and like you know, like you see what I'm saying? Like you actually need to think about what is morally right here and try and move that needle towards what is ethically justifiable, not just become this post-libertarian that says, well, China is a communist nation, so what we'll do is we'll sacrifice our principles in the means of defeating China. It's a slippery fucking that's a bad road to start going down. Before you know it, you start having a few fascists.
Look,
running
no, look,
the
I
fucking state.
so and this is like a difference, right? Fundamentally, I think I am like okay with consequentialism, especially here. And ultimately, I'm probably just a consequentialist, right? I think it's nice to be able to like say, well, I did the right thing, but I would hate it if I live in a world dominated by China where I'm under their rule and I can just look, oh, at least I did the right thing. Like the right thing is not letting them take over the world. That's the right thing. And
Can
that's
we still
consequentialist.
talk about Qatar, or are we
Yeah.
over that? Okay, because
Yeah.
I'm just wondering. This might be like a dumb question, or I am ignorant and uninformed, but like,
I tried to link it back.
oh, I'm muted.
No.
Oh,
No,
no.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
No.
Never mind. Where was I here? Qatar. Oh yeah. So if we're talking about something like the World Cup, and we're trying to like bring them or put pressure on them to get a little bit more modern, whether it's like the slave stuff or the LGBT stuff or whatever. I'm wondering how can we effectively put pressure on them without like, because I don't know what their relations are to the rest of the countries that surround them. So if we apply pressure on them, like, is there not going to be some blowback that comes from whatever the existing like ecosystem is over there? Like, do you know what I'm trying to get at? Am I making sense?
Yeah, I think what somebody said earlier that like all the countries surrounding were blockading them for years or something before this. I don't know who said that.
That was me.
But like, yeah. So I mean, if that's the case, I think the blowback would probably be negligent because they're already most of the people around them hate them, at least from like the lens you're looking at it, Angel.
Okay.
So the
but
problem
then,
is that there's
sorry, I'll just finish. I just want to add this on real quick. Is like because they are more similar culturally to those other Middle Eastern countries, are they not, than they are to us? So if we even make them more different from their already tense relations that they have around them, like it could potentially make it even more dangerous for them, if you see what I'm saying.
yeah, it seems like you're stumbling into the problem of consequentialism, right? Is that like you don't actually know what occurs when you make many of these actions. You make educated guesses, right? Like if we start putting a ton of pressure on Qatar, right? You know, how does that change the situation in Yemen? Right? Like does that like balance of power between Iran you know, lead towards more or less conflict in Yemen? Like we don't fucking know. Right? The question is you know do we you know, what can we actually do, because another thing is like we keep saying we, right, and like we is like this really weird, I feel like um kind of like holdover where we view ourselves as a nation, and so when we say we, we're talking about like America, right, but like America is made up of individual actors and the state and these corporations, and there's all these different players involved here. So like I you know I guess I wonder like you know maybe we have to name, when I say we I mean this panel, we have to name what institution we would argue would make it a specific action, and not simply like we should do this, right?
I
This is
think
why I
that
said that, like you know
I Oh, I agree. Guys, just letting you know, we got a hype train. 53% done,
Woo!
47% left. Help us with this hype train. Level 1 hype train. Help us get to level 2 hype train. Substitute channel to give subs to move along the hype train. Less than 3 minutes on the clock. Let's see if we can make it to a level 2. Thanks to the people helping out so far. You were going to say something, Sprout?
Yeah, the United Nations. So when Scott asked that question, I'm saying the United Nations is probably going to be the best one to focus that we on, because that's when it's most effective is when the UN gets involved, when we have our European partners get involved with what we're doing. That's when it is most effective. The United States by ourselves do a lot, but usually what we do, our European partners follow up behind, and that's typically when you see the most progress is when when the UN decides to step behind us.
I mean, that might work for Qatar. Maybe. I mean, like the problem is the resources, right? And so when you have China and Russia, and and depending upon like who's on the 13, you know, certain actions are kind of just like gonna be off the table. I don't know. I think that the United States is probably able to affect more change than the United Nations personally. But I mean, an argument could be made both ways, like at least when you're talking about small incremental changes. I don't know that the United Nations is really going to be able to enforce anything, right? The United Nations might put together a committee, it might put together some goals, might get some corporate, partners and NGOs to work towards those goals. I think the only like hard power situation, though, right, is going to have to be done from like the State Department or something in terms of like certain concerns that they have for protections for American citizens. And I think that's probably where I would focus is going to the State Department and saying, look, we're going to FIFA, we're going to Qatar, or whatever other country that we're pissed off about in 2 fucking years or 6 months from whatever other sporting event, right? And we say, like, look, the State Department is going to demand certain concessions in terms of protecting its American citizens. And I don't know. I think that could be a positive thing, right? Is essentially opening up tourism during these sporting events and basically demanding that these countries treat them similarly to the way that they're treated in Western nations. Because I think you have a lot of people in these countries, we forget that we're not just dealing with nations, we're dealing with individual actions. If you look at it from a systems theory perspective, right? Sometimes things are from the top down, but sometimes things are from the bottom up, especially when you're talking about cultural change. And so I think if we can have the State Department demand that tourism come in and you have local business owners and local people, see people come in and go, wow, these people aren't that bad. I may still have some problems with their degeneracy. I may still have problems with their culture, et cetera. But like my business did well, and the interactions that I had with the American tourists were friendly. And I think that that leads probably to more change than trying to enforce boycotts that will ultimately fall through.
Yeah. So, but our friend Dibby was talking about a more aggressive stance. I was really wanted to focus in on that. Taking a more aggressive stance. Who else? Obviously, Scott doesn't. But does anyone else agree with that stance that the U.S. should? And again, these can be like really vile um, uh, vile human rights violations, right? Well, especially in the case of China. And Dibby, I guess I should ask you that. Like, does this still hold up for China for all the things that they've done?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like China, you'd have to take like a much more careful approach. But I guess we could compare it to something like moving out of Qatar for a bit. During the Obama administration's like term, they had that situation where it was like I think like 100 girls, I think it was, were taken by Boko Haram and then sold off into basically sex slavery, right? Married away, quote unquote. Um, like, do you think that it would have been wrong for the Obama administration, or there would have been an issue with the Obama administration using our military to go and find that group and get those girls, and if they couldn't find the girls, take out the group?
What about the
Like,
rest of you?
would anybody here have had like an issue with that? Maybe Scott because of Forrest and he's not okay with the government using his money that way, or whatever. But the rest of you,
Take
Right,
out
so-
Boko Haram.
I would. Yeah. I would,
Yeah, so when those girls were kidnapped, right? Girls in another country, no relation to or connection to the United States at all, but they were kidnapped from their school by some like jihadi group and sold off into like marriages, right? Like young girls. Would it have been wrong for the United States to use our military to go and stop that?
No.
No, it wouldn't be wrong for the United States to go and stop that, but it's
Would you be in
much
favor of that?
different. What?
Would you be in favor of the United States doing that?
Yeah, I think I would. I think disrupting terrorist cells is generally a pretty good thing for like the whole world. I don't think was Boko Haram like backed up by a government anywhere.
I don't
Like
think so.
specific,
I
yeah.
don't
So
think-
like it's if it's like a random terrorist cell that is probably not backed by the government, probably is not looked at well by a government, but that government doesn't have the ability to do something about it. Yeah, we can step in and create a coalition with that government to do something about that,
I'm
right? To
also
go ahead and free
assuming-
those girls.
I'm also assuming this isn't the first time. I'm assuming they've done shit like this before, and this isn't their first time doing this.
So you guys, so like, I guess the question I was really asking with that is, are you guys okay with the United States imposing our laws across the planet, which is what that would be, right? We have a law against like taking people against their will, marrying off young girls, et cetera, et cetera. So given that this is happening in a place that is not, within our sovereign borders, we're basically enforcing our laws across the entire fucking planet at that point, right? Like, is there anything wrong with that from your perspective?
We do
I
that
think when it
anyways.
comes to people that are that vulnerable, that it's easier to justify in a situation like that. It seems it's
The
hard
human rights
not.
violation.
I think if there's a country, like again, the way I'm saying this is if a country doesn't like this, it agrees with us and it's a good, we should do it, right? Like the thing is, if there is a state that like, let's say just tomorrow, like South Korea just completely goes and does the Juicy Girls thing to literally everybody, right? And that is the only thing that they do, right? As a country, then we should cut off, in my opinion, all trade if they're literally selling off their entire, female population, right? Like that's my look at that because they're causing like ultimate levels of harm, or at least not establish new trade with them. But I think this is different than if we're dealing with a paramilitary organization that does not have like a state, it doesn't have like borders, it doesn't have anything like that. But I think that it's like
would
we
you require
wouldn't.
the United States get permission from Nigeria before going in and trying to find Boko Haram? Or
Me
if the
personally,
Nigerian government explicitly said, "Hey, we're handling this, stay out of our fucking border." Would you be okay?
I mean,
with
as
them saying,
long as
"Hey,
they handled
sorry,
it."
we don't like this enough that we're
Yeah.
going to say, hey, fuck your borders, we're going to come and do it anyway.
Oh, even
Um,
if Nigeria was saying no, don't come here.
Well, then we just stopped. We stopped, helping Nigeria on the world stage to begin with. Like this is like again exercising soft power against like a state versus a paramilitary organization. If you, along with that, if it's like there's some provable harm that's causing the United States and Nigeria can't do it, it's like I don't like it, but I mean, yeah, we're probably gonna do it. It's
It
what we
looks like
do.
I don't even think that's a fine line. I don't think that's a hard question to answer. I think yes in the first scenario because we've been asked to go in. It gives us it actually gives us like positive perceptions around the world because of the popularity of that situation that was in there. And if we can go in with some success and have a successful operation with the support and permission of the home government, then yeah, absolutely you can do it. But these are sovereign countries, and our entire international rules-based order relies upon the notion that borders are sovereign and that you need that kind of permission to go in, unless there's an extreme element of national self-interest, like when we crossed into Pakistan to get Bin Laden, for instance, because you could make a claim of self-interest there, like national self-interest. I don't think you could make that claim with regards to Boko Haram. So without permission, no, I don't think we could go in.
Well, I guess it became self-interest when it looks like in 2015 when Boko Haram pledged allegiance to ISIS or ISIL. That's when the U.S. ramped up their support. But yeah, I guess it was just then that they decided to.
Yeah, fuck,
but
fuck
again, like
nations, borders. Nations they're all fucking illegitimate anyways. The only borders that matter are private borders. And if these individuals want to fucking secure the help of some company that chooses to save them based off of donations, volunteer, charity work, or a loan, like let them go in and fucking kill the fuck out of Boko Haram. But the idea that we're gonna start policing the entire world based off of like my money and my interactions, right? We're going to be the world police. Like, where does that end? Well, I'll tell you where it ends. It ends in one of two places. Either one, we become the world police for everyone until our economy collapses, or we become the world police for everyone. And to stop the economy from collapsing, we utilize that power and extort resources from these people. And then we become an empire. Or two, we don't actually become world police for everyone. What we do is we work in conjunction with corporations and business interests to decide who, when, and where we want to be world police when it comes to certain friends or certain situations. And that's where we're at right now. And I think that it's completely unjustified.
Sprout, you're talking, but we can't hear you. Okay.
You might be talking
I
to his
said
own
I
chat.
said I'm for the American Empire option.
Based.
so. Fabian,
Based.
the scenario you described was Ross Perot, right? That was him going in and getting his own employees out with the private army that he raised.
Man, look, I know I kind of remember that, but you got to remember I was like 2 years old when Ross Perot was running for president.
Yeah, sure.
Like,
and this was before that.
This
was before
yeah,
that.
but I'm
This
saying
was
when he
in
was
the 80s.
running for president, like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like I was 2.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, like I have no problem with the private military force. And I don't give a fuck about nation states borders if like individuals that are victims are asking for help and soliciting that help from an aggressor. Like I understand the reality, which is that like a company might not want to engage in that because they incur the wrath of that nation state. And that's an unfortunate reality of the world. But like at the end of the day, like, you know, I just don't think that that actually is something to factor in other than just, you know, whether or not someone chooses to engage in that behavior. So it doesn't change the morality of it. Like this idea that a country's, well, we have our national borders. It's like, okay, you drew lines on a map and said this is ours, and then you maintain it through theft and oppression. Cool. Fuck you. People are dying.
So, Prime, what do you think about that? Right, so, the United States using its military to deal with Boko Haram, or even, I'm sure we can imagine a scenario in which these like Qatari migrants or immigrants, well, I guess they're not from Qatar. Immigrants in Qatar are put onto some like yacht, right? Some billionaire yacht, and they're basically slaves. That yacht goes out into the ocean somewhere. And would you be opposed to the United States coming in, boarding the yacht, and saying, "Hey, we're going to take all these slaves away from you. Fuck you. Fuck your stupid yacht. We're gonna seize the yacht even, right? We're gonna say, hey, you've done something that we think is immoral, so we're gonna impose our laws upon you." Like, what would be your like opposition to that?
I guarantee
Yeah.
we do the same way with special forces. We just don't hear about it.
No, I'm talking
So,
about like doing it publicly, openly, not in secret.
yeah.
Like taking a firm sense that, hey, if you have slaves and you're on the fucking ocean, if we catch you, we're taking the fucking boat.
So
This is
go ahead.
well, yeah. This is a thing that I've wrestled with a lot, right? Like when I first started Twitch, like I like made a splash, like talking about this, about American interventionism, and I, like it was the context of like uh, going into Iraq or Afghanistan, and people are, like try to post hoc rationalize those things. Um, I th- I want the U.S. if there is something wrong, and we have the ability to do something about it, to take an action. What that action actually is up for debate. But on the thing that you're talking about, so in that specific example, I'd say yes, do that. when it comes to like invading the territory of, sorry, what country was that again in
It's
Boko
Nigeria.
Nigeria, thank you so
Nigeria.
much. Yeah. When it comes to doing that, I don't think Nigeria would have wanted us to invade, and so that changes the calculation, right? Like even if I don't like, so there could be a person in charge of Nigeria, and I think this probably actually counts for real life. That I don't like, a person who is like autocratic. They didn't do the action themselves, but they're allowing these things to happen to the people. Uh, uh, like, shouldn't we have some sort of um order within, like international order, in which we respect these boundaries? Um, because if not, that can invite other people to take aggressive action. Well, like Russia, right? Russia saying, "Well, we're going to denazify Ukraine," right? That's the reason we're doing it. That's the reason we said we're doing it. So why are you getting in our way, right? There were a bunch of Nazis, as far as we could tell, in Ukraine. So we were going in there. We're getting rid of those Nazis. So like that seems wrong. Um, yeah, I know that I'm a little scattered here, but I hope that makes
No,
sense.
no, you're exactly right. Right. What you're talking about is that you established a moral norm, right? When you establish a moral norm, is you're saying that you believe, or you're establishing that it's justified to do a certain action, or that one ought to do an action, right? Depends upon whether or not it's prescriptive or descriptive, right? And so when you say it is right to go into Nigeria, violate their quote unquote sovereign borders, right? As a nation state to fix a problem of terrorist action, right? What you're saying is that that action is right at universalized, right? Because whenever you say something is right, in order for something to actually be right or wrong, it must be universalizable, right? Something can't be right in one instance and wrong in another instance unless you've added specific modifiers to that changes it. So, for example, killing and murder versus self-defense, right? If you say that if it's self-defense, it's not murder, right? That's universalizable, right? So killing isn't necessary, like you've added something to it. And so when you say, well, what we're going to say is it's okay to violate the national border so long as it's, terrorism, right? But the problem is now you have a nation state that has carte blanche to invade another country based off of the presumption of terrorism. Well, what does terrorism mean? Were we real careful about how we defined that? Or did we just come up with a word? Can we declare another war on terror? What does that mean? Just like you stated, we could go into Ukraine and say, well, we're denazifying it. Nazis are terrorists, right? And so, like, what you have to be very careful about trying to establish a moral norm, because once you say that something is justifiable, then you get to use that consequentialist analysis, right? Of like the subjective preferences of the individuals that are taking the action, or the media state apparatus that's going to tell you what's right or wrong. And before you know it, you're doing a lot of fucking things that you didn't think you'd be doing.
Well, yeah, Scott. I mean, like we haven't formally declared war since I think World War II.
Well,
Like any conflict between them have been like conflicts, not formally declared war.
Doobie would say that, like, well, we can take that action because we're America and because we're better. Isn't that right, Doobie?
Yeah.
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 I know my friend
I
well.
think.
Mm.
Yeah, of course.
So, that's one way of looking at things. Yeah, but yeah, so that's my answer. And thank you for that, Scott. That was actually quite useful. Um, but
Yeah,
I
I think to be super clear, I think we have like a superior culture, superior like what's the word I'm looking for? I guess our our like national morality, if there is such a thing, or the things that Americans tend to hold as like principle. I think are just generally better than things that are going on in Africa or the Middle East. So yeah, I have no issue with saying that we are a better nation than them. And given that we are a better nation and we have the ability to affect change, we should affect the change.
all right. Why don't we we haven't talked about that in a long time, Doobie. So why don't we
No.
continue on?
There's my
Okay.
whole response. Just want to get
Okay.
that in real quick.
Sure. Why don't we continue on that conversation if you have time during our open panel? Because I would actually
Sure.
like to revisit this. Thanks everyone for coming here. We're a little over time, and we got new people here. They're not used to us just like running over a half hour. I want to make a good impression for them. All right. Thanks all for stopping by. This has been a lot of fun. Um, Guys and gals within the audience, if you liked what you saw, what you heard, um, if you thought this was worthwhile, hit that follow button. If you've just showed up, hit that follow button. Or how about the channel? Like Zerg Daddy just, oh my God, I don't, oh fuck. Zerg is terrible. But thank you still. You've made up for your bad choice in race by using your Prime Gaming here on the channel. Thank you so much. It's a huge help. Much appreciated. Support the channel. Subs to the channel. Get bits to give subs. It's how I power this. This doesn't happen without that support. So subs to the channel. Get bits. Can't do it without you. I'm going to give an outro to all these great individuals, but remember, everyone, we still have more content. We're gonna have open panel. We are, yeah, I am being racist against Zerg. They're terrible. Like, don't trust them. They're garbage people. They're not even people, really. So yeah, that's my stance. Copy and paste that one. We're gonna give an outro to all these great individuals, but we have more content coming afterwards. So stick around. We're not done. Panel's not done. So we'll start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for coming through. This was I really like I really like your opening for the second strong strength, you know. Yeah, you don't expect that from Canadians. But you break the mold and I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I actually, this is one of the topics that I think I found myself agreeing most with Doobie on. Um, Not only do I believe in the concept of self-defense, but I also believe in the concept of defense of others. And I don't think that people lose like value just because they happen to be. I'm not saying somebody here thinks this, but like one of my principles is that I don't think that people lose value regardless of where they are on the planet. And so if we can intervene and stop a crime from happening, it's a good thing to do so. As long as we can stop that crime from happening without having worse things, happen down the road. Blowback's a real thing that needs to be considered. But I mean, there's examples of where, by intervening and exerting influence, sometimes military influence, we've been able to accomplish great things, right? South Korea, Taiwan, Kosovo, right? Countries that wouldn't exist, right? South Korea would be a communist hellhole unless we got involved militarily, right? And thank God for those people who we spared that outcome. If you like what I had to say, you can find me on Anti-Communism United on Discord, Twitch, and YouTube, or Anti-Com United on Twitter. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I really love what you said there at the end. Super interesting. Yeah. And if you'd like to stop by or anyone else, we'd love to hear more about that. Scott, thank you as well for coming through. I think I think this is one of your better performances because I happen to agree with some of the things that you said.
Of course. Histrionics. All right. Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can catch us Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere. Seemingly interesting. This is probably one of the places where I've disagreed with Lactoid the most, even though we usually agree. I would say that Lactoid is engaging in having a crystal ball again. I love you, buddy. I know it's my closing statement. I got no problem if you say one or two things, but I just want to point out that Lactoid doesn't actually know if South Korea would be better had we not been involved. No one knows what a different historical timeline would look like. If maybe we hadn't wasted a bunch of money and resources and respected private property rights, America could, for example, be a city upon a hill with technology, with flying cars and all of these things, because we didn't waste resources bombing and murdering people, but instead focused on higher GDP, economic growth, innovation, science. Maybe we'd have already colonized Mars if we hadn't have done those things. We just don't know. He's guessing. And I think that really comes down to principles. And whether or not you actually follow them when rubber meets the road. That being said, tomorrow, come check us out. We will be doing a charity stream for survivors.org, PAVE, Partners for Action, Voices for Empowerment, to help connect. It's a charity to help connect survivors of intimate partner violence, trafficking, etc., to different resources. We'll be interviewing the founder. We'll have Mike Harlow on. We're going to do some trivia with him. Aristocracy stopping by. Oh shit, who else? Oh, Brian McWilliams. If you're a big libertarian, you know who that is. If you're not, you probably don't know who that is, but he's hilarious. You should come check him out. Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. We're doing prizes and giveaways and all kinds of fun stuff. Get in that Christmas spirit while also getting depressed about victims of abuse. I don't know how those two things work, but hopefully they work out for us.
All right. Scott, I meant to say this before in your opening when you talked about charities to figure out which ones are really good ones. There
Mhm.
is a meta charity, I don't know, that does this research. And I can't I forget exactly what it was. I saw on Legal Eagle they did like a sponsorship for them
Mhm.
on that YouTube channel. If I can figure it out, I'll let you know. But like they apparently
Yeah,
have
I usually use. I mean, giving it away a little bit because I'm going to do this, in greater detail tomorrow. But I usually use if like I'm really going to think about a charity deeply. I usually use Cause IQ, charitynavigator.org, and then I get their 990 forms. Right. So between Cause IQ, we can look at like their ESG things, how woke of a company they are. If you don't like that type of shit, or if you do like that type of shit, you can look at a lot of like their money, their finances, all that good stuff. But learning how to read a 990 form is really important if you're actually going to put significant investment into a charity.
Thank you so much. Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Scott, but just Scott, SCOTT, not Fabian Liberty.
Let's see how it is. There's been a chill night. It's been a very slow night for me tonight. Very like relaxed, not a lot of views. It's a very weird vibe tonight. And everybody on this panel was chill too. The fuck is
Yeah,
happening in the universe? I need
I
some
know.
astrology people to tell me what's going on. I need someone to be like, well, actually, see Pisces. It's in its
Post full moon.
retrograde.
Yeah,
Like,
it was
you know
a
what I mean?
full
Like,
moon in Gemini.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's
see,
also
that's
it's
what I
also
need.
the post like full eclipse of the full moon. Twitch.tv/Resver. It was really great to be here. America's based, Bogaram not based, and
Bold stance.
yeah, that's it. So yeah, really hard takes. Also, Brittany Griner being released was one of the coolest things that's happened in a while. So enjoy your lives. I'll talk to you all soon. Bye.
Raz, before you leave,
What's up?
thanks for coming through. I do really
Yeah.
appreciate you coming. We didn't really plan it ahead, but
Yeah.
thanks for coming. I hope to have you here again.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you give me topics ahead of time. I'm learning how to argue things, so I take a lot of time to do that because I have a stutter and it sucks. So let's go.
I've never noticed your stutter, Rezzy.
I prepare a lot.
It's
Aw.
really fucking bad. Holy shit.
Oh
I'm
wow.
joking. I
You
does
too.
nothing.
Let's go to our friend Spartacus. Spartacus, thank you so much for coming through and chatting with us.
Hey, yeah, not a problem. I always enjoy coming through. I always enjoy having these Monday night debates. But it was a good discussion. And one, stop going to Russia. Just please stop going to Russia. And two, yeah, people are throwing bricks in glass houses. I guess we'll figure out how that ends up. But yeah, it was really fun. It was good talking to all y'all. It was good to hear some valid points brought up on opposite sides. Gave a little bit of a basically mind exercise to try and work with it. But yeah, I do appreciate it and look forward to the next one, Prem.
Thank you. Angel, this was your first time here. I hope this didn't scare you. This wasn't for a lot of our first timers. Things get super aggressive super fast. It didn't happen this time, I don't think. So hopefully that means you'll be back in the future.
Yeah, that was fun. Definitely can do it again. I think the most aggression that I've gotten from the stream so far has been the last couple times the people getting mad about my knee. So enjoy the knee, guys.
This is like fucking the 19th century, and like yeah,
I
like,
know.
skirts are
Or
too
maybe
short.
they're actually they think it's indecency. Whoa, what is Doobie's cam? Is that pubes?
Oh,
Doobie, what are you
Fuck
doing?
off.
Yeah.
He's doing a Mr. Girl impression. Let him go.
Okay, stop stealing my focus, Doobie. Twitch.tv/angel_dreams with a Z and then another underscore. Remember it. Because
Good work on
the underscore. If you forget the underscore, it gets fucked up and you won't find me and people raid out and then they don't get to me. So don't do that.
Good work on the underscores. The people love underscores. They've always said it, right? Everyone's always said they love typing underscores into computers. Thanks so
true.
much for that. But next we have, and thank you so much, Aiko. Thank you for coming through. And adding some an interesting historical dimension into the topic, like they usually do, right?
Sure.
Like
Yeah.
talking about Ross Perot from some ancient times that no one knows about. So thank you.
Well, people keep bringing up these hypotheticals, and these hypotheticals have already happened like multiple times. So I like to point out there that they're not really hypotheticals. I think that happened several times in this stream today too. So I thought that was interesting. Like Roman Polanski, for instance, like he did exactly the thing that Lactoid mentioned in a hypothetical about foreigners coming in and molesting children, things like that. Okay. Also, I gave you a link to that Lactoid, by the way, if you want to look at it. It's in private chat still. By the way, the most disturbing thing about Doobie's view right there was the balloons that appeared to be going like straight up his butt during that view. So
Why would he do that?
thank you for that.
The
Doobie.
fuck? I was being lewd in solidarity, and you fucked up the whole thing. Okay.
All right.
I
Okay.
was trying to be supportive.
Oh, that was your knee. I get it.
Yeah, so I'd say the most important thing to consider is with regards to historical context to all this, because I don't think I can add to the main argument too much compared to what everyone else is saying. But I still think in academic debate we have something called the easy out, which is when you give a judge a very easy reason to vote for you as opposed to your opponent. And I think the easy out when it comes to something like Qatar is to give us the solution to all problems with petrostates, which is to just get off fossil fuel, do clean energy, like what Fabian said, like invest in nuclear greatly, but also, anything that's going to get us off. I just looked at, I update a spreadsheet for ERCOT, which is Texas's energy grid. And I just looked at the electronic batteries that we have in Texas. And I every once in a while I compare it to how much natural gas we have. Because natural gas is dispatchable just like batteries are, except batteries are better. And we have, for every megawatt of gas power, for every 6 megawatts of gas power, we have 1 megawatt of battery power planned in the next 2 years in Texas, which means we have a heck of a lot more battery power than anybody ever thought we would have at this point. And my only point for saying that is because if we can not consume our own natural gas and instead send that shit to Europe, then Europe is going to be less dependent on Russia, less dependent on the Middle East, less dependent on petrostates. And when we finally get EVs going, like we should, we can make those regions far, far less economically important and therefore less politically important too.
Thank you. All right, and last but not least, we have Doobie, our Dark Lord and Savior. Doobie, we appreciate you and your crotch. Everyone seems to, especially the ladies. So Doobie, thank you for stopping by. And for all your takes.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Doobie. I help run the politics server on Discord. Discord.gg/politics or politics.gg in your browser. We've got like 73,000 people on there right now, I think.
Damn.
And what do we have coming up?
Are you partnered with Discord?
Fuck no.
Oh.
No,
They
Discord.
can't do that.
We are
They
definitely
wouldn't
gonna
touch
get banned
that.
by Discord pretty
Oh,
soon.
shit.
It's gonna happen. We're gonna get deleted. We are a very open server in terms of what we allow people to say and do. Okay.
Right.
That's one way of putting it.
One way.
Doobie's just crossing his
wholesome
fingers like,
community.
please delete it. I'm tired of doing this. Please,
No,
Discord,
like,
figure
on a,
it
like,
out.
Okay, so there have been
Did
times where,
Kanye
Discord
learn
had-
his rhetoric from your Discord?
I wish. But he could have.
Rhetoric.
There have been times where I thought the server was deleted. Like Discord had like a server outage or some shit. And I remember like the feeling of like the weight just being taken off my shoulders.
Oh,
It's
wow.
like I was free. Like it was finally over. It's
Delivered.
like that fucking scene at the end of Babe where the farmer looks down and it's like, that'll do, pig. Like
That'll
I
do.
felt like that kind of feeling.
That was
It's
amazing.
not. It's not over, is it?
Like
Oh,
Waterworld.
No, then it just comes back up 2 minutes later and I'm back in the shed.
The worst part about it is not the racism; it's how loud everyone is. Oh, Jesus Christ!
It's a
Fuck's
wholesome
sakes.
The median
the
age.
worst,
Lots of people.
no, the worst part about it is going into one of the VCs and being like, why can't I talk? And then having to like try and figure out who the hell the mods are and how to message them to try and get some kind of role to where you can talk.
Oh my god. Okay,
Mm.
let me. So
That's a good change.
Over the weekend, I changed my username on the server to Allah, like the Muslim god thing, and I've been getting death threats from random users in my DMs for like 3 days, just demanding that I change it. I say, if you know it's good for you, go change it, or I hope you get cancer and die horribly and some shit like just
It's-
nonstop.
They shouldn't say that to Allah.
That's what I was
Yeah.
Oh,
Like I have a guy
Yeah,
in my
what if
DMs
that was actually
insisting,
Allah?
insisting that I'm Jewish, and he refuses to believe that I'm not Jewish for like the last 3 days. Like I don't know, it's really fucking weird.
Do you have any
Alright,
idea what the ages are on your server?
sorry, we can
It's a very
continue this
diverse
conversation afterwards. We got some people here. They want to leave, okay? But we have open panel, guys. We still have open panel. We have more content for you, so we need to go away, right? In fact, stick around, right? Whether you be you're here on the panel or out there in the chat, stick around because we have more content for you. Okay. Thanks so much, everyone. Thanks for stopping by, joining us. Open welcome panel next. If you want to join in, that'd be great. If not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion in my community. I know they appreciate you so much as I do. Have a good one. Goodbye.
Yo,
Yeah.
Doobie.
What's up?
Casimir says, "quote I welcome Doobie to the tribe."
I appreciate that. See, I have like
Casimir's willing to
I did my
induct you.
23andMe. I have 1.1%
Honorary Jew.
Ashkenazi. Okay, 1.1% Ashkenazi Jewish DNA.
What's the
And-
rest of it?
Yeah, I'm really mixed.
Oh yeah, you're the
but
frog, right?
No, I think it's like mostly like Spanish and like
Hey, Kaz, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
All right, one moment. Let me just switch over.
How do you want to do this?
No, we can just have a conversation. You don't have to go on. Let me just 1 second. Well, that doesn't work. God, I'm a boomer. Okay, here we're just not gonna have a camera then.
I have a camera.
My OBS. Oh fuck. Okay, give me 1 second, then I'm gonna fix my fucking. I'm gonna fix my.
Do you
OBS.
normally do Discord or Streamlabs?
I normally do the depends on for who. For some reason, I can't select a.
I'm pretty much set up on all the things, or can set up on anything you want.
I know the problem. I just need to reset this. Hold on. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure this is because I fucking. Oh, finally. It's the fucking. All right.
Can you possibly share,
Down.
like if I share my screen on Discord, will we be able to look at it?
Yeah, you should be able to. Like that. Okay, everybody. Thank you for bearing with my technical difficulties as I very boomerishly try to fucking change the source in my Discord. Hello, Cass. Very nice to see you again. I've seen you multiple times before. And you're going to educate me on my my communist ways. So the floor is yours. And if you need me to click on any stream or anything, just let me know.
We move things around, so I'm looking at the camera.
Yeah.
Well, You keep calling yourself a consequentialist, and you're making me sort of cringe a little bit, because it's a moral position, and morality is something that is supposed to be like, once you decide on it and you said it, it's supposed to be always true. It's not like true today and then tomorrow you have a different morality. Then then we're not talking about a moral system. We're talking about just subjective preferences, or like moral subjectivism, perhaps. But I don't think that's what you're doing. I don't think that's what you truly believe. So I think you have very consistent principles, but then you're flexible about your methods of achieving them. And I think that flexibility comes from possibly like not thinking through what's happening, right? Which is, if I look at myself like 5 to 10 years ago, I was totally on board with everything you were saying. So it's not like we're different. It's just that a lot of my friends pressured me into being consistent, even when it was inconvenient, because it is inconvenient to be consistent. It is, for example, it's convenient for you to say that South Korea is worthy of defense, so it was worthy to conscript American soldiers and send them to Korea to fight in a war. But actually, that's like if once you start internalizing the process of that the soldiers went through, you understand that even though you were using them to do a good thing, the actual thing itself, everything about it was super evil. It's not like we tend to think everything like in terms of like we're Batman, right? And we're going to rush into the night and save the screaming lady from Joker. But in reality, we're not Batman. We're the Joker, and we're pointing a gun or a series of guns down the line at some person that we're deciding because he's young and expendable, he's going to be saving the lady for us, or at least that's what we're saying. But in reality, we're not even. The longer we do this, the less we have the incentive to save ladies, and the more we have the incentive to rob banks. Like the system we established, it has incentives. So the incentives is to say that we're going to save a lady, but to actually go and steal stuff from other people under the pretense that we're helping them. And the people we're stealing from are our citizens, like our neighbors, because they're the main source of wealth in the world. So how do you disconnect your wealth from yourself? Like, how do I convince you to pay up? Well, one way that I convince you to pay up is like say, Russia is attacking Ukraine. Ukraine are really nice people, and look, these are wonderful, beautiful, young women that are being assaulted by these zombie, brutes from Russia. And you sign up for this worthy cause, and you start sending like 75% of Americans, something like that, approve of sending money to support that war. But what they're actually doing is they're approving pulling money out of their pockets of their neighbors, placing it in the pockets of Raytheon, and Raytheon profiteering on the conflict. And you have no transparency to know what's actually going on in the back channels. So Vladimir Putin could be having phone calls with Joe Biden every day and saying, did you earn enough yet, or how long are we going to keep doing this? Another few months is enough. I'm ready for 6 more, maybe 2 more years. Is the 2 more years enough? But you know that as soon as those two leaders decide to end that conflict, it's going to end very rapidly, because it's not like over U.S. soil, right? This is just one example. I'm just trying to give you this perspective of where this potentially leads. And Ukraine is like justifiable, but like Libya, absolute nonsense.
So, I mean, I want to See, it does sound a little bit though that with a lot of this, there is somewhat of an appeal to the consequences, right? And we're saying, well, like the less incentive to rob levies, but the incentive becomes to rob the banks. The consequential analysis would just be, well, that gets factored into the equation. Like the fact that first of all, we're robbing. I agree with you that we're robbing people, 100%, right? Like taxation is theft. I'm fully on board with that. Like and I agree that when we're sending money to Ukraine, what we're doing is we're sending our neighbors money. That's just factually true.
Or bomb. Let's. Ukraine was a weak point for me because I'm very sympathetic to defending Ukraine, but I'm totally non-sympathetic with doing anything with Libya.
Right.
Like, Libya was perfectly fine without our help.
And so, but I mean, this is the case with war generally, or really any kind of government expenditure, right? You're taking money from people, your neighbors, and you're directing it to some purpose, right? And so that act in and of itself is fundamentally unjustified. But this is kind of where the consequentialist analysis like comes in, which is like you have this evil, which I agree is an evil, but then we have this bigger evil that ideally this would stop. And if the little evil isn't actually going to stop a big evil, then it's unjustified. So like Libya, for example, I don't think there was a big evil that was going to stop. At least the evil that we stopped was not nearly big enough to outweigh the tremendous evil that we did by going in there. The evil in the expenditure of the military funds, the evil in the instability, the open slave markets, all the terrible things that are happening right now in Libya, right?
And we're helping like one terrorist group fight another terrorist group that was in power.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I agree.
Nothing changed from our perspective. Everything got worse. And then a bunch of weapons were shipped there, and then from there were shipped to Syria. Apparently, I mean it's just a theory, but it's a big nonsense. But yet it was. If you read the New York Times, so if you read the U.S. State Department, the Justice Department justification for use of force there's a document, justification for use of force, on the Justice Department website. It's like a PDF. It's a very nice PDF. I hope people who are watching in your chat get to watch this a little bit, get to read this, because you start reading that document and you realize that's the inside. That's how it works. That's the meat and potatoes of how government makes decisions. And it's all full of nonsense. It's like Obama, like the document starts with Obama speeches. This is Obama justifying his actions by quoting his own speeches.
Right. Yeah.
No matter how great the speeches are, it doesn't belong there. And then it's like, because it's written as a propaganda paper, not as a actual legal analysis. And then it says things like Gaddafi is threatening to murder his citizens by going house to house and murdering them. Well, what Gaddafi was saying is that he's giving the terrorists, basically, or terrorizing the population. He's giving them an opportunity to surrender the towns where they're occupying, and and the language was that if you don't surrender, then I'm going to go house to house and I'm going to kill everyone that resists, because there's no other way. So I'm willing to kill you. And if you look at how America engages in wars against terrorists, that's exactly what we do. So if we describe in advance the operation in Fallujah, where we went house to house and killed terrorists, including civilians that were in the mess, like with more civilian casualties than anyone ever in the world, like in the past probably 30 years of military action performed, that's what he was talking about. And yet it was twisted to present him as a potential mass murderer to stop him.
Sure. Yeah, sure. But ultimately, I think what this comes down to is, unless I'm missing, like, this would just be an argument that like they did the wrong analysis. Like they either were they messed up. Like Iraq, they messed up. They did the wrong analysis. And I agree with you that there's no way to like. Ultimately, you're making a prediction. And this is why in the chat I used like the gun example, right?
Wait. You're assuming good. The gun example is I responded in chat. It's if somebody context matters, but if you have no context, if I am standing alone with another person and he unholsters his pistol, I'm gonna start unholstering mine. And if he looks at me funny, then I might just shoot him, and I'll be justified because I saw murder in his eyes, and I don't have to wait. However, if we're in a gun range, then I expect people to upholster their pistols, and I potentially won't be prepared to shoot somebody just because they look at me funny, because there's the context that we're in a gun range, right? But
The context matters for sure.
But you're right. It's like there is all of these calculations, but this is not consequentialism. This is taking the principle of, let's say, self-defense or non-aggression, and calculating based on that principle what is the actual reality. So you're taking like a compass that has north pointed on it, with the arrow pointing north. You're trying to find where the arrow points, where you're going, and you're trying to turn back north. And so the compass as an instrument should never be broken. It shouldn't have like a magnet sitting under it manipulating its readings all the time.
Let's start with very base level. We don't even talk about war right now. If I accept that taxation is theft, and I personally do believe that we need some amount of theft to like hire police officers, I must be a consequentialist at that point, right? I'm advocating for doing something bad to hire people to go do something good.
No, you are, but I'm saying that you don't have to be, and you shouldn't consider like at the very least, if you're doing this, that a consequentialist would first of all not admit that it's theft. From them, because it's they calculated some greater good, therefore it's actually not theft, but it's moral. It's only theft when you're taking something unjustifiably, and they believe falsely that they're justifying the taking of this. So many of them would say it's not theft, or many would do this equivocation where it's necessary evil. Okay, fine, but I don't think that's what needs to happen. So you can, for example, look at the world and say, sorry, one moment, let me shut this down. That this is awful, but I'm in a sort of a trap, and I want to escape that trap without anyone dying. So I'm going to disarm that trap slowly and not like all at once, because if I like abolish the police without a replacement, all chaos will break loose. Like, you're held hostage by the current system, but that doesn't mean that you should say that's acceptable and not like take gradual steps towards improvement. Okay, and I wanted to address one other thing. You said that Iraq was a miscalculation and Libya was a miscalculation. I shook my head because I hard disagree. I used to think that was a miscalculation, but now I think it was deliberate.
Oh, okay. Well, so to a consequentialist mind who's actually a good person, it was a miscalculation. I can agree with.
No, I think it was evil. I think it was deliberate evil that uses the consequentialism as like as a blindfold to blind like the masses, but actually it is intentional. It's a strategy that's called organized chaos. The United States goes in areas of the world where there are potential enemies, and it causes chaos there, and it profiteers on the chaos. It's not the United States, but it's like part of our government that and state security apparatuses that benefit from this. But if I presume just hypothetically that this is true, then everything else suddenly lines up, and all things that don't make sense make sense. So I think it's the simpler explanation is that yes, they're slightly incompetent because they still mess up, but they're actually like their bank accounts aren't incompetent. Their personal wealth and status isn't incompetent. Like all of those people are in the elite, very steadily increasing their bank accounts and increasing their power in the world. So how can we call Iraq a mistake if it did transfer wealth from American pockets into Halliburton?
Sure. So when I say mistake, I mean mistake in the sense of like, yeah, for the people who like were profiteers or like intentionally did evil, And I think those people exist. I'm absolutely comfortable calling them like terrible, evil people, and I think there probably was like some nefarious underpinnings to a lot of the actions done, to multiple things, right? But I guess I'm more what I'm saying in miscalculation. I'm saying like, let's go back and like I'm in charge now. Would I invade Iraq? Right? I wouldn't, because I think that doing so would be a miscalculation if my intention was to make things better, because I don't think it would, and it didn't, right? But like you look at South Korea, for example, where I think it did make things better, and that's where it gets like, I think when you have the examples of where it does make things better, that's when it starts getting really dicey, right? You have an example of like South Korea where the communists are literally invading, right? They fucking broke the armistice. They're just pushing the South Koreans out to the sea, right? They're taking tremendous amounts of land, burning, pillaging, all sorts of shit. And like Batman, we swoop in and put a stop to we put a stop to the Reds, right? We push them all the way back until like the bigger Reds in China, they get involved and push us back to where we currently are. I agree that I don't know for a fact, because I don't have a crystal ball and I'm engaging in a counterfactual, that South Korea wouldn't be better off under the communists. I just think I have every reason to believe that they're lucky as shit that they're not being ruled by the communists, right?
No, that's not even my calculation. So the alternative universe is not one where South Korea isn't helped. The alternative universe is where it's helped by a private entity.
You
It's
think a
where it's
private
helped.
entity existed at the time that would be able to be sufficiently powerful to push back the North and China?
Well, at the time, it was like a significant amount of time was spent by. At the time, I was going to say that, like since 1913, and even before that, the formula started working where Americans get taxed. Taxes are sent to Europe. First World War begins using money from American taxpayers to buy the arms and arm all the sides, and fund the economies to allow them to engage in warfare with everybody. And then uh, 4 years later, conscription gets enacted with the Selective Service Act by the same Woodrow Wilson presidency, and Americans start being sent to Europe, and like 5 million total were conscripted, and several million were sent against their will to fight in Europe. They were absolutely wasted in the trenches, and France was the South Korea, and Germany was presented as the North Korea. They were like the equivalent. Like in reality, yes, they were probably milder than the communists. But if you look right now in say Vietnam, well, the communists are fairly mild themselves. So it's sort of everything is sort of a bit relative in that sense. Like
But
the
I don't agree with that Vietnamese being. I agree with you that the Vietnamese have moderated because of China, but I like when you compare the South Vietnam. This is like maybe another hot take. Like everyone kind of takes it as like, oh well, Vietnam, like it was obviously stupid. We were there and like we were fighting a pointless war. But like you look at South Vietnam compared to North Vietnam, and you compare when you look at what happened to South Vietnam after the North overran them. I mean, it was tragic. It was tragic and horrific. The type of like
I'm
the
gonna concede this
political and
point.
economic destruction that underwent the South.
I'm going to concede this point because, like, the past is in the past, and in the past, maybe humanity could only operate in such a manner. But like the ideology that I'm promoting, it's not an ideology of the past. It's an ideology that's aiming towards the future, and it's fairly recently developed, like with grounding. It comes from good wishes that existed for probably 70 years, but the actual like intellectual basis existed for less than 6, with like the beginning of it less than 20. So it's like all very fresh, and the idea of a private production and private control over defense is very innovative, and so I understand it's hard to. It's like the hardest part to imagine is
harder for me to get over, to be honest.
how it would resolve, but like you can see Raytheon building the weapons and shipping them to another country, but that country doesn't have the money to accept those weapons. And so what should happen is that country should trade something that it has for those weapons. And what it has is whatever, like its futures, right? It can sell its futures and can buy weapons enough for its defense. And if that country, that current South Korea, like the Ukraine, if it realizes that its resources are limited, then what it does is it concedes and gets into the negotiation a lot faster.
I don't
so
know if South
have-
Korea would have been able to raise the funds necessary, right? At the time.
No, you're again. I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to go back in
Okay.
time into like, because you can. Let's say we go back in time 2,000 years, and you tell me, Casimir, as sad as slavery is, when we have like a bunch of people that are infected with parasites from their young age because of dysentery and like because of various bad conditions of life of the like lower classes, because everybody is like working in the fields for survival, and only a few individuals reach adulthood, and out of the few, very few have the IQ to even think politically, then Aristotle is sort of right about natural slaves. If somebody has 80 IQ, it doesn't matter whether you enslave them or not, they're going to follow orders because that's all they will understand. Otherwise they won't survive. So you have entire societies with like strict hierarchies that right now to you and me would be unacceptable. And all they needed to do was have modern medicine and modern manufacturing of drugs to be able to clear themselves of parasites, so they have a growing IQ range up to their potential, so that they can have a democratic society or whatever other advanced society they have. And you would tell me, well, look, Casimir, they couldn't have done it because they didn't have all of this. And I would agree with you, but it doesn't mean that I would, from my current perch, justify the slavery and serve them and all the other nasty stuff that existed 2,000 years ago. I would say that it's not nice, or like it's immoral or unjustifiable.
Right. I agree, but I think is this not consequentialist thinking?
Okay, please, that word consequentialism, strictly, if you open up the SCP, it's like it makes assertions about morals, about what is actually good to do. It doesn't mean that like what do you do when you have a gun trained at you or when you're under threat. It's what do you do when you're at liberty to act. It's things like if a patient comes into a hospital and there's 5 patients on beds, all missing an organ and about to die from chain organ failure, and the question is, can you cut open that healthy person that just ventured into the hospital and save 5 other people? Trade 1 life for 5. And a consequentialist has no answer. Like
It's one of the hardest questions.
What they will do is they would say, "Oh, I'm a rule consequentialist." Oh, so you're just a covert deontologist that doesn't want to talk about it, right? You want to have rules in certain cases where it feels nice, and not have rules in other cases. And this is why it's very hard for you to engage in political debates. Like Scott recently debated Synth, very strong debater. And Synth told Scott, "No, Scott, would you steal a penny to save the world?" And Scott, like a good ANCAP, answered no. And everybody was like, Scott is losing the debate. All Scott has to do is say, okay, I'm going to change the penny into 1 million children that you're going to kill with your bare hands. Are you willing to kill 1 million children to save the world? And you know what happened? Synth also said no. And his response was I'll try to quote more directly. He said, if I start doing things like killing a bunch of children, then I will not be of the type of mindset that is required to save the world in the first place. I will not be the person capable of saving the world. So he's actually, as a consequentialist, he has a deontological insight deep inside of him that tells him why these rules. He just doesn't understand how it connects to the penny. He doesn't understand that a penny is just the evil multiplied by some n number, and when we raise n high enough, suddenly he notices it, right?
Right. So here, I am an outcome oriented person where my outcome once needs to be like the perfect outcome is like a libertarian society, right? And so like the util, I guess I'm not gonna use the word utilitarian, but like would be like the goal is like increasing some kind of like abstract consent value. If that is outcome based, would that be consequentialist or would it not be? And if not, should I just start saying outcome based?
Consequentialist. I'm going to attack you on your consequentialism.
Okay.
I'm going to show you. I showed you one attack. I'm going to show you several more. And you said that the hospital example is written in the SAP right before, and here begins real consequentialism.
Yeah,
like
it's tough.
chapter. Because it's tough. It creates a branch because people can't answer it. And so, but I think that we have a very similar vision. My vision, though, is potentially possibly richer than yours. Like, I don't mind people simulating communism using my contract theory and doing like some kind of a communist contract. They just have to be away from everybody.
Yeah. If it's consensual, I'm fine with that too, right? My issue is like, I think that's like, well, I don't even think that's communist. I think that's just like capitalist, right? You just agree to have a kind of a share agreement that provides everybody an equal share. But like communism, I think is dictated by the non-consensual stealing and expropriation of other people's property to like a systemic chronic effect, which is what they want.
Yeah, it's also it's very easy for my system to analyze this because I don't believe in property, really. I stopped. I don't believe in labor. I used to use those words, and I still use them for convenience, but whenever I use them, in my mind, it's like metaphor. Dangerous metaphor, in fact. The only thing that they're stealing is this. That's the only thing that's there. There's no property, there's no labor, there's only this, and a certain history. When I start digging and I dig a hole, and somebody takes over that dig site and says, "It's mine now, thank you, go away." There's no property trading places. What they have done is they've stolen from my past, the history of my activity.
100%. Theft is retroactive slavery.
Right, and once you understand this, you understand that when they tell me what to do, they tell me you can't engage in certain types of contracts. What they're selling is that for those particular types of contracts, they own your body. Well, let me give you an example. A perspective philosophy talks to destiny. Says they both agree on homesteading. They both agree that property is really the history of the body action. But then when we talk about having wage labor, suddenly perspective philosophy brings in this concept of alienation and says, even though it's consensual, I don't want it to happen, and so I'm going to forbid it.
Yeah, that makes no sense. I have no defense of that whatsoever.
No, I'm not saying you're defending.
Right,
I'm saying that once you start analyzing it from body autonomy, then all those metaphors fall apart, and the arbitrary nature of their decisions to help everybody come into focus. But more importantly for you is that you are a good guy with good intentions, but the people that rise towards power, if you start reading people like Curtis Yarvin, like if you start reading, some evil people like Schmidt, like Carl Schmitt, the Nazi ideologue, if you read what he writes about power and how power gets gathered, and there's like the iron law of oligarchy, all of those systems, they explain to you not just that power corrupts, because we all know that power corrupts from the cradle, right? But how power corrupts. And it corrupts by the system of incentive being like directly opposite to what you want. What you want is to save South Korea's against North Korea's.
Right.
And I would say I want that too. I want that to happen. Like the actual result of young men volunteering to fight for a good cause, I want that to happen. But what actually happens is increasingly it's going to be more and more and more Libyas. And the more through time you will look forward, it's going to be more towards Libya, towards gender studies in Afghanistan.
Sure.
Can you tell me why did they insist on gender studies in Afghanistan?
I don't know.
Well,
Probably
there's a logical reason that connects to our conversation. I can tell you why. It's because it makes no bloody sense. If it made sense, like for example, let's say they did poppy farming in Afghanistan and they subsidized poppy farming in Afghanistan. All they have to do is send money to a farmer in Afghanistan. He takes that money, buys a tractor, and plows like 10 more fields and plants poppies in them. And everything is fine. And he keeps doing what he always did, which is, farm opium. And then you don't get a penny of that money back as the government of the USA or as all the NGOs combined. You don't get a penny back because the farmer will utilize 100% of the money. But if you tell him to build a school for gender studies, he doesn't know how it works. So who gets to tell him?
right. And I
Our
don't.
guys.
Right. Yeah, of course. And this is why I think we're not actually I don't think we will disagree a lot when it comes to like the actual the specific actions that you're pointing to, right? But the part that where you gain me is the consequences, right? And the part which I guess I get lost a little bit is like it seems as though we have these examples of terrible consequences where I'm not in favor of it, but then we have examples of like sympathetic causes like South Korea and South Vietnam and Taiwan, in Japan to some extent, right? When we were attacked by them and Germany, right? If I had and the Civil War, if I had learned that, if I was like ruling America, let's say, and I learned that like the Holocaust was happening, I mean, I would intervene. I would feel obligated to intervene to protect them, and I if that required drafting soldiers to send them to stop the Holocaust.
But you wouldn't rule America, and America did not stop the Holocaust, even though it was ongoing and it could have done things to stop it. It didn't.
Right, and it should have, and the fact that it didn't was morally wrong because the consequences were bad.
Well, it was wrong, and because even back then, consequences were like thing number 99 on the list of decision making.
Oh, yeah, I have no love for how things have been shifting towards being ruled and decided, and I mean, look, there's a reason.
It was like there was a Jewish lobby in the American government at the time that said we should save the Jews, we should help Israel, like we should found the state of Israel. Back then, I'm talking about 20s, 30s, right? And there was an Arabist lobby that says we should help the Nazi kill as many Jews as possible. And so after the war, one lobby is thinking, how do we start sending aid to Israel? And they only succeed in that 20 years later in the 70s, because the war ended towards like the 45, and the country establishes in 48. So we're talking about 50s to 70s, right? But like in the middle of the 50s, the Nazi part of the United States, the Nazi sympathizer part, is taking Nazi terrorists and shipping them off to Egypt to train the Egyptian army to attack the Jews in Israel, because Israel at the time is an ally of Stalin, and Egypt is an ally of the United States. And then within a decade, everything flips because I forgot his name. I think it was Sadat or the guy before him says, "Oh, actually, those Europeans, I don't like them. The Soviets are nicer to me." And so he goes and takes over the Suez Canal from the French, and suddenly Israel is fighting against him. Everything changes, and and suddenly America is like, should we help Israel now? Who do we have? We don't have anyone anymore. And so the whole, but there's no consequentialism anywhere there. And if you read the history of like other places, like you read the history of the British Empire, it's like a meme. We helped these people betrayed us. We helped other people to kill the betrayers. The people we helped kill us. Now it's like a list of everybody they helped, including like going into Afghanistan before. And
Right.
we're doing something similar with like with the Mujahideen and you know the Mujahideen that are promising get killed. The ones
Right.
that are
But it seemed, and I agree with a lot of this, but like again, going back to me, it seemed like the issue was on principle, where I could think of like the most not these examples where there's corruption involved and where the bad decisions are being made, but I can think of like a very very good example, like a very sympathetic example, and even then it would still be wrong. So, like if you can, like that's the thing, let's take an example where we were right, where like it was the right decision. Intervention in South Korea, right? Another area where we were correct. Maybe not that wasn't all the motives, but they're like, if we had known about the Holocaust, and there probably were people who did know, and there probably were people who wanted America to intervene. The people who were advocating for that, I think they would have a very solid leg to stand on, right? They would say, look, it's awful, like again, that little
so
evil.
There's a proper way to do it, though. So the proper way to do it, let's say that right now the FBI is doing whatever it wants, and the police is ineffective. So what people do is they take a camera and they make accounts online on Discord and various other places, and they pretend to be young girls, and they attract the predators, and then they catch the predators and they film them, and then they some of them film them and upload it to YouTube as like predator hunting shows, and they call the police, while other people don't upload anything to YouTube, but they just engage in open violence against the predators, and then nobody finds out about it except the community of predators. They get increasingly more terrified. So people tend to solve problems voluntarily that don't affect them directly, but their resources are limited because 50% of everything they own goes into this collective fund right now. So in chat somebody might say, oh, I'm only paying like 20% taxes total, or 25 or 30, but then add on to that, please, inflation. On top of that, the money that gets sent to the banks to increase inflation is spent on the market to outcompete you, so that it becomes quite complex. But I believe that right now we're missing like 50% of our potential, and that potential could have been used to create a lot of things, to like double up the productivity of our society. And some of that productivity would go into defending South Korea's, right? Young men would say, I have a future in the military company. Raytheon would be having a business where it would conquer trading markets for itself, or like for other companies, by saving people from bullies, and then getting a bunch of like concessions and free trade agreements. Basically everything that the United States does now could be done using private incentives. But in order to reach that level of trust, right, that doesn't exist right now, because right now, in order to become as big as Raytheon, you have to become government supported and corrupt. So I can't even point at Elon Musk and say that I would trust Elon Musk to be the savior of Koreas.
So,
although he's doing that for Twitter, by the way, just so you know.
Right. Yeah, no, I think so. I'm like I said,
like that's an example of a South Korea that nobody forced him to save Twitter. In fact, it was very unhealthy for him to do so.
Yeah.
And yet he's doing that, and he's poking the biggest bear on the planet.
Well, absolutely. And this is like one of the reasons why like I started becoming more active on Twitter after he took it over. But I think there's just two going now. I think now we're talking about like what I think the question that matters to me is, which is it. I think this is a need, like, and not just a need in the sense of like some kind of like welfare need or whatever. I'm saying like a human, like future geopolitical need here, which is like whether it be like stopping. Let's just go with China, stopping genocide of the Uyghurs, right? And all the other terrible shit that they do.
You sort of can't.
Can the private sphere do it better? That's the question.
Well, yes, but just so you understand,
I don't.
The only thing that you can do with China, and this doesn't matter if you're, as long as you're human, right? I'm talking about humans, like somebody on the scale of the United States. The only thing we could do in China is mild economic pressure, mild economic containment, finger wagging, and nuclear deterrence. Which is in the private sector, once it reaches the level of the United States, that's like when an insurance company reaches the level of the United States, that's what it will be able to do. It'll be able to place nukes on the border and say, you're not going to use nukes, but if China decides to kill Uyghurs, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. That's just like the reality of the thing. Because we're not going to risk a nuclear war.
Right.
Regardless. Like, even if we want to, they'll just nuke everything at the end.
So,
well, it will allow us to intervene.
Right, but like, so with an example of a country which is small enough for us to intervene, like in the Koreas, like that's an example where I'm skeptical. Let's even if that happened today, I'm skeptical. It's just like an empirical question. Like I'm skeptical of the efficaciousness of like private individuals being able to do that, to combat like a military power like that, right?
Well, everything that is happening right now largely happens through private means being deployed by governments. So like
right.
The U.S. military is fighting in Ukraine using troops that operate almost entirely voluntarily. The special forces, units that guide munitions, units that control spy satellites, and that like guide Ukrainian missiles to the target and provide like lasers. All of that is happening by people, not by conscripts. So you can and why do they do that? They do that because they like doing it, because they believe they're the good guys. I'm talking about like SEAL team and like special forces guys, right? They like doing this, but also they get paid an insane amount of money. Like they're very well paid. They're not like conscripts in any sense, and they get good training. All of this exists in the private sector and functions really well.
What's the argument that like? So I understand that the private sectors that like obviously make everything for the military, but the idea is that the military pays for it and directs it, which is why like there is kind of a monopoly on force there. If we had like privatized militaries, the common objection that is intuitive to me, which I have a difficult time like solving it, is what's to stop Burger King from invading McDonald's? What's to stop one corporation from buying up weapons, like kind of like a feudal sort of society where like one faction buys a bunch of weapons, raises their levies, and just like destroys like one of their competitors, and then everyone else is like uninterested, so people don't intervene.
Right. So the problem with that analogy is that Burger King is currently invading McDonald's. That's currently happening. Except the Burger King is controlling the area of the United States, right? I'm in quotation marks Burger King. It's called the State Department, and instead of using principles of like justifiability, of logical justifiability and argumentation ethics, it's using the principle of confusing you with propaganda to the point where you don't understand what's going on. But they are the ultimate evil. If I describe to you the ultimate evil corporation, there's a nice video on that by Bitburger, like a few minutes of video where it just makes a direct analogy between our state and the most evil corporation you can imagine. That's it.
No, I'm talking about like a MiG tank blowing a hole like in a Burger King. Like, how do we stop that from happening? Because that's my hang up.
Well, it's the same way that the two states stop each other from attacking each other. There's deterrence.
One wins. No. What happens is one wins and the other loses.
Should we accept a system of rules where we can say, I can say, I have grounding to say that the invasion of Ukraine was unjustified by Russia. I also have grounding to say that Ukraine's refusal to recognize the independence of people that declared independence is also unjustifiable. And I can do that like almost deontologically from first principles. I can say that the sovereignty that Ukraine exercised over those people was always stolen, never legitimate. So if those people say, I want to be free from you, if I want to secede, that's justifiable. So in my system, I declare that this is the truth. I prove that it is the truth logically, and then I try to shift reality towards logic, being closer and closer and closer to how everybody views reality, so that when McDonald's starts blowing holes in Burger King, or vice versa, we can call them out and say, we don't believe your propaganda. What you did is unjustifiable. And it doesn't matter how many patriotic films you release for Burger King or McDonald's or vice versa, we know that both of you are full of crap. Whereas right now, what you're proposing for me is that I ignore that logic and I accept the currently existing Burger Kings that are attacking McDonald's. I just give them a nice name, the state, and say that it's justified
Right.
because it avoids greater evil. Or
But
something.
the as flawed as democracy is, though, it would seem like the limiting factor here would be like the Constitution specifically, right? We have the idea of a constitutionally like rights that like the government is supposed to not violate, right? Legally, you can't, right? Now, do they sometimes? Yeah, it's a problem, but like they can't just like up and fucking do it. There's a reason Second Amendment, for example, even though there's a lot of people that want to ban guns, and in some times in American history we had the assault weapons ban. It was unfortunate, right? But there's been a lot of courts who have struck down those laws as being like unconstitutional from a originalist perspective. But like when I'm thinking about like McDonald's, right? Shooting Burger King or sending them McStasi to make me go buy McDoubles or whatever the fuck. Like, I'm just concerned as to there not being a limiting factor there because McDonald's owes me no
disagree.
recognition of rights.
I just historically disagree. I think that originally the Constitution was written by an elite that understood the various problems with their own population. They understood their population as being selected for rebelliousness, because these were all mostly rebels and malcontents that were chased out of the old world towards the new. And they, as the elite, educated in elite institutions in the old world, they established the Constitution to safeguard against both things, against both the mob taking over, which it tried several times, and against the elite being too strong. And the Constitution was a brilliant document, but just to understand what actually happens, what the Second Amendment actually relies on, is on the general idea of that's disseminated in the population that once we lose the Second Amendment, everything else is bunk. People know that in the core, in their hearts of hearts, people know that even if 60% of Americans vote to amend the Constitution to remove the Second Amendment, and even if that vote passes, there's going to be still going to be like a 35% at least of the American people who are going to not accept that and are going to die trying to defend that right. That means that right is not depending on the Constitution. I'll give you an example. In Virginia, the House, the entire Congress of Virginia, and the governorship, so all three branches of government, legislature and executive, I guess maybe judiciary as well, because they found those rules constitutional, agreed to enact very tough gun control laws, including gun grabs. And they were about to pass that law. And the people could do nothing to stop them because they were a minority. So what happened? Well, what happened was that a bunch of people started, approaching their sheriffs and saying, are you going to enforce this nonsense? And then the sheriff stood up and, with the support of their community, said, we're not going to enforce this. We're going to nullify that law that constitutionally properly implemented law, and we're going to fight against the National Guard, and we're going to deputize our population. You're going to have to kill us to take those guns away. And then the legislature said, maybe next time. And those laws were suspended until next session. And then the story disappeared behind COVID and everything else that happened, because I think it was around 2019, what I'm quoting.
Sure. I can give you an example, though.
Is that the Second Amendment that made those people bunch together and say we're going to fight to the death and the government backed off? Or is that the idea that they're going to lose all their freedoms as a consequence?
Yeah, look, I agree general culture matters, but I think like Constitution matters too. So, and maybe this is just like lawyer brain, right? But like one example I can think of is like burning the American flag. It is a popular opinion in the U.S. that it should be illegal to burn the American flag. Most Americans think this. In fact, our Congress has passed laws multiple times, despite every single time they're getting shot down, has passed laws multiple times criminalizing the burning of the American flag. And every time they do, the courts say, sorry, that's unconstitutional. You can't do that, right? I'm not convinced that if that wasn't enshrined in the Constitution, the freedom of speech, and the established precedent of being able to burn the American flag, most Americans would be fine with like that being a crime. And so like if somebody burns the flag, like, you know, because let's be honest, like support for those laws is higher among Republicans than it is among Democrats. So the people who are very rightfully pro 2A and have the guns and shit, they want to criminalize burning the flag. You know, that's a terrible opinion that they have. So I think it's perfect. Like it's like a real possibility there that if that passes, like who's going to be arrested for it? You know, some lefties burning a flag every once in a while. Conservatives aren't really going to care about that. There's not going to be like a lot of like weaponized response to that. And we're going to see like a critical freedom of the U.S., like the right to do what I want with my own property, which, you know, we both agree on, I'm sure. Like that's an example of the Constitution safeguarding that right. I don't.
Well, the problem with the Republicans that are against flag burning is that they don't have those first principles, and they only have basically, and so they require the Constitution to babysit them because they don't have any other first principles to talk about. They talk about natural law. They don't fully derive it, and it's not a logical system at all. It's like full of contradictions.
Sure.
So yes, I agree that you need that, but what would be a superior system that would make them less of a potential victim to various other conditions was for them to actually have a deontological belief in property, where they understand that the only way to stop that guy from burning the flag is to have a large group of people in a location decide that it's illegal and say that anyone that wants to arrive at our location and like visit it or live there has to agree in advance to not burn any flags, like a homeowners association or something similar.
Yeah, right.
That would be fully constitutional for a homeowners association say that we don't have it should be fully constitutional for a group of people to isolate themselves and say, on our grounds, don't burn the flag. The problem is that then the government will come in and say, no, like you're supposed to provide a public place for, you know, for a public debate in the middle of your HOA, and so they will actually force you to allow flag burnings by outsiders. I believe that that's also bad. It's bad for the right-wingers to want to enact a federal law against burning their symbols, but it's also bad for the government to exist that prevents them from enforcing it in their local communities. They just don't pick the right solution. That's the problem.
And I think this comes down to the fundamental agreement we have, which is, look, if we lived in a world with perfect people, I would want every prescription you have. Like
no,
all of my right, but I think it is right.
Prescriptions are necessary for the imperfect world. In the imperfect world, listen, I am imperfect. When I say that I believe that certain things should happen, it often conflicts with my knowledge of 2 + 2 = 4. I really want it to equal 5, but unfortunately it's 4. I really want to have a free lunch, but unfortunately I can't. So I have a tendency to be irrational. I have a tendency to want to to say things like, that guy in the government annoyed me. So I want him in prison. Actually, I want him strung up. Actually, I want his family and his family's family and his family's family's family strung up.
That's a bit
Look at the
extreme.
generation joke, right?
I know.
But how do I stop that thought, that evil, from sort of taking over my mind at any point? What's to stop me from? Well, two things. One, I can't, but that's awful, because many people would not stop themselves, right? And so as soon as government controls go away, they will actually hunt down not only the people that are evil, but also their innocent family members. So it's like a hostage situation. But what should really happen is you should say, no, I can't do that because it's deontologically evil, and I can't do evil things even if I know that they will cause me trouble in the long run. That's why my framework I believe should be in your mind, even though the rest, you should have the whole consequentialist, the whole way of thinking. You should just have that anchor that will anchor you in place and say, alarm, I'm exceeding, I'm in danger zone.
I do, and that's the thing. Like I never start from a position of dishonesty, right? That's what frustrates me the most. When I say like taxes are theft, and like you're obviously like, the reason it's theft and the reason why theft is retroactive slavery is because like, look at it on the principle. You are removing something that people worked for, right? I put my labor into this material from nature. Like I mix my life into it. That a certain amount of life that you're literally removing part of my life from me, right? When you take that object, that's what makes it theft, right? We got to be honest and just say that's what it is. But now that we've established that's what it is, like the descriptions are objective. And maybe where we disagree is I think prescriptions are not. I think prescriptions are somewhat subjective, right?
Fine, no. So I can go into this, but just understand there's another thing you lost with the theft. What you lost is, are you aware of mutual aid societies? Did anyone in chat ever hear about those?
Like communes, like hippies for you?
No, hardworking Americans.
Hardworking hippies.
No, hardworking like metal workers, builders, construction workers, electricians. All of them used to be, before the war and right after the war, used to be in mutual aid societies, and there were like hundreds of thousands of them throughout the United States, with well, maybe not hundreds of thousands, but like tens of thousands at least, with symbols, with their own heraldry, with their own, and there were private clubs. And I can still walk through Brooklyn in some areas and see like an old, like a building, and it says Italian Society of such and such. What is that society? Is that some religious group? No. It was a group of Italian workers that banded together to provide themselves with help. They were their own government.
Yeah.
That is the history that was lost. We're not aware of that capability that people used to have.
Yeah, and I'm fine with people like coming together and like making their own shit. Again, I just
with what? Wait, with what? They can't. The reason why they don't do it anymore, and why they're relying on the government and everything else, is because they can't. Because there's no more leftover resources.
I think that could be one reason, but the other reason could be that you would get invaded, and that you wouldn't be able to stop it.
No, again, invasion is such a thing. Let's reduce the government to just the military against invasion.
Sure.
Okay. But that already requires you to understand that everything else can work, and people, including you and in your chat, will actually start fighting over things like, well, what about the roads? What about the hospitals? What about the fire department? And each and every time you will be like wrong, and you will discover that there are private roads and highways in France that operate entirely independently from the government and are profitable. You would find out that private fire departments work, and in fact, they save homes of people that didn't pay for the fire service.
Right. I mean, look, minarchy isn't new, right? Like, I think force is different. I agree with you that the private industry can do almost everything and is often better. But I think when it comes to like force projection, it's just so different.
Everything. It can do.
I know.
It can do everything.
Hey.
It privatizes everything. But I agree with you that not all at once. I understand your
Okay.
concern.
You at least you understand my concern, right? I'm very concerned about the MIG police kicking in my door because I didn't
No, you
buy
have
required.
that already. Bloody hell! You have MIG police, except instead of having 2 of them or 3 or 4, you only have 1, and it has a union, and you're forced to pay into that union's dues, and that union is protected, and they have millions of dollars in lawyers, so cops feel safe to do absolutely batshit insane things like kill people in broad daylight in cold blood, and know that they will rarely go to prison unless that guy happens to be of a different skin color, which will bring in the power of the New York Times and the CNN, and then they'll get crushed, right? But in every other case,
there's
they'll forget about it tomorrow.
Sure, but there is consequences, and I think this is like ultimately, I'm just skeptical that there would be a check on the power for these. I don't know.
The check is that the more you, in order to grow in the market without having the power of monopoly, you have to provide the reputation. So what is your reputation? If you're Elon Musk, you start
unless I have force.
What?
Unless I have force, then I don't need reputation. I can just make you do what I want, right? Because reputation is about convincing you. Force is about making you.
But we always have, but we always have that. Except we created a single corporation, knowing that a single corporation on a market results in that corporation becoming increasingly ineffective and in fact backwards, knowing that it will become progressively worse, and knowing that it goes only in one direction, in the direction of going left. So there's a reason why burning the flags is going to be allowed, but baking the cake or not baking the cake is eventually not going to be allowed.
And sure, and this is like I think we agree again. We agree on almost every prescription. That's the thing. Like
no, we do, but okay.
Almost.
I want to get back into. I think that you should learn. I'm going to give you the key to argumentation ethics.
Okay.
In like 5 minutes if we have the time.
Sure.
So you understand where Scott is coming from.
I mean, I think I'll definitely listen to you. I do think I understand the thought process, and I understand where he's coming from, and I understand where you're coming from. But I have my notepad up for sure.
So I think it's the goal always was to figure out whether the non-aggression principle can be justified in some way. And the solution was sort of surprising. We can't make any statements about prescriptions. As you said, we can only make descriptive statements.
Objectively, yeah.
Yes, objectively. So, but here's the trick. We can do this trick where we're projecting our minds into the future, and then we're projecting, like, if we do a certain thing, can we then justify it in the future using logic? And by looking at things like a category without pinpointing a particular thing, we're actually avoiding making a prescription. All we're doing is we're describing the possible realm of valid prescriptions.
Okay.
So we're still descriptive. We're describing potential prescriptions. You give me a prescription, I analyze it, and I say, that prescription can be justified, and then whatever.
But I think justification is like an inherently like subjective exercise, though, right? The idea of like, this is a can, but like, should I throw it out the window? Well, whether or not I do or don't doesn't really answer whether or not I should.
Okay. So let's go through this, how we can make it objective. Okay. So we start by, we have the we both, in order to have a debate or a discussion of any kind that is truth-seeking, we have to affirm, both of us, the three basic laws of logic, that objects are themselves, that that there's a principle of non-contradiction, that the thing cannot be its inverse, or its negation, or proposition cannot be its negation at the same time, and that and potentially the rule of exclude the middle can apply in certain cases. So that some questions are either or and there's no middle.
Okay.
And also, in order for us to argue, arguing is a certain type of activity. And now here's the tricky part. This activity, one moment. I
Okay.
absolutely hate insects. I opened the window.
I do.
Okay, sorry.
I hate
I'll
bugs.
restart a little. Okay, so the action of us arguing is the opposite of us fighting, and that's like a dichotomy. It could be either or it can be like not an argument whatsoever.
You're
So,
saying wait, you're saying these are like, well, you can
So, like-
fight while you're arguing, right?
well, actually, no. Because, well, the word arguing is used very loosely by various people. But let's say engage in a truth-seeking debate.
Right.
If we're engaging in a truth-seeking debate and you punch me, you're not proving me wrong. You're just proving me that you can punch me.
Sure, yeah, the fighting is irrelevant to the truth seeking. Yeah.
Also, just loose conversation isn't relevant to truth-seeking. Like if you pretend
Lying
to be
would
something-
also be. Right.
lying as well, right? So if you say that you believe in something but you don't, if you like act like a hypocrite, we can derive logically why that is going to be false. But okay, I wanted to make it short, but I realized maybe I can't. Well, anyway, but this is the I think we're close to the key concept.
Okay.
If we're arguing, we have to do it peacefully. But I think the insight here is that this prescription for a peaceful pursuit of truth applies not just in the instance, but has to apply like forever and in the past, throughout the entire timeline. It has to be consistent. The reason for that is that, let's say that today we agreed that you own the products of your time spent, right? But tomorrow I beat you up. Did I tomorrow proved the origin? Like, did I disprove the argument? No, I just
No.
beat you up.
Right.
So it doesn't matter how you try to finesse around it, and people do. If we agree during the argument that something is true, and then you decide to ignore that and act, violently or in contradictory ways anyway, that doesn't mean that you suddenly disproven what we came to agree on. You're just acting like a rule breaker. You're a criminal of some sort. If we agree that this is like the legal system, and you start breaking it, it doesn't disprove the legal system. It just proves that you're objectively not a subscriber to it.
Yeah, if I guess explicitly break the rule, but I mean, you can have like rules are, what is it, like, there's rules and there's other rules, right? Like a rule can include exceptions. A rule can include situations in which the rule by definition gets to be bent or something along these lines, right?
Well, in things that we're generally like view in life, we do all of this. But if we approach this from like a logical perspective, and we're trying to find something that's objective, it's not. It's either objective, meaning we found it through first principles, or it's like some kind of a cope, illusion, lie, salesmanship, but anything but the actual proof. Like you can say that like 2 + 2 = 4 in standard arithmetic, but sometimes I really need it to equal 5, And so because I really need it to equal 5, let's just agree for a moment for it to be equal 5, and then I'll give you that extra 1. I'll pay it back tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. But like, I think what if we're gonna if we're drawing the parallel that I think we are, I think like what I'm doing is saying 2 plus 2 is 4, and then minus 3 is 1, and then that minus 3, goes in the equation sometimes, but not always.
I think that the actual logic remains the same.
Okay.
And if we're talking about justifiability, right, and we're not talking about like laws created by like common law or whatever that have no grounding, just whatever the judges decided based on their common sense, which is nice enough, right? But if we're trying to derive a legal
It's my
system
job.
from it's your job. But if we try to make your job logical, like as rigorous as chemistry, for example, then we can't have like it's H2O will always be H2O, just the way we defined it. It's going to be like the natural kinds are always going to be natural kinds.
Right.
That's why they're such, because they're the base elemental thing.
Absolutely, yeah. Descriptively, yeah, 100%.
Descriptively, yes, right. So now we're going to use this descriptive tool, and let me vocalize it. Descriptive tool is such. I cannot, in the course of the process of justification, advocate for initiation of violence or threats thereof. Because by doing so, I would be violating the very principle that I'm employing to state the argument in the first place. I'm violating the a priori requirement for arguing. If I'm saying that 2 plus 2 equals 4, that's fine. But if I'm saying 2 plus 2 equals 4, but if I beat you up tomorrow, it equals 5, the act of beating you up tomorrow will invalidate that statement itself. Because it's no longer an argument, it's a call for violence.
I agree with you that it's no longer an argument. It is, yeah, it's either a call for violence or it is violence. Sure.
And so that implies that the negation of the non-aggression principle cannot be logically argued for. So if somebody says it is justified for me to steal from you, I can justify stealing from you. The justification of stealing from you would require me to justify the normalcy of engaging in violence, while simultaneously saying that in order to pursue the truth of the matter, I cannot engage in that very thing.
So I think where the hang up is I agree with you that like argumentation is like it can be the way to like discover the truth, but it's not always a two-way street. Like sometimes you have the truth and sometimes the other person has the truth. And I think sometimes like it's not a truth question, right? Like should I throw the can out the window? I don't think that there is a right answer to that. It just depends on like what I want, right?
So let's narrow this down. I only care to argue in like politics and in law, in like objective law and objective rules,
okay,
about you throwing the can at me or at my window, but at me.
Right. Okay. So So if I throw the can at you, like there's laws that apply to that for sure.
But why is it wrong? Because you would have to justify it, and you would have to say something like this: it is a priori to engage in justification. I have to act in a non-violent manner, but the action that I'm initiating, that I'm arguing for, is like the opposite of that standard.
Could I not say though? So, well, you wouldn't have to logic that way. Like instead of like saying, well, the wrong thing is like you a priori are saying you shouldn't engage in it. Like it could just be like the wrong thing about me throwing a can at you is that you just had a can hit you that somebody else threw. That's the wrongness of it. The fact that the pain was inflicted on you by somebody else without your consent.
No,
And that wrong action occurred. Whatever stops that wrong action from occurring is good, because it's the opposite of bad.
No, what makes it, so I can't judge it whether it's good or bad by any logical standard. What I can say is, can I justify it via argumentation?
Right. Well, the a priori is that, like, that. Yeah, it's like, I guess, an axiom, like, fundamentally or whatever. But like, the wrong comes from the fact that, like, you have experienced this as opposed from me doing it.
Right. So the wrong is like a moral question. Is it wrong to do something?
Yeah.
It's a separate question of whether you can create an objective legal system to justify it. That's a separate. It's like, can you create a descriptive system to justify these types of actions? And then separately, are these types of actions moral or not?
Right. You can write laws that you try to reflect morality, but they don't necessarily.
No, your legal system should be descriptive by nature and sourced from some logical principle, because you can't do that for morals. Like, Hume is fairly good on this, and there are other people like G.E. Moore that explain why you can't. Like, morals are like a different category of thing. Like, things like goodness, you say, oh, it's good or bad. Well, once we start investigating those logically, we'll quickly arrive to the fact that we sort of can't.
Well, hold on. Why cannot my a priori belief be that somebody coming under, like, having the wrongness is somebody having an action done to them that is non-consensual, like that happening in of itself, like that's the wrong action, and then we start from there, and then we trace everything back from there.
Well, the problem is that okay, it's better possibly to just like attack the position. Like, why is it wrong to kill somebody, to murder somebody?
Because they just had a non-consensual action happen upon them that was deeply harmful.
Why are non-consensual actions wrong?
I mean, yeah, like, foundationally, that's like a priori. Yeah.
Well, but that's a cop-out, right? Because somebody might say, in my foundation, it's perfectly fine. In fact, we have many people in the world.
You're right, communists, right? And that's why they need to be defeated. This is what I'm saying, right?
No, but the reason why communists can be defeated is they say, listen, I need to throw a can at you because I need you to go to the factory and produce 5 shifts of potato farming so that I can feed the children that are starving in Uganda. And you have no way to call the communist out and say, no, that cannot be justified, because he will say, like, listen, you're going to be saving children by becoming my factory slave for potato growing.
Wait, what non-consensual act happened to the children? Like, who is hurting the kids?
No. What they will do is they will say, there's a starving child, right? And you need to feed that starving child, and so it's fine to force you to work because we need to feed the children.
Right. So we just have foundationally different a priori beliefs. This is why I think they're existentially evil.
They're going to say but the problem is that I asked you, what's the justification for your belief, and you say they're a priori justified.
Yeah.
And the communist can say the same thing, and you can't determine which one of you is true.
But aren't your foundations also like let's go back, like when you were saying, like, I should act this way. Why should you act that way?
Well, if you want me to ask me the same question,
yeah,
I'll answer it.
I want to dig down, because eventually.
So my only answer to that question, honestly, like, why is it wrong to murder, was to say that I believe in the concept of a God, and I believe that that taking a life is basically acting in a manner in which only, like, the God or the universe can act, and so it's like a imposition of yourself on God's will, and therefore it is like the replacement of the power of God, and therefore it's hubris, and because it's hubris, it is bad. That's my honest answer, and I would say that because of that, I believe that the universe guided humanity towards creating the 10 Commandments, and I call that guidance like the most metaphorical
Sure.
God you can imagine.
Sure,
Right.
but let's
We'll
say
go Jordan Peterson on that answer.
that's fine. And let's say that I am, let's say I'm like an edgy atheist, like motherfucker. I'm not as level-headed and as I am, but let's say like I'm super edgy. And my question to you is, well, in the same way you asked me, like, why do I think it's wrong or whatever, and I ask you, and you say it's because of a God, and then the follow-up question is, like, do you have proof for that God? Like,
Well,
it
I
seems
don't
like you
have-
just inserted like you've inserted like something like a little bit back that helps you justify whatever comes next.
No, absolutely. But then I'll ask the atheist, in order to ask me a propositional question, which is to ask me for proof of anything or even talk to me, he would have to use logic, like basically. And I would ask him, where does he derive his logic from? And he would say, well, I believe in logic as an axiom a priori true. And then I'll say, well, you take it on faith that it exists, and we'll be on pretty much equal ground. And in fact, I'll even use his answer when justifying logic. I'll either say logic comes from God, or you can't do anything without it, so it's there. So pick one of the answers. It's
Have
more comfortable for
you
you.
have you heard of Cy Ten Bruggencate? Have you ever watched him? I'm familiar. I'm Cy Ten Bruggencate. SYETEN, like middle name TEN, and then last name Bruggencate. BRUGG.
No, I'm not aware of that. Is that a YouTuber?
No. So maybe, probably. He probably has a YouTube channel. But I'm aware of this style of. There's a debate that Cy Ten did with I don't know if you know Matt Dillahunty. They did it.
I watched Jay Dyer and Dillahunty, and
Mhm.
in like 54 minutes into the debate, Jay Dyer asks this question from Dillahunty, and Dillahunty just says, "Listen, I don't have proof that of logic over the fundamentals. Right. There's no proof, but we can't have a conversation without them. So what do you want from me?" And that's the reality of human existence. We don't have any proof for fundamentals, and in fact, the more we think about morals, the more we realize that we can't even talk about them. Like Richard Boyd tried to engage with naturalistic fallacy in a creative way. He said, no definition of things in reality are sharp except natural kinds. So like a human is not a sharp definition, chair is not a sharp definition. It's all like a homeostatic property cluster, a fuzzy thing, like some kind of a Bayesian inference, a heuristic detection algorithm. And so he said, maybe moral questions, moral facts are things at which we can only point heuristically. Like we can seek them out and hope that there's something on the other side of the bridge.
Well, could somebody? So I'm aware of what I forget the exact word for it. There's it's a specific kind of argumentation that the counter to it that I've never heard a good response to is, okay, so like what you ask why murder. I ask why murder is wrong, and the answer is like because it's counter. I'm gonna butcher a little bit, paraphrase, but it's counter to like the nature of God. Well, I don't believe this, but let's say I did. Like again, like edgy atheist argument. Let's say I'm religious, but a different God, and my God says that it's antithetical to his values to let people suffer. Then the communists who all believe in this God say, see, now our first principles in the belief in God dictate that we have to force you to work to save the starving children. What would be your answer to them?
Well, there's two answers. One of them is that if I'm somebody like Jay Dyer, then I fight their God to the death. Jay Dyer is like a Christian apologetic, not actually to the death. What he will do is he's like a Christian Orthodox expert in such questions. And what he will do is he will start dissecting your God, asking you inconvenient questions and trying to prove to you that Jesus and the Trinity are like absolutely answering those questions, and you can't answer them philosophically. And he will debate you, and if he wins, you might be convinced. But there's another answer, which is indeterminate. Like, I'm not as good of a debater as him, so I actually can't defeat the communist that asserts that his morals also come from God. So what do I do about this? Well, I cope with argumentation ethics. And I say, listen, I can't tell, like, if your God tells you to murder and my God tells me to not murder, but I know that my prescriptions are justifiable through argumentation ethics logically, but your prescriptions are unjustifiable. Therefore, my prescriptions could be within the realm of possibility, but yours cannot be within the realm of possibility. Therefore, you're likely wrong, or like you're hardcore wrong. So that's why Scott, when Scott debates like communists, that's what he's basing his foundation on. When Liquid Zulu, who you should talk to because he's an expert on argumentation ethics, like much better than me at like pushing you towards their understanding. That's what he will base on, but he will say, I'm not making a prescription. I'm describing your prescription as an impossibility. So it's not a gap closer. It's like a bypass almost.
I really like what you said when you said, at the end of the day, if I disagree with like their God, like we will destroy their God. And I think I really resonated with that because that's my goal too, in a different sense, right? In a very secular sense, which is, yeah, my goal is to destroy their God, right? And what is their God that they place above everything else on the altar? It's the ideology, right?
Okay.
That is their God, and that's my goal to destroy that. And in the situation like in Korea, for example, where they're fighting for their God with voraciousness and slaying the pious and the pure.
Destroy them. Yes,
we came like angels, like Gabriel himself to slay the beast.
But you know what? You know there's a problem with that. There's a problem, and you know when I watched, there's a great channel, Tick History, who was is actually like some kind of a libertarian, maybe possibly even an ANCAP. He just hides it really well, as he should. And what he did is he made a historical review of the word private and public. And he also made like a 5-hour video declaring that Hitler was a socialist.
It's the most base thing ever. I love polling that, and then like people get freaked the fuck out. It's like
that video is incredible. It's like 5 hours of him like knocking all their arguments.
Oh yeah.
And then he spent like 3 more hours like just defending that video against various attacks. But here's the key.
Look up. By the way, for the audience, look up Gottfried Feder. Right, if you want to know the actual origins of the Nazi Party, the German Nazi Party, it was foundationally leftist. Hitler was brought in by leftists. They started that thing. Look into it.
The worst thing is that if you look at through his video and through books like The Vampire Economy and several others, the actions that are described as like it's like propaganda. It's privatization. Well, privatization is when they take a state-owned institution and remove it from the state and then give it to one of their party members. That's privatization. Or privatization is when China removes the head of Alibaba from his post and places a replacement instead of him with a few Communist Party officials at the head of that corporation. We call that private, but it's not private in any sense. Tig derived this interesting thing. He said, he wrote that basically any group ownership, group assertion over the means of production is baseline socialism or communism. A corporation is the group ownership over the means of production.
I think forced. I think the coercive nature is critical.
Well, no, it's not just. Well, yes, but by definition, the baseline of socialism is just your shareholder corporation. And you might think
that's a disagreement I have with people who define it that way.
Sure, but I think that's actually a good definition. I'll tell you why. Yes, the Marxist one is an even worse version because it creates an illusionary worker class and actually like steals the control and gives it to like an oligarchy very immediately. But the secret to corporations that are shareholder owned is that they do the same thing just very gradually through the natural accumulation of power in a democratic voting system. So what happens in a democracy, like in like a Twitter democracy or like or an Apple democracy, is that they start out with a leader like Elon Musk or what's the name of the Steve Jobs, right? Steve Jobs was a king. He could fire entire departments, and he did. He could fire himself and then come back, right?
It's pretty based, yeah.
He was pretty based, and because of that, the company either sank or swam based on his decision. And he would say, "All of you smart people, do this impossible thing for me." But then he dies, and he gets replaced by a committee. And he actually predicts that in some of his speeches. And he explains how that committee will stop making decisions like a single private owner and start making a decision like a collectivist group that has completely different interests, that has its own interests of its own survival and enrichment, and how that will start moving the corporation into the realm that will be very similar to that of a state, of like a government that becomes slowly corrupt. Because they're suffering from a similar process. Why am I
Okay.
telling you this?
Yeah.
I'm telling you this to tell you that in order to defeat communism, you have to defeat it not only in the overt enemies that are evil and that are marching across the border with guns, but also at home.
Yes. Yes. I fully agree. I think the ideological war is like the one where I and you and the whole fucking Twitch sphere, like that's the goal, right? The goal is to
But
like
it's at home. You understand that as soon as it's not surprising to me that like a company like Apple will start out as like a major innovator and then shift towards some kind of a prison system, like a gulag, where people constantly have to fight it because it constantly like encroaches on them and it shuts them down, and it doesn't provide them with anything in return that would like it stops innovating. And the reason for that is that it becomes a baseline socialist structure where a democracy, like plurality of people, start making decisions, and they divert, and they don't have a sense of ownership because they don't actually own it. They don't have a controlling share. So they start engaging in politics. I'll give you this, you'll give me that. We'll move here, we'll do this. And they start doing things like we're going to fail, so who's going to be responsible for that failure? They become risk averse. They become everything that Apple used to like crushed Xerox, right? How did Apple crush Xerox? Because Xerox was governed by the marketing department, as Jobs used to say. Well, why? Because the guy who founded Xerox died, probably, or got bought out.
Yeah.
So why is it to me was an important insight, is that corporations, governments, that's how they operate. It's like as soon as you lose the controlling share in something, and it starts being disconnected from like an individual, an individual's will, and it becomes a collective decision-making process, that's where the corruption starts. Now, it's not going to be immediate, right? And you might invent constitutions, like Apple might invent a constitution that will slow down the decay for like 200 years, quite possibly. The constitution will be like Steve Jobs being like if he wrote a constitution for Apple, like James Madison, maybe Apple survives for 100 years with like the same or like slowly diminishing creative drive.
Or if Apple has like specific, I'm not sure this would work when we're talking about like a market efficiency kind of subject creature like a company like Apple. But if we're going to compare this to like a country, like if you had some kind of document like a constitution that would prevent corruption and prevent like collective kind of
slow down. I would accept only slow down, not prevent.
Okay.
Slow down.
I don't think it's an inevitable march. I think that I think there's always hope, right? There's always hope that you can reverse trends.
The hope, there's two hopes. So, are you aware of Curtis Yarvin?
No.
I'm gonna send you watch Curtis Yarvin talk to Tucker Carlson, and it's like an hour 15 show. Curtis Yarvin is going to talk very fast for an hour and 15, and Tucker Carlson is going to remain very silent for most
Okay,
of the time.
sounds good.
Which is why it's a great show. It's like very good. And Curtis actually managed to express all his ideas. His idea, the way out, is eventually the United States will collapse out of all of this corruption to something like lesser. And then somebody like Caesar will show up. And what Caesar does is he says, all of those Nancy Pelosi's and their families and all the corrupt guys, you're retired now. We're going to pay you your salary, your retirement fees, but you're out of politics forever, and your family as well. But we're not going to kill you or do anything other harmful to you. In fact, we're going to keep paying you your pension. And then he's going to rebuild a new constitution, a new United States from scratch using like a centralized vision. That's the solution proposed by the NRX. And they're not pushing towards that solution. They're saying we're actually incapable of pushing towards it. So we're going to educate people that this is going to happen, and we're going to prepare potential figures for such a condition. But then we're going to just wait, because that's all we can do until the system collapses.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm skeptical, but we'll see.
I'm skeptical of that as well. I disagree. I think that there's a whole bunch of red flags about like central command that happen. However, they have a solid argument. They say, look, in the history of the United States, that's what actually happened. Like there was the Articles of Confederacy, there was the Civil War, there was the Independence War, Articles of Confederacy, and then Hamilton and a bunch of other youngsters hammered together the U.S. Constitution. And
well, no, that all. You mean the Revolutionary War? Yeah.
Revolutionary War. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
And then there was, there was the Jefferson sort of return that also created a sort of an authority figure came in and cleaned up, like removed the Federal Reserve and restored a whole bunch of things. And several presidents throughout American history also had the power to do all of that stuff, where they would clean the slate and like destroy entire institutions.
Kaz, I gotta let you in on something. I'm running out of time in terms of.
Oh no, we are. It's fun, but yeah.
It's fun. Like I could go all night, but I have to work tomorrow, unfortunately.
Excellent. This is why, if you find this interesting, I'll send you some materials, and maybe we'll meet again for a more focused conversation.
Hey, no, we I think we covered a lot of topics. I mean, we've been talking for a couple hours now, and I thought we covered a lot of good shit. So
it was fun.
Thanks for talking to me. I would never dodge a conversation with you, Casimir.
No, it's very late. I'm going to also read chat, I promise, and maybe write down answers for next time.
Sure, absolutely. And well, thank you so much, and also. Thank you, everybody in my chat that is sticking around and watching this awesome attempt at further libertarianizing me. Hopefully I'll get there. We'll see. Who knows? Give me a follow.
I think you're doing fine. Listen, you're doing fine.
I'm good. I'm doing fine in the process. That's good. But
I think a few bullet bitings with plantations and other things. And maybe you're like, I shouldn't bite those.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I've never been afraid to bite bullets. But hey, one thing we all agree on is we must destroy the communist god, their ideology. And if you're up for the task with us, give me a follow, because more followers, people, you can see when I'm streaming stuff, and we do fun stuff like this. So. I'm going to be rating out, though, and I'm curious, do you have a good idea of who to rate out to, Casimir? Because I'm looking through, I don't know that many people in terms of...
I don't see anyone online. Political... I see Prime and Rand for Liberty and you and Bermuda, who's like a headshot guy.
Okay, well, here's what we'll do. Look, Prime has been very generous to us, and he's a good guy. So we're gonna, even though I'm sure a lot of people in the chat don't agree with his takes, that's okay. We're gonna go ahead and rate on into him. and you all can deal with it. But hey, give me a follow before you go, because yeah, good shit. Anyway,
Well, I
thank you.
definitely have you followed, but the rest of the chat should definitely follow you.
I appreciate you, Casimir. I appreciate everybody. All right.
Take care. Have a good night, Lacto.
Yeah, have a great night. Thank you for talking to me. This was I'm glad you were able to have some time and cover a lot
Yeah,
of good shit.
it was fun. You should definitely DM me if you have another day. Cheers.
Absolutely, absolutely. Cheers.
and similar projects that